Together, we will draw a complete architectural project from scratch to finish in this AutoCAD beginners course. AutoCAD is the most popular and leading 2D CAD software in the architecture industry. Most people try to jump straight into 3D softwares like Revit, SketchUp, or AutoCAD, but understanding AutoCAD first gives you this strong drafting foundation. I'll be teaching you years of different drafting techniques and methods used to draw plans, elevations, construction documentation, including this fine 3D rendered image. You will also learn professional drafting practices, layout creation, title blocks, annotation, plotting, and export workflows, as well as the shortcuts, tricks, some fun, and lessons I've learned that can save you years of trial and error in AutoCAD. Don't worry if you're a complete beginner. I will hold your hands every step of the way. I will teach you everything you need to know in AutoCAD regarding architecture. This course took me a year to make, and I studied countless AutoCAD and architecture books with hands-on real-life projects. This is part 2 of a complete AutoCAD course. If you want to learn the fundamentals first, part 1 is linked below. But if your focus is just architectural project, you can start right here. I can't wait to show you how we solve real drafting problems and build your first architectural project in AutoCAD. Starting with the most important one. Now, drawing floor plans is without a doubt one of the most demanding type of drawing in AutoCAD. Even here on YouTube, it is the most highest viewed video with over 10 million views, and across all other channels, it is their most viewed video, mine included, because everyone just try to learn them. Well, here is how to do it step by step. We are going to make this one bedroom house, and I try to include almost everything I can, from generic windows that are not in the middle like this, how to place them, how to cut the opening, how to make doors, how to make angle walls in case you come across that, how to make curved walls in case you come across that, how to make different columns, how to text, how to put this kind of dimension, how to do this kind of dimension, how to do grid and bubbles, import and draw blocks, how to make doors and window stacks, and railings and steps, different kinds of steps, and how to make this section line, and a lot more that we will discover when drawing this. Also, we will plot it in different style. Like this one, the hatch is gray, specifically the wall, the hatch is gray. We will try this without the hatch, and then monochrome, and a lot more. But for convenience, we will be working with this one. Before we draw anything, there are 2 things we should always set up first. They will save you a lot of time, frustration, and headache later. Now, the first thing we will save. Click on save. Inside our folder, we will call this house design project, and then click on save. Before we draw anything, there is one important setting that will save you hours of frustration later. That is choosing whether to work in millimeters or feet and inches. Type UN, press enter, or alternatively, application menu, drawing utilities, units. There it is. If you're using the metric, you will already see decimal and everything like this. Just change the precision to 0 and just click on OK. But for the imperial inches, select architectural precision. You can leave it like this, or select any other precision you want. And just select inches here, and that's it. I will get back to my decimal and just click on OK. Let's begin drawing. Now when you look at this, first look at the overall dimension. It's just 9,000 millimeters by 11,000 millimeters, as you can see in these 4 places. Let's first make these 3 walls, and then we'll come back for the 4th one. The height of the wall will be 11,000 millimeters. And to make the first wall, I will be using the line tool, this one. I will select it. I will click anywhere for the first point,
and then point straight up.
The line isn't perfectly vertical, but AutoCAD has a tool to fix that.
I will turn this auto mode on, point straight up and type 11,000 millimeter, and then I will press enter, then press enter again to end the command. Then I will zoom back a little and pan to see the whole line. Now don't overcomplicate this. Floor plans in AutoCAD is just a parallel copy of your walls. That's it. And there is a tool that will help us do exactly that, which is the offset tool here. So select that, type the thickness of our wall, which is 230, and then press enter. Now select the line, point right and click. We are done with the first wall. Now for the second wall, which is exactly 4030 from this first wall to this one here. So all we do is just select the first one and input our value. So I will select this, point right and type 4030 and then press enter. Then to make the wall, select it, point right and click. And for the third and last wall, which is the summation of all this, but since we have a center to center dimension, this 4740, we can just add half a block here to get the out dimension. And you can do that in AutoCAD by using the calculator command. There it is. Select it and you get it like this. I will bring it inside. Our value is 4740, and then half a block and half a block simply means one block. So I will just plus that with a full block, which is 230, and then it's equals to 4970. So I will activate the offset tool again. There it is. And when I'm prompted for the distance, I can type the 4970, or I can just come here and paste the value. I will do that. Once I click it, you can see the value down here, and then press enter. Now select the first wall, point right and click. Then to make the wall, if I select it and point right, it will give me the same 4000 value, and all I want is 230. So I will just type that to overwrite the 4900. Type 230 and then press enter. Press enter again to finish the offset command.
Don't worry if you don't get a step right the first time. You don't need to understand a step immediately. The important thing is to follow along and get the general idea of the process. Throughout this course, you will see me use the same tools and commands again and again. Repetition is how real learning happens. Every time you see a process repeated, it becomes a little more familiar and easier to remember. So don't stress if you miss a step or forget a command. I'll cover these processes many times throughout the course.
Now we'll close this and let's make the tiny wall here, which will be the one, this one. The distance from inside to the first wall is just 1800. So our offset again, 1800 for our distance. Press enter, select the first wall, point right and click. And then for the thickness of the wall, it's not 230. It's much smaller than that. I just want to show you how to make different thickness of partition walls, and it's quite easy to do. All you do is just select your line, point your direction. Instead of putting 230, I will just put 150 and then press enter. That's basically it. Press enter again. Now we are done with the vertical walls. For the horizontal walls, we will start from the top here, from this one to here, which is exactly 1430. Since we don't have any horizontal line to offset, we will need to make only one. So select line, click from this endpoint to this endpoint. By the way, if you are not seeing the endpoint, it's because you turn this off. If I turn it off, I won't be getting the endpoint. So make sure it is turned on and just make sure all these are checked. There it is, the endpoint. So click on this endpoint and then press enter. Now select our offset to give the thickness of our wall of 230. Enter, click, point down and click. And then from the upper one to the down one, we know it is exactly 1430, and then press enter. Select the line, point down. The thickness of our wall is there, so I will just click. Now for the next wall, the dimension is not clearly given. You will come across this a lot, so it's easy to know what to do. I'm happy that even happened because this will show you how to draw any plan as long as a little dimension is given to you. So to make this kitchen wall, a distance of the center to center is given to us. So all we need is just to add half a block here and half a block here. So our value is 4160 center to center. Press escape to escape the offset command. Activate our calc. I will clear the old calculation and put the new one. 4160 plus full block of 230, which equals 4390. So select the offset in case you don't want to paste it, because the command line is known to be not beginner friendly, even though it's really cool, as we went all through it in the first part. Once you get your value, you can just type them. So 4390, then I'll press enter. Select the first wall, point down and click. Select it again, point down. We don't want that value. All we want is 230, enter. Now the next wall, which will be the one for this tiny toilet. The distance currently is 1230. So I will clear this 1230 plus 230, which equals 1460. So I will select the outer one, point downward and type the value 1460, hit enter. Select, point down. Is the wall 230 or 150? Let me check. The wall is 230. So 230 it is. Press enter. Lastly, for the master's toilet, center to center is 1650. Clear this 1650 plus 230, which equals 1880. With our offset activated, I will just select this, the upper one, point down and click. Now the thickness of the wall is just like this. It's 150. So select it, point down 150 and then press enter. Press the escape key. Now for the last one, this one, from the center to the center here is two values, 2100 and 1430. So I will clear this and add the value 2100 plus 1430, which gives me this value. Now I will add a full block for the site to have an out-up dimension. So plus 230, which equals this value. So I will select offset and type the value 3760, press enter. Select the outer one, point downward and just click. I will pan by pressing my mouse wheel, then select it, point outside, don't click, just type the thickness of our wall 230 and then press enter. Now to join this, we might make a mistake up here, no problem. To join this two walls, we'll use a special tool, the fillet command. So select that, click on this radius option, make sure it is 0, just type 0, press enter, and then select the multiple option because we'll do it 4 times. So select this outer wall with this outer wall, and then this inner with this inner. Do the same for the right side, out and out, in and in. And then we want to extend this wall to touch here. What can we do? Click on this drop down and select the extend command, and then extend the walls just like this, and then press enter on the other. We'll close this and maybe move this a little up with the move tool. I will move it up a little like this.
To do that, we will start with the edges. Fillet, radius of 0, and then select the multiple option, and then zoom to this corner. Select this line and this line. Get this. Do that to all the 4 corners of the building. And now for the inner one, you can't really do that. As we all know, if you select this and this, all of this will be gone. I'll click on this undo here. You only fillet your corners unless you have something like this that we no longer need. Zoom right here. We no longer need these lines and this portion, as we can see from the plan. There is no wall here, there is no wall here, so we can use the fillet. Select this line and this line, this one and this one. Definitely you can't use it here, you will lose this line. So undo that. Zoom right up. Let's see what else we can fillet. I think we can fillet here, right along the end of this tiny toilet. This line, since there is no wall here. Okay, select this line, this one, this, and I was capitally wrong because this will be gone. So I will undo that a few steps. You can only fillet this wall. I'll hit the escape key and get to the real work. You use the trim command instead. It's much easier. Like trim and trim the extra portions. We don't want any of these walls, as we can see here. So I will zoom. I will click here once to get the fence command, which is just a straight line. If you are not seeing the fence, try typing F and then hit enter. Then when you click, you will get the fence command. If you are using an older version, click right somewhere in the middle. Then I will go straight up, making sure I'm not touching some lines mistakenly. Straight up and click, and then press enter. I get this straight trim without wasting much time. I believe there is a wall here. Yeah, there is a wall here, which is 1430 from the outer one. Let's make that. Sorry about that. 1430. Press enter. Select this up. Select it, point up to 30, and then enter. I'll go back to the trim and click once. I will get the fence. On that version, you have to type F, and then I will select this line, those lines, you as well. Right click and erase. We'll do something nice like this. Trim, and then we have this part of the wall. So don't trim this line. It's okay if you trim it, we can always get it back. Trim here as well. This one, I'll click here once and just do it in one time. You just want to make sure you cut. You get either a cross shape, an L, or a T. That's all you need. Here we go for a T here, a T here, a cross here, a T here, a T, a cross, a T, finishing the cross. Lastly, we can just select this and delete that, and we are left with this gap. We know what to do. Select these two lines, modify panel. There is the join command. It joins that into a single line, and then I will hit the escape key. Just as here, select this, delete, and then select this line and this line, J, press enter. This one as well, J, enter. Now let's add the angle and the curve to finish our wall. This angle, which is 150 degrees, which of course is 30 degrees, and then this curve that is from the outer one, 830 radius. Okay, select line, polar tracking, not 45 degrees, make sure we are on 30. If we just make a line along that 30, select the line, hover over the grid, see the angle is 150. If you come here, it's 30 degrees. When we zoom, you see it's 30 degrees. I will delete this. So all we need is to select the line, start track here, track up. Once you see that intersection, just click. In case you didn't get that, select line, hover over to the endpoint, track up, I'll click along 130 vector line. I will just click and then hit the escape key. Select offset 230 and then hit enter. Select this, point to this direction and just click, hit the escape key. Now select fillet radius 830 and then hit enter. The outer one and the outer one. And now you might be thinking of using the same radius for this one, which if I press enter to repeat the fillet command, the radius is 830. I will just OK that. Select this line and this line. We get the curve, but it doesn't look right. Instead of the radius, they can't share the same radius. Instead, you either, since it is the inner one, you either reduce 230 from that, or you use the offset command. So I will select the fillet option again, type a radius of 600, press enter, then select this line and this line, and you see I get the same result. And visually, this seems to be the right radius. Or instead of this, you can use the offset command. Select offset 230, press enter, select this arc, point in and just click, and that's it. Select this one that we use the same radius and delete that. And now let's refine the angle. Select trim, trim this portion, hold down the shift key and extend this, zoom right in, delete that, trim, trim, extend. Just make sure you get a shape like this, and then hold down the shift key and extend this line. This is an opening here, meaning this opening. So press the escape key, select these two lines, right click, erase those. Select this line and this line, type J for join, press enter, and they are joined. And from now on, I will turn off the glitch. I don't know if it has been disturbing you all this while, so I will turn it off. And for the UCS icon, you can just type UCS icon, there it is. Select that, either turn it off or select no origin, it will be right there wherever we go. And the last thing we want to do is wherever we have an opening, we have to extend the wall. Like here, it should be extended. Here, extended because we have a hidden wall at the top. Here and here should be extended. And lastly, here and here should be extended. Select extend. We already extend this one. If you haven't, extend it. It's not a mistake. Extend this one. Extend this one. These ones are extended. I will press the escape key and zoom extend. Now let's take the drawing from this not good looking walls to walls with openings. Windows opening, which makes your design look more professional because those openings do exist. And to do that, we use the line command. I will select line. I will hover to this. I will zoom to this tiny toilet from the inner wall. I will click and perpendicular and then click and then press the escape key. Now for the size of the window, let's check. Window 3, it is 600. So I'll select offset and offset it to both sides by dividing the number 600 by 2, 300, press enter. Select this one up, one down, press the escape key. Select this line and erase it. And now I will select this line, select copy. Remember base point from the middle of this to the middle of this. We are done with this window. And then I'll just drop one somewhere around here. And then go back to the plan and check. And then we get from here to here, 530, and then our window. So select that, move, and move it right here. And then select it, select move, click anywhere, point straight up, 530, and then hit enter. To make that appear in this place, we'll just mirror it. I will select that so that this midpoint point to this direction. We get a mirror at the top. Erase this object, just select no. In case it's not coming clear to you, I will select trim, 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 and trim. This is what we have. We have one with the same distance here. Click once here with line, click here, go for offset, type 600, press enter, offset it, and for move it here, select those, move it 530, press enter, select those, MI for mirror, mid of this, straight up, click no, and then for the living room, it's just 830 and 600. All you need is to select those, copy them here, select, move 830, enter, and then select this line, copy with reference to this point, copy one, you copy another one, trim this, don't forget those, and check the size of your door, which is 1000 from here, 1200, offset 1200, enter, select this to this direction and trim here. For this long side of the window, I will leave that up to us. I will just let you do this, but for the upper one, I will just select this windows opening lines, mirror, mid of this, and click, select no, and then select this, select mirror from this middle downward, and just click, select no, and then you can click and hold the left mouse to get this freehand trim. If you want, you can do that or select them individually. For this side, however, just do it. I'll select and copy those. Just remember, we will be placing a TV here. Just use the copy command, click, just click, and just click. We are not going to build the thing, so it doesn't really matter that much. We are done with that, and now remaining only one window, which is the one for the kitchen. 1050. We will just double that, 600 doubled. We'll select offset 600, enter. Select the line, one up, one down. Select TR for trim and trim this portion. And now that's how you make Windows openings. I did that a lot to show these windows. We are doing a passive design, so that's why there is a lot of windows. Around this part of the country, we don't heavily rely on mechanical devices or active energy. We rely on natural and passive ventilation. That's how there is this much windows. Now for the door, there is a little trick for that. We already make this, of course, so remaining only a couple of those. Let's finish. This is the biggest one. Let's finish the bigger ones and then the not bigger ones. I will select extend and extend this line because we have a door here, a door here, door here, and door here. These are the same doors, D2, 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 D2. This one is D1, there is only one. And then D3 and D3, there are two. So for now, we have only these 5 doors remaining. But making the openings is simpler than you think. You just extend this one, and extend this line. Select offset. The size of the door is 900. So 900 it is. Press enter. Select this line, point in 900. Select this one, point in 900. Pan. Select this line, point in 900. select line from the middle of this perpendicular or at an angle of 120 and click. Offset half of 900, 450, enter. Select one left, select one right. For this one, select the middle one and erase it. Select the trim option, trim here, trim these lines, and lastly these ones. And we are done with those, I believe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, remaining only 2. The one here and the one here. This one and this one. Extend again. Extend this one and extend here. Offset, sorry for this one. It's not you. I will select extend, hold down the shift and trim and extend it here. So you can see here, we offset this wall. So select offset. The size of the door is 750. I will press enter. This line and this line. Are you sure that it's 750? Wow, that toilet would not take anything, but who cares? I'll just hit the escape key. Select trim, trim here, and trim this. I'm worried I will click here by mistake. I won't do that. I'd rather zoom in close and trim that, and then hit the escape key. Then I'll zoom back. And now that we are finished with the openings, let's talk about two important concepts in AutoCAD. You have to know these two if in any way you want to have a good time in AutoCAD. Let's start with the first one, which is block. If you find that you're losing your mind in AutoCAD, it's because you are not using them. And to make block, we first need objects. So I'll zoom here. Let's make this door. Don't worry, we are only going to make one door for each instance. And let's make this door, this D2 door. I will select rectangle command. I will click once and type the dimension of the door frame, which will be 50, and then press the tab key. Let me zoom in and type 75, which is 2 by 3 inch. Press enter. Now I always like to use a guideline. I rather select line, click and click here, and then I will select this line. I will move it to say somewhere like here. If I select it, I can see it's right there at the end. So I will select this, select copy, and pick this endpoint to this endpoint. That way I know whatever I do with this door, it will fit right in the opening. So I will select that line and erase it. It has finished doing its job. Now remaining two parts of a door symbol, and then what I like to do next is to make the door swing, which is just a swinging direction you give to a door. I will click on the add drop down and select an option that has I know the center, I know where I want to start, like pinning the compass. I will pin the compass here, meaning if I want to make this door, your compass here, your pencil here, and you make an arc. So literally I want to center here and to start here and then go. So anything center start, we got it. Anyone you choose here, I will go with the first one, center start end, center start, and where do I want it to end? At exactly 90 degrees. And then I will just click. I will select the rectangle tool again and then make the door leaf. This is the actual door. I will click here, and I always like to come to the end to see what the length will be. 800, okay, and then I will point to this direction, not this direction, inside. First, the width of the door leaf will be 50. Then I will press the tab key and put the number. What was it? 800. I'll just click or type the 800. It's okay if you get this. If you are a perfectionist and you don't want this, you want to make it end to end, it's okay. You can delete this, select that, right click and erase it. And perhaps since you know your start and end, select anyone here, start with start end. Also let's start end direction. Start here, end here, and then at exactly 90 degrees, you just click. You get your perfect endpoint and perfect beginning. But I like the imperfect one, so I'll Control Z, and get back to this one. So that's it with this door. And the block I was talking about is, if you want to copy this here and to the rest of the places, we will have to select 1, 2, 3 and 4 objects, and then copy this from this midpoint to this midpoint, and now it is exactly in one place. And then we will have to select this again and copy it to somewhere, which is a lot, so I will press Ctrl Z to undo that. What you need to do is to make a block, and you make a block by coming to the block panel here. There is create a block definition. You either come and click here, or where I mostly do it, on the insert tab there is create block. I'll just click that, or make sure you click the drop down and select create block, not write block. I'll create a block. I will give it a name, really descriptive name. If you are lazy with the name, you might regret it in some places. So the door will be door 900 millimeter. You only do 3 things. First, you give it a name. That's it. Remain 2 things. Second, you select the object, and you do that by clicking here. Select object. You either pick them individually, but we will just use window selection and select everything, and then hit enter. You can see from this thumbnail what we got selected. The last thing is to pick a base point, and you do that by clicking here. Click here as my base point, this midpoint, and then I'll just click. That's it. If there is anything else, you just make sure you check convert to block and these 2 boxes. Don't check annotative, and make sure it shows you millimeter if you are with me, metric, or inches if you're using imperial. If open in block editor is checked, uncheck it, and that's it. Click on OK. Back to the home tab. Now if we select it, one click we select everything, and we can just click this base point and drop it here. Press the escape key. And if you want it again, we can either make a copy of this, or we can click on the inside drop down here. There is our door 900 millimeter. We'll select that and drop it here, and then come up, insert, select the door and drop one here. You can copy it, but selecting it from the insert make the drawing file size much smaller. It's okay, we can select this. Most people do this by the way. You can select that and click here as the base point and copy it to this midpoint. Press the escape key. Now what we have to do is to rotate these doors, because this one and this one, they seem to be in the right place, but for this one and this one, we'll have to rotate them. It's simple, it's always simple. Select rotate, select the object. I will zoom here, press enter. Where is the base point? I want here as my base point, and then rotate it 90 degrees. I'll just click. We are done with this. Then for this one, select it, select rotate here as the base point, and rotate it 30 degrees. Or you can use the reference option. Reference of this mid of the door to this mid of the door, snap it to that mid. Same result, we are on the green dotted vector, which means we are at 30 degrees, and just click. We did all of that and still the door isn't in place. Well, we have to mirror it inside, meaning it has to flip inside like this. To do that, we'll just select the door, select mirror. You can click anywhere, but if you click just anywhere, you will have to move it back to place. So we'll pick a precise location, like this midpoint. I will click there, point to this direction at 30 degrees and just click. And for the first time, we want to erase the source object, so I will select yes. And then we have to make 2 more blocks for this door and for this one. But for this one, the door is double, one small and one big. And for this ones, the size is just smaller. And don't worry, going through the process of making blocks. Why they are important is if I select anyone, let's say I select this one, I right click and I select edit block in place. We are not going to block editor, edit block in place. Just select OK. And now we are in this interface where everything is grayed out. Only the door is visible to us. Please don't forget, once you are done with everything, come up here on this contextual edit reference panel and click on save. The only thing we are going to do here is to mess up something or add something. What I mean, if I select this, maybe mess this drawing up, or I want to add something important, let's say that tag, I make a cycle here, and then I'll click on this save, click on OK. Guess what will happen? All the rest will have that same property, which means we only have to make one instance of a block. It's okay, we'll make a block for this, and a block for this, and a block for window. But for the window one, we'll only make one window because I make all of them the same size. So press Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z to undo all of that and save the change. And then everything is back to normal. This is one part of how cool blocks are. It's not only for this project. If you want block in other project, if I come here and click on the Start tab, let's say we go to our 2D popular 2D designs, and we can select the door, select copy, or just press Ctrl C, or right click, clipboard, there is copy, Ctrl C, come to popular 2D designs or any drawing, just press Ctrl V and it will get brought in. There is the door and you can select it. When you hover over it, it's still a block. So you only need to make one kind of this door, and if you like, you will never draw it again. Coming up in the bonus chapter, I'll be sharing how to go with blocks. So for now, I will just delete that, close this, don't save anything. We are back to our drawing. So just so you know, we are not wasting our time when we are creating blocks. Let's make this one, and one for the windows. And for that, select line, click here once, click here to get the size. I always like to make the block outside, somewhere far out, maybe here. I'm just making it here so that you feel we are part of the video. And make the door frame rectangle, click once, width 50, tab key 75, enter, select this, copy, zoom this endpoint to this endpoint, and then we can copy this from this endpoint to this endpoint, erase this to save time, this endpoint, select this, maybe move it in, copy the frame from that endpoint to this endpoint, drop one here, select it, M for move, endpoint to endpoint, select our guidelines, right click and erase. And where is this door facing? It's facing this way. We want it to center here and to start here and go, and then from there we will make our door lift. So I'll click on the drop down, center, start and center. We want you to start and, but remember, arcs are drawn counterclockwise. It's going on the opposite direction. If it was going this way, we will be having no issues. Just control to flip it. Hold on the control key and it will get flipped. And just click at 90 degrees. Select the rectangle tool, click, give the width to be 50, press the tab key, point up, and click on this endpoint. And that's it with our imperfect arc. And then let's make this before we make them a block. For this one, it is one is bigger and one is smaller. So we'll make one 900 and the other one 1 feet, which will be 300. So I will select the rectangle. I will click here once. I will point up 50 for the horizontal and then point up 900 and then press enter. I will select start, center, end. I want you to start here and then we want you to center here, and then again hold on the control key to flip the arc to clockwise direction and click. And then this will be too tiny, so you can decide to leave it or just delete this. Use stretch, remember, and stretch this down. Oh good. I'll close this, type 100, enter. Let me check this size. Does it really come back to 900, 800? Yeah, it is 800. And then use start, center, end, start, center, hold on control and end, and then center, start, select center, start, click here, hold on the control key and click, select the rectangle, click here once, horizontal 50, press the tab key and click on this endpoint. I will zoom back, double click on my mouse wheel to zoom extend. I will save and I will be back in a minute. Shut up. Continuing with our house design project, I will zoom to one door and let's first make it a block because now they are separate object. So set all of this door, insert tab, click the drop down, create block. This will be the 750 millimeter. Now this is another method. You can see I didn't click the select object. I first select it and then click the insert and it already got selected as you can see here. Now all I have to do is click the pick point for my base point and then click this option. Now these are all self-explanatory. I believe scale uniformly, meaning the height and the width, just the difference between scale and stretch. Exploding, it will allow exploding. I will show you what exploding a block actually means. And for this option, initially we use convert to block, meaning it will convert our selection to block. Let's explore the second option, which will delete it. Don't worry, once you name your block, you select it, you pick a base point. Whatever option you choose among these three will create your block. It's just the behavior of what happens to the block after you click OK. Initially we use convert to block and it converted our dot block. Now select delete and click on OK. It deletes it. And that's OK. You can either click this insert, but I normally prefer using the home tab one. I'll click on this drop down. There is door 750 millimeter. I'll click it once and take it to this endpoint. You can see the point we pick as our base point. This is why it is important. And I didn't select that point because I know I can't get any base point here. I have to track. So that's why I picked that one. Click it. For this one, if you like copy this, I'd like to insert again and perhaps for this I have to drag and click there. And then what I have to do next is select this, select rotate, zoom. I will pick here as the base point, and then I'll point up 90 degrees, and then I'll click. All we have to do is stretch it. So I'll just click once here, make sure those two corners are inside, and then I'll click. I will hold down the shift key and then left click the door block to remove it from the selection set. Then I'll select stretch and click on this midpoint, take it here. This will be hard to build, but no problem, at least we can draw it. And that's it with the 750mm though. Lastly, for this one, insert tab, create block, it's the 12mm, select object, select everything, press enter. There is our selection. Pick a base point. For this, since we have both of them, you can select either one, either the mid of this or the mid on the other side. I will select that one. Now we see how these two work. Let's see what returns does. Return will return the object, but it won't convert it to block. So select return, click on OK. And now, even though we click OK and create block, these are still individual parts. On a rare few cases, you might want to do that, but in this case, not really. I'll come back to the home tab, click on the inside flyout, and there is the 1200mm. I'll click it, and then I will drop it right in the middle here. Now, this will forever remain normal rectangles and arc. So I'll select that, right click, and erase it. For the window, which we only need to make one, and just like for the door, I like to use a guideline. So I'll select line, I'll click from midpoint to midpoint, and then I'll press enter. I will select that, select move, and I will move it in. And then focusing on that, I'll select the rectangle. I'll first make the window frame, which in this case will be 50. Press the tab key 100, and then I'll press enter. Then I will select it, I'll select move, pick this midpoint and take it to this midpoint. I'll select it, copy or mirror. Let's use mirror this time. Select the midpoint, point straight up 90 degrees and click erase. And now if I select the line, they are exactly within that boundary. Next, I will select the rectangle again, click here once, and make the window sash or panel, which will be 25 by 25. Then I'll press enter. I'll zoom, select that thing, select move, this midpoint to this midpoint. I'll then select this, select mirror, from the mid straight up, turn on power tracking, straight up 90 degrees, I click and select now. And then I'll select trim, zoom right in, trim inside here, and trim inside here. Select offset, select the through option, select this line, click on this endpoint, and then select this line, click on this endpoint, and then hit the escape key. Lastly, I will select these two lines, right click and erase. I will zoom back, select the window, insert tab, or this time let's just do it right here. There is create block. I'll just click it. I will name it window 600mm. I've already selected it. We don't want to return, we just want to convert to blocks since we already know what they do. Pick a base point, click it, and select somewhere like here, and then click on OK. Now, in a fewer case you want your object back, you can make a copy. I will make the copy of this block. They all will be block reference, block reference. Now I can select this and select explode. Now they are back to individual rectangles and lines. This one I didn't explode it. That is what that explode block out exploding actually means. So I will delete that. Or when your window have a mullion at the middle, all you have to do is just select this, select copy. I will pick the mid of this and drop it to the middle of this, and then I will select trim and trim that portion, and that's it. But our window doesn't have that, it's only 2 feet. As you can see from this elevation, the mullion, in case you don't know it, it what divides the panel or the window sash. Now I will select this and delete it. Let's copy them to their respective places. I will select it, click on the grip, first drop it here, and it's so satisfying to copy. All you have to do is just select it, select copy. You don't have to click here as the base point, just click somewhere like here, the end point, then take it to this end point. Since they are all the same, one here, another one here, one here, and that's probably it. Then I'll copy one here. By it I mean the horizontal ones. Let's rotate for the vertical ones. I'll select it, select rotate, click anywhere, just somewhere close, and then point downwards or upward. I'll just click, I'll select that, select this grip, drop it to the midpoint, and then with it selected, I'll click on copy, and then click here and copy it to the bunch of places. One here, remaining one. And for this one, since it's the double of it, I will first place one here, and then I will select this. I will select copy and pick this endpoint, and let's do something crazy. Either drop it here, it won't fit. Just drop it here, it's okay. Who cares? Because it's 1 to its double of 600. That's why it fits perfectly. Let's learn how to make these steps, 2 different types of steps, and even a railings. This guy and this guy, and then this thing. Let's first finish with the front of the house, which we have a step with some side railings and 3 fins column for aesthetic. Now the width of the stair or step is 1500. So, and there are 1, 2, and 3. Let's do that. I'll zoom right in, and remember here the space seems to align with this, and then 1.5 from there. So I'll just select offset, and we'll be using a thread distance of 300, which is just 1 feet. 300, press enter, select the outer line, this one, point out 1. Since I will do it 3 times, here is another command of offset. Select the multiple option, select multiple, click, and then click again, we got 2, click again, we got 3. If you like, you can continue clicking, it doesn't matter. So I will undo that and get back to 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3, and then I'll right click and press on enter, and then I will select extend and try to extend this line, which diffuse. Yeah, it doesn't diffuse actually. When I zoom, it does. Just select that line, but the space looks tiny, so I will check the design again. The space is a bit big, so we'll have to stretch this part. Remember stretching? Here is how we do it practically. Say stretch. I'll click here because I want to stretch those guys. I'll click here and include everything inside here. I want those points specifically. I'll then press enter. I'll pick a point somewhere here and then stretch it. But the bottom line is spoiling my mission. So I'll press escape. Control Z that because it's the last thing I did. It's gone. I'll zoom in again. Select those, make sure those points are in, and then click. I selected it with a crossing selection. Then I say stretch, I'll click once, point to this direction and reduce the distance to increase this one. Like this seems fine, and push it. Let's just use AutoCAD, it's much safer. And just type 200 and then press enter, and then that's it. Select extend and extend that line, or if you don't want any trouble, just select line and track. Click here once and go overboard if you want. I will select offset and type 1500, press enter. I'll select the line, point to this direction, and I will click. I will then press the escape key. I will select fillet, select the radius, make sure it's 0. Then I will select the multiple option. I will select this line and this, and this. And then I will select trim and trim those portions. And now we got the stairs. Let's take another close look at the railings. I'll zoom. So we have it here, going like this. And then here it stops here like this. And here, and then here. With the distance between here and here being 100, and the width of it, we'll just give it 75, which is 3 inch. So I will just select offset and type 100, then I'll press enter. I'll select this, the outer one, click inside, select this one, point in and click, this line, point in and click, and then I'll press the escape key. Now this line is just this line. I will zoom, not the center one. The center one is, remember, grid. We are coming to grid. It's the down one, this line. Let's make the upper one. And to do that, I will select offset and type 75 and then press enter. Select this, point in and click, this, point in, click, this, point in, click. This one we have two at the side. Select this, point in and click, this, point in and click, and we seem to be done with the railings. I'll press the escape key. Now let's do some little trimming. I will select trim. This, the outer one, is our floor, so we don't ever touch it, so we won't be seeing it. Trim that and then trim that. Trim those two lines, the inner ones. We won't really be seeing it from a top view. Then it's starting to take shape. And now come here, trim this portion and this portion, the one that comes like this, and then trim here and here. Come this way, trim here and here, and it's looking good already. Now press the escape key. Let's make the fence. We only need to make one. Select rectangle, zoom right in somewhere close, click once, give it 150, press the tab key, 600, then press enter. I will select it, select move it here. I will turn off photo mode for now. Then I will select move again, select it, press enter. It was by bad idea to turn auto mode off. I will turn it back on. I will then click it once, point downwards. Let's point downward by a distance of 1000, and then I will press enter. Now select that, select copy, select this point and move it to this direction 200, and then press enter, press escape. Now to make the third copy, our base point trick, you select this, select copy with reference to here. I'll turn off auto mode to see the effect. With reference to there, click here, and then we'll copy that. And select trim and trim inside all of the three because we won't see anything. Then I'll press the escape key. Now select the rectangle, click here once, and then click here, and then select it, select move, click here, and move it here. Select it, select copy, click here, and copy it, say here. We don't want it here, maybe. I'll then come here and drop it here, and then drop one here. Select it, select move it. I want it in the middle of this. What do? It's a shift, it's a right click, mid between 2 points, mid between here and here, and it's right in the middle. We seem to have another copy here. All we got to do, select line, hover over one arc, click on the center, turn on corner tracking, 45 degrees, and just click, and then select offset. What's the distance of this? Select, click the measure drop down, select distance between here and here is 75. Well, half of 75, have to use the car. 75 divided by 2, 37.5. Exactly what I was thinking. I'll select offset. I'll paste this number to the command line, and then I'll press enter. Point to this direction, click, select the center line again, point to this direction, and click. Select trim, and don't get confused. There is nothing here, so we'll trim those lines. The inner one as well, there is nothing there, trim those portions. Select the center one, click, highlight those 3 lines, click, highlight those 3 lines, and then right click and erase. That's it. For the railings, just copy another 2, one here and one here, then press the escape key. It's looking great. Things just take time for sure. It's looking good to my eyes. I'll close that, select trim. Don't forget to trim those lines, they shouldn't be inside there. Then trim those lines. And for this one, for the step here, this one is actually simpler than you think. I just use the rectangle command. Click once, it's a 1-5, press the tab key, 300, press enter. Then select trim and trim this portion. Now it is still a polyline. Select move, select this, press enter. Click this endpoint, drop it right there. Select offset, type 300, and press enter. Select this, point out, click. Select this, point out, click. And that's it. Just the column here remain. This column. Select rectangle, click here and click here. Select offset, type 50, then press enter. Select this, point outside and click. Press the escape key. Select trim, zoom right in, trim those portions. We don't need them. Then press the escape key. Then zoom back and see if we miss anything. Next, let's do something very important, perhaps something equally as important as drawing this, which is annotating it. If you click the workspace switching, it says drafting and annotation. There is a reason for that. I mean, annotation has its panel down here for text dimension, leader and table, but it's so important they get their own tab. These are all annotations. And the most important of them is the text. You can select text here. So click on the drop down. There are 2 kinds of text in AutoCAD. One is a single line, the other is a multi-line. the multiline, you just make a little rectangle and then you begin typing. Then you get this, you just type whatever you want. Once you are done, you click away and then click the drop down, select the single line. For the single line, you just select single line, read the command line, specify start point of text. I'll just click and then specify height. You can go up and visually eyeball the height you want. 3 is the standard, and type whatever value you want, or just press enter to accept the default 3 we are seeing in the alligator bracket. Press enter and then specify rotation angle of text. The default is 0, and guess what we'll do? We'll accept 0 by pressing enter. Then you begin typing your text. Common mistake I see, people click away. You don't click away. You press enter to end a single line text command. Now let's use the multiline. And then I will come out here, click once, click again, and type D1. And then this is a multiline, so you just click away. Where is the text? It's so tiny that you won't necessarily see it. I know I did it here, so I will just click here once and it goes selected. I have to zoom, yeah, there it is. Now if I press Ctrl 1 or just right click, there is properties. Remember, you can change any property. If I come to the text height, it is 3. I'll zoom back. So that explains for a 3 height, we won't be seeing that. But if I change that to say 300, so I'll type 300 and then press enter, and it just got bigger. I'll press escape to deselect that. But remember, you have to do that again. If you select multiline and say you want D2 this time, click away, it will still be tiny. You have to select it and change the height. Do you want to be doing that every time? Probably not. So I'll select both of this and delete them. Let's make our own text style. Put the font we want and the rest of the fancy stuff. And how you change a style will create your own text style or any style. For the annotation, you click on this drop down. You have the text style, the dimension style, the leader, and the table style. The text style is the most important one, without a doubt. You either click the text style here, you get this dialog box. I'll close that, come to the Annotate tab. They all have a dialog box launcher. If you click that, you'll get the same thing. Just as when you click the slide out, the dialog box will still follow you. Let me close the palette so you can see. Click the slide out, there it is. And then lastly, if you click here where it says text style, click on manage text style, you still get the same thing. And then you'll see the current style is standard, and we have an annotative style. Now let's just create our own. To do that, you just click on new, give it a name. We will call it text. There is no style with the name text, only ours. So I'll just click on OK. There is our text style. So let's give it a font. And there are two kinds of font in AutoCAD. When you see this T symbol, it's a true type font, the one that comes with Windows. And then when you see this compass symbol, it is SHX symbol, which means the one that comes with AutoCAD itself. Of course, the one that comes with AutoCAD is much lighter, and the experts advise to use that. And the one they commonly use, just type RO, is the Romans text, which if we select any one of them, Romans, you will see this text style. You will mostly see it in some professional designs. That's the text and that's the symbol. You can use that or use any other font. We only select a font. That's the only thing you need to do. Unless you know why you will be putting a value here, I will advise you don't. It's a beginner mistake to put a value here, unless you truly have a reason. create a new style. We just select a font, click on apply. Our current text style is non-text. If it isn't, just select it and click set current. It will be. Click on close. And now we can see here text is our current style. Even from this drop down, we can see text is our current style. If it isn't, you can select it here as well. With our text being our current text style, let's make the two tags. This D1, D2, and D3. Outside cycle, let's start with the D1. Don't worry, you only need to make one. Click here once, point to this direction. Let's make it a reasonable size of say 150. Type 150, then press enter. We now have a text style. I will click here, click on multi-line. Let's not complicate things. I'll click here into this direction and click here. I'll just type D1 and then select the text. Highlight this text, delete that, and type, since our cycle is 150, let's give a text height of 100. Then I'll press enter. Don't worry if it gets this big, just click away, it will get to the right size, which is, if you select this, right click, properties, the text is 100 millimeters. I'll select this, point to this direction to reduce it. You can leave it if you want. And then we want to get this text dead center inside the cycle. How do we do that? Well, we just change the justification. Right now, the justification is top left, which is why you get this top left grip. Click on the drop down and select middle center. Click that. Now it is in the middle of the text. Select that grip and then hover over the circumference of the circle. We get the center mark. Click on the center mark. Press the escape key. Now it is exactly in the middle of the door. All we need to do is select that, select copy, pick a point anywhere, somewhere inside it, and then copy one for the D3, one for the D2, and then press the escape key. Let's focus on the D2 for now. Zoom to this door, just double click, delete that one, type 2, click away, select the text and the cycle, select copy, pick somewhere close in the tag, drop it here, one here, and then hit the escape key. Double click on this, delete the one, type 3, and then click away. Select both of them, copy, click here, and drop one here. And then for the window tag, which is a hexagon, we'll first select this cycle, select copy, and copy one here, just the cycle. Click on the rectangle flyout and select polygon. Number of site, just type 6 and then press enter. Hover over the circumference, click here and select circumscribed about cycle. Going downwards, click on this quadrant and that's it. That is what that circumscribe and inscribe. This is circumscribe outside. Select it, press enter to accept 6, specify the center, select inscribe now, select the, since we select down, let's select down again, meaning inscribe inside cycle, circumscribe outside cycle. That is just what it means. We'll select the inscribe hexagon together with the cycle and fire them away. Then we will select this text, select copy, click it once and copy it here, and then select it, click on the grip, hover over this midpoint, drag up, hover over this endpoint, exactly where they intersect, that's the center, and just press the escape key. But it's not D3. Let's start with window 1 and then click away. Select the text, the tag, select the tag, select move and move one here. Select it, select copy, copy them all around these windows. Just make sure they are close, not somewhere far away. There is a reason I start with them, because we'll be putting furnitures and blocks in general. Drop one here, one here, one here, one here. You see those places? Only those places. Now we are remaining with only 3 for the toilet and for the kitchen. Drop one for one toilet and then for the kitchen. Don't put this one yet, because we'll double click the window 1 and it will be window 2. Click away, select the toilet one and take it to window 3 and then click away. Select this, select copy, click once and copy it here. Then press the escape key. Now might be a good time to talk about organizing our drawing, because we have a lot of things going on. Let's talk about layers, which ultimately helps organize our drawing. It's the coolest thing that there is to organizing your drawing, and making it's super simple. I'll close this, and all you need to do is just click on the layer drop down. Remember we created for the popular 2D components. Just click on new layer. You don't just name them anyhow. There is a guide for naming them, and in this video we'll be talking about the AIA guide, which is American Institute of Architects. It's a guide of about a couple tens of pages, but I will narrow it down to less than 30 seconds for you. The AIA layer system is a standard way of naming and managing layers so that everyone on a project understands what each layer means. Each layer name is made of parts. First is the discipline designator, which tells you the category, like A for architectural or E for electrical. Next is a major group, showing what the layer contains, like wall or door or window. You can also add minor groups for more details, such as a wall full for full height walls. Finally, there is an optional status field which shows the work stage, for example N for new or E for existing. So instead of random layer names, you get clear, organized system that keeps your drawing professional and easy to understand. And to put that into practice, let's first make a layer for our wall. I will press the caps, type A for architecture, press the hyphen symbol right next to 0, and then type wall. Press enter again. A window, press enter again. And now create the rest of the layers like this. Also, for the major group, you want to keep your text to not more than 4 alphabets. For dimension, I will just type dim. And the most descriptive way to differentiate between layers, like I said before, is by color. We'll leave the wall with white color, which is not white, it's actually black. For the window, we'll click and give it a solid magenta. For the door, give it magenta as well. For the text, give it blue, this blue. For dim, give it red. Now okay that. For step, we'll leave it like that. Select step, press enter to make new, and call it a rail for railings. And let's give it this color, which is color 32, and then click on OK. And then let's assign those layers. I leave it up to this point because I want to show you how to master selection. So I will close that. I will select D2 and the cycle and this text and this hexagon. I will right click, select similar. It selects all of this, which it includes a bunch of things we don't need, like this step and this color and this and all of this as well. So I'll press the escape key and then select this and this, right click, select similar, and it select the cycle and the text, which is what we want. Select the hexagon, right click, select similar again, and it select the rectangle and this rectangle. Remember why? Because polygon and rectangle, they are both polylines. So we should first select the text and the cycle, right click, select similar, click the drop down. We have and create a layer for tag. Go back to the layer properties, click any layer, click on the last layer, press enter and say a tag, and then click away. For the color, just to see the effects, we will give green. We will change it later on and click on OK. Select the text and the cycle and this text, right click, select similar, click the drop down, select tag. Now we can see what is not on which layer. And then to select the hexagon, it only says polygon, it doesn't recognize it as hexagon. So as this, but that's okay, they are not much. And all you do is you select one hexagon, since the hexagons are many and the rectangles are not. So right click, select similar, hold down the shift key, click once, don't drag, click here, click once, click, come here, hold down the shift, click once, highlight it and click away. What else we no longer need? Hold on the shift key, select those, hold on the shift key again and uncheck this. Click the drop down, take them to their tag layer and then hit the escape key. Now they are on the right layer, meaning we can turn them off and on. Let's turn them off for now. Now select these two, right click, select similar. Only 4 will get selected because they are 900mm do. Select this, right click, select similar. This one you get selected even if you have 1,000 of them. Lastly, there is only one for this, so we can just select it. Click the drop down, take them to the door layer and then hit the escape key. Now we can turn them off. Press the escape key. The window should be the hardest one, but it will be the simplest. Select one, right click, select similar. All of them are the same window. Click the drop down, take them to the window layer. Press the escape key to deselect them. Click the drop down, switch off the window layer. And now, first let's give the railing layer. And there is another method to change the layer. It's much easier if you have an object in the drawing. It's the match properties. Remember that you first select only one object if you want, and then take it to the rail layer, this layer. Now select match property, select the property of that layer, select those objects and paint them with that layer virus. Select those, select. This is where your selection kicks in. Select those layers like this and then press the enter key when you are done. Now we can turn off the red layer. It's okay, we missed this. Select this line and these polylines, take them to the step layer. You don't click on the column, just click on the name or along the line. From here to here, you have all the space. Click it, they will be taken to the step and you can switch them off easily. Now we are left with the wall. select it, click on drop down and take it to the wall layer, and that's it. To turn them all back, I mostly use this command, turn all layers on. Click it and everything is back. That tag layer being green is hurting my eyes, so I will click on the color swatch here and take it to this that says white, not this one that says 255, the last color. Trust me, this is white and this is black. Select that and click on OK. Now, colors help distinguish different layers, but I firmly believe there is something more important than the color when it comes to differentiating layers, and that is the line weight. Now you can see from this drawing, it's easy to read, and we emphasize on the wall. If you look closely at the wall, thickness is thicker than everything because that is the main thing. And if you look at something like this, it doesn't really stand out. And it might be a little confusing because where should our main focus go? There is no line weight, everything seems to be on the same level. No one is poor, everyone is rich. To differentiate that, even with the colors, you need line weight. And even when you are using pen and pencil, you don't use color, but you must use line weight in architectural drawing. So let's understand line weight. The biggest misconception I see with people is they think the default line weight is, first start with the wall, is when you click on the default, mostly to the default is something like 0. But if you come all the way down, the default is not 0. Still you didn't trust me? I'll cancel this. There is line weight. Click on the drop down, line weight setting. What do you see here? Default. And what's the line weight? 0.25 millimeters. That is a lot. No line weight should be on the default unless you actually know you want a 0.25 millimeter line weight. Select the wall layer, take the big guy to 0.50 and then hit OK. For the window, it should be 18. Click OK. Same as the door, give it 18 and then hit OK. And now for the dimension, we'll give it a we'll give it a solid 9 and OK that. For the rail, 9 as well. For the step, 9 will do. For the tag and the text, 9 will do. So just select them and let's see the effect. For line weight, you don't see the effect. Just like this. You have to turn the effect on. And you do that by clicking on this customization and making sure the line weight is checked. You see the guide? Click away. Click on it to display the line weight effect. Of course, the wall is our emphasis, is the most dominant one. That's why it's like this. It's not really a good idea to be working with the line weight turned on. You only turn it on to see the effect of your work. So I'll turn it off for now. And then let's import our blocks, or say our furnitures. Add some text, some dimension, some grid and bubbles, and some techniques, and some common errors that people make that you shouldn't if you watch and understand this course. I'll be back in a minute. Just make sure to save your drawing. Now continuing with our floor plan, let's import some toilets, some sofas, dining, and the rest of furnitures and fittings. But first, let's create one layer for those objects to reside in so we can turn them off or on. Layer property, And a quick tip here, whichever layer you select, I select them. When I press enter, the layer will inherit all of the property. It's just the name that will change. It will inherit the color, the line type, and the line width, and the rest if you have them on. Just as when I select this text, press enter, you can see the same case. That applies to every layer. Let me put at least one character. W, you come up here and delete layers you don't want. I will select this as well and delete it. Now I want the line width to be 0.09. So whichever 0.09 you decide to select, I'll just pick text, click on this new and call it A blocks, and then click on the color and choose color 9, this gray color, and then you click on OK. Now to make it current, I can double click here. As you can see, currently our layer is layer 0, and layer 0 is up there as well, and here also. So I'll double click on block. Now it's block with a gray color and gray color. That way it's really hard to not get of which layer is current in your drawing. I'll close. To import the furnitures, you simply come into the view tab, design center, to open it up. I will click on this home icon to go back all the way. Once you click the home icon, you will be here. Just enter ANUS, enter design center. Let's start with home space planner. Double click that, and then double click block. Now wherever your design center is, just like the properties palette, you can drag it wherever you want. I'll drag it somewhere like there. I'll reduce the size so that you can see. And looking at the plan, we will import all this object and we will draw some, but it's nothing hard. So I will come and click on the bed, drag it in, and that's it. We have our bed in. Click on this dining set, drag it there, and then these two sofas. Click one, drag it in, click this one, drag it in, and then this tab, drag it inside. This chair or this one, whichever one you pick, drag it inside. And then this lamp, you can drag it in the bedroom. As you can see, they inherit the gray color, and it's really important when importing blocks from design center, the current layer of your drawing. Now if I change it to any color, let's say dimension, which is red, and drag this plant, it will inherit that, the current layer property. So it really matters your current layer. Lastly, let's drag in this piano baby grand and drop it here. Now click here to go back up. Click once, click twice. If you enter home space, just enter house designer. Double click that, double click block. Now let's start with the most important one, this guy. When you click it, you can always see the preview down here. Whichever block you pick, select toilet top, drag it in here. It doesn't matter, you can put it outside if you haven't had time. Drag it inside directly. It's not necessary, you can always move it afterwards. For the sink or basin, then for the door, default outside, and then for the faucet, drag it somewhere close to the basin, or just anywhere but close. That's about it for here. If you forget something, you can always come back and pick it up. I'll click up here to get back to this location, which you can see here. You can always track it. And lastly, let's enter kitchens, blocks, and let's import only 3 things here: a refrigerator, a single or double sink, This is one bedroom. Let's be realistic and import only one sink, and then a range oven. This one, the top view, drag it inside. And for the sink, let's import its faucet, either this one or this one. I'll just import this one somewhere close and zoom back a little. Now let's get around with this first. For now, I will close design center. Now I'll zoom in. Like I said, we can always import them outside. It's not necessary to import them inside. If you are going to use blocks, which you will do for sure, you can't escape using blocks all the time, importing blocks from different sources. And for that, object will not come in exactly how we want. As I'm saying, let us move the only object that come in the direction we want. You always have to rotate or mirror them. Mostly 97% rotating. This is the original plan. Let's see the only object that came directly as we want. The basin, the toilet basin, zoom to it, select the center grip, and then turn off polar tracking because this is nothing precise for now. We just want to indicate them to show they are there and where to put them. So just drop this somewhere like here and then hit the escape key. Select this, click on the grip and take it somewhere like, maybe push it down a little, place it somewhere like here. It's okay. After this, then the dining, select it, move it up a little like here and then hit the escape key. Now to my eyes, only those 3 blocks came in exactly the way we want. You must rotate. Thank God we already mastered that. Select this piano, rotate, click somewhere in the middle and point down. So I'll turn on color tracking, point downward, and I'll just click. I will select that using this grip and move it somewhere like here. Hit the escape key. And now let's rotate the sofa. Select it. There is rotate. I'll click here and point to the direction and click. Select it. Use this grip and drop it somewhere close. Hit the escape key. Now here is a trick. When you select the block and select the grip, look down at the command line. It says stretch. It is now automatically in the stretch command. If I press the space on my keyboard, the space key on my keyboard, now it moves. Press again, now it is rotate, and you can easily F8 to turn on auto mode, point up and just click. Select it, F8 to temporarily turn the auto mode off and click. I'll press the escape key. Select this guy. If you like, you can use it again here, but since it's not in the middle, I'll just use rotate. Click here, point down with auto mode and just click. Select that and move it. Also now it's getting in the way because this is not in precise. So I will turn object snap off and object snap tracking off so I can move freely. And we will be turning auto mode on and off. So I'll just be using the F8. F8 to move it freely, no snapping, and just drop it here. Hit the escape key, select this and move it somewhere close. With that selected, CO for copy, enter and move it to the side. Bring the auto mode back, click here, the house, drop one here and then hit the escape key. And now I want them to at least be center of here because we're looking at a small TV there. Select them, move and move them just a tiny bit. I'll move this here. Now let's go to the bedroom. I'll select the bed, select rotate, click once, point up with the help of auto mode and click. Select that, select move, select the object, press enter, turn object snap midpoint to this midpoint and then select it, select move, click once, point to this direction at least even 100 and then press enter. Select this lamp, click on the middle grip, auto mode off and drop it here. select rectangle, click once, 500, top 500, enter. Select that, select move, and instead of tracking to get the midpoint, there is another object now, which is geometric center. If I turn it on, I'll just hover over the edge, it will give me the center instantly, just like cycle. And I will drop it here, and it works even with an irregular shape like this. If I select line, I want the center. If I hover, it will give me the center mark of that geometry. That is geometric center. So I'll select this and delete. Now I want to copy this here. I'll just select this, mirror, click on this midpoint, point to this direction with auto mode on. Now I'll just click erase. No. For the bed, we are done with it for now. And let's get into this area. We'll just select this toilet, click here, auto mode off, and drop it somewhere like here. Hit the escape key. Now we select offset and type 600, enter. We are making this wardrobe. It's very simple. Just click this wall into this direction and click, hit the escape key, and then select line, click here and join here. Press enter to repeat the line command. Click here and click on this midpoint, and then hit the escape key. Select those three lines, take them to the block layer, hit the escape key, and then select this default door and place it here. Select that grip, press the space key once, twice to rotate it this way. Auto mode on, point downward, and just click. Select that, select scale, pick here as a base point, select reference, click here, and then click the end of the door, and then take it to this end. Now we scale it down to this. And perhaps, if not this, what you normally see, we'll select line. From the mid, I will just track, because we don't have auto track. Turn on object snap tracking. Midpoint, track up a little, click once, come up here and just click. Select polyline, turn off auto mode, and then click here and make a bunch of lines. This, and then you can select offset, the true option, offset, turn off object snap, and copy them like this. I'll just leave it like this. You get the idea. You can do more if you want. Then I'll select offset, select the true option, and then select this line, point to this direction. We type 160, hit enter. Do the same for this side, 160, enter. Select trim. I will click somewhere close and trim this portion. I will then hold down the shift key to extend. I will click once somewhere close like here and extend those lines. Some exit, that's okay. I will click once and trim them. Let's first extend this one by clicking here once and extending all of them. Click here once, trim that. Select these two lines and delete them. I will zoom back. You mostly see this. Now select this toilet. I hope it fits. Click here, come down here and click on copy. You can copy that right here and then hit the escape key. Select the toilet, click once, press the space key, press again. Now we can rotate auto mode on, up and click, and then move it in place with auto mode off, and then hit the escape key. And now let's get going with the kitchen. To make something like this, to make this cabinet, simple. It's just offset, select the true option, select this wall, it's 600, enter. This wall, turn this way, 600, enter. This wall again, 600, enter. And then select this line or this line, it doesn't matter. Select and then click on this endpoint. I'm not seeing it. Oh snap. Endpoint. Select this as well, this endpoint. You know what we have to do. Press the escape key, fillet radius 0, M for multiple, here and here, here and here, here and here, and lastly here and here. It is not gray for the block because we offset, so we have to take it to the block layer. We'll say click on match property, click any object on that block and match it to this layer. Now it is gray. Now select the face is facing in the wrong way, click on it and rotate it this way. Auto mode on, click here, auto mode off, and take it into place. Move it somewhere like here and drop it. Click on this basin, drop it here. Click once, space, space, rotate up. Click, and then I will move it back a little. Select this, bring it somewhere like here. Click once, space, space, up, click. Hit the escape key. Select this, it is in place. Oh, it is already rotated in the right direction we want. And then don't snap to the mid. You can just leave it or just snap to the midpoint. Then select it, select move, click once, point downwards with auto mode on, and type at least 75. Mostly it is 100. And now just select trim. This is a line, we can trim it. This is a block, we can even touch that. You can trim this and it will give you trim this, escape, select that line, right click and erase it. This gives you a sense of depth that the oven and the fridge are above the cabinet. And the last thing remaining is a TV here. We simply select rectangle. I will click somewhere close like here. Come this way, 300. Press the tab key, 1.5. It's quite big. Select it. Select move. Select the midpoint. Drop it to the midpoint of this. And then select it. Select move again. It's 50. Enter. And then select polyline. Hover over the mid. Oh, just click once, 900, and then I'll press enter again. I'll select it, select move, the midpoint. I want to snap it to the middle of this. We have our geometric center, and then I'll just click. I'll double click that. I'll select width and give a width of, let's go with 50, and then escape. Now this will be like the TV, and this the TV stand. I'll zoom back. Now our drawing is looking good already. And now let's add some external dimension. And for that, let's change the layer to a dim, which is a red color. But first, let's turn off the block layer. I will turn off the block layer to give us some space. Now I will only do two sides of the dimension just to show you the concept of it, and then leave this side and the front to you. So there is linear dimension. You can just click it on begin dimension, but I like to use on the annotate tab. There is the linear again. I will click it once and then click here and click here and then point up and then click. What you will see is there are arrows and there is our dimension, but they are too tiny, just as the text. Let's create dimension style. Come up and click on the dialog box launcher, or click here. You will see all the dimensions, styles, and then just click on manage dimension style. We get the dimension style manager dialog box. Now click on new. Let's call it dim, and then continue. We've already been here, so we'll start with the primary unit. Take this down to the position of 0 like this, and for the fit we can uncheck this for this radius if you want, or you can leave it. You can always come back and remove it. Click on text now, and for the text style, click on this drop down. Remember, this is our text style, the one we created to make all of this. So just select it and then give a text height of 250. Select align dimension line, or you can select horizontal if you want to view it like this. I will go with align with dimension line. For the text placement, vertical, leave it as above, horizontal, centered, and then left, right. For the offset, from dim line, which is the value from the dimension line, from the value of the dimension text from the dimension line. Let's just give it 50. Next is the symbol and arrows. Click on this drop down and select architectural tick, and for the architectural tick size give 200. Then that's it. Click on the line, extend beyond text 200. For the extension lines, extend beyond dim lines 200, and then offset from origin, let's give it a solid 200 as well. And then click on OK and click on close. Click on this drop down, make sure dim is selected to make it our current layer. With everything set up, this is how you dimension architectural drawings. I will zoom in close. Now we just select linear, click once here, point up, and just click. There is continue. I'll select continue and pick those points here, and lastly here, and then hit the escape key. Now all of this dimension doesn't fit right in here, and we have a lot of 600 windows. So let's decrease the dimension text style. Now if you have this problem ever come up to you, you know what to do. It's just dialog box launcher, select dim, modify, you go straight to text and text the text height to 150, and then OK and close, and they fit right in like this. Now the next dimension is from the center of the walls, but we haven't did center line yet. So I'll click linear and do the overall one first. Click here once, click here, and then point up reasonably around here, and then hit the escape key. Now to make the second dimension, this one from the center of the grid, we have to create the grid and the grid bubble, which is very simple. I start with one dimension to give you the sense of where your grid should stop. Come back to the home tab, make sure you're on the grid layer, which we don't have one, but making it is easy. Layer properties, select block layer, click on the new, call it a grid, and then double click here to make it the current layer. The current layer will turn off, just turn off. I haven't read it clearly. It inherits even the visibility of the layer. Of course we want it on, so click here to turn the grid layer back on, because everything will draw will be invisible and it will drive you crazy. Don't do that. Always check if the layer, let me show what will happen. If I turn it off, I select line, click once, click here, and then enter, your draw will be invisible. All you need to do is just turn the grid layer on. So I will select this and delete that. Now to make the grid, I will just select offset and offset a half of this wall. Select the true option. I will select this line and click on this midpoint, and then I will select this line. I will point it up 3800 and then hit enter. I will do the same with this one. I will select this wall, this part of the wall, point it downwards 3800 and enter, and then press the escape key. I will select this line and stretch it out a little. I will select extend and then boundary edge. I will select this line and this line as the boundary edge, and then I will press enter. Now extend this line up, touch that because that is the boundary we set, and extend down, touch it, and then press the escape key. Select this and select this and erase them. Now here is a concept of line types. Click on the drop down, we have line types, and so far all our lines are continuous, but grid isn't a continuous line. And line types, you have to load them. So click on this continue on the grid. This is our current line types, which is only one. a solid line. Click on this load. Unless you have a good reason, I won't advise using any of these line types that start with a CAD. I will zoom down, I will scroll down and select hidden to this one, and then click on OK. Now it is loaded, but we haven't yet assigned it. You have to select it and then click on OK. Now you can see it is hidden X2. Click on here to close, but we are not seeing the effect. That's because we have to scale it, and we can do that globally or just to the object. Let's do it globally because that sounds intense. You can click on the drop down, select other, and in case this isn't visible to you, click here to show details, click to hide. There is the global scale factor. Now I will select this and give it a solid 50. Imperial, shouldn't try 50, it will be way big. Try a smaller number and then click on OK. I will type RE to regenerate drawing. Still I'm not seeing the effect. So I'll go back to the command. The command for the global scale, which is much easier, is LT, which means line type scale. LTS, line type scale, and just select that. So you can see it is now 50. We'll take it down to 10. Press enter. Still no effect, which can't be the case. There has to be something wrong, and that is the line is not on the grid layer, even though it is the current, but our offset from the source. Now if I want this line to be on the current layer, we can obviously select it, take it to the grid layer, and we can see the effect. But to show you why that happened, it hasn't changed, and how to do it, select offset. I will select the true option and then extend this line to the middle. We get this right, but if I escape, select the offset again, select layer instead of source, I will select current and then select the true option. Now select this line and drop it here. Can you see? It's like the wall layer gave birth to the grid layer. So select that, delete, select that, delete. So you have to change the layer, or you have to change the layer source. That will drive you crazy when you want the exact object. So make sure to change the layer to source and at least do one offset, even if you don't care. I will offset this and delete it, just so that when I select layer, I will see the source is the default. Hit the escape key. Now we have our grid line. We don't have to make all of them, we only need just one. And for the grid bubble, it's AutoCAD, we just copy, select this and this, copy mid and drop it up first. I have Ottoman off, but that's okay. I will select it to move, select this quadrant, make sure quadrant is checked, this one, click away. I'll turn the auto mode off for now and drop it to this endpoint. We don't want D2, what we want is A, B, C, D. I'll select this, double click and delete that, it's an A. Click away. Now select the line and the grid bubble. Normally there should be a layer for grid bubble, a layer for grid, but we are just saving time here. So with that selected, select copy with the reference to this endpoint of the wall. I will snap it to this endpoint so that it will be dead center here. And for this one, we have to drag and click, drag up and drop it there. And then I'll hit the escape key. I think we forgot one wall, which will be this wall, because now we only have A, B, C. I will select this, select copy, and to get it into the center, remember this is not 230, this is 150. I will come here and try for 3 seconds, and to that point I will click, and then I will just drop it here for now. I just want them to be on the same line. With that, I can then come up, select the element and then select move here for 2 seconds. Click on the intersection. Where do we want to move it? To the middle. So shift right click between 2 points. I love using this here and here, and it is now dead center. Now we have our ABCD. Just go on, double click and rename them to ABCD, just like this. And what do you do next? You just click once. This is where the window and crossing window makes sense. Select that, copy with reference to the top quadrant, copy them to the bottom quadrant, hit the escape key. Now the crossing selection, we want to select everything, and a window selection to select the bottom one. Select rotate with reference to one center. We want to snap to this center, click it once, and we want to rotate it. Let's go with down. Rotating this way won't be a good idea because those grid will be at the center of the wall and selecting them will be a hard time. So I'll just rotate up with the help of AutoCAD. Make sure I select copy and then click. And now since this will be shorter, only this place makes sense. For now, let's select this and just erase them. We don't need them. Select offset, type 3800, enter. Select this line in this direction and click. Now select extend or trim and trim these guys. Delete this line, select this, copy it here. If the building was square, what we did, we can easily just move them in place wherever we want, but this is a rectangle. Obviously this is longer than here, so the grid will never be the same size, the same length. So now we've got one grid, that's the only one we need, and it starts from the bottom. Some like to start from the top. It's industry convention. Wherever you are, start where people around there start. Let's break the rule and start from the top because we are in that situation now. The text also gets rotated, so we can rotate it. But first, let's type our one and then click away. Select the text, select the middle grip, space again, point down and just click with the help of AutoCAD, of course. Select the text, select copy with the reference to here, copy it here and then hit the escape key. Select the A and delete that. We have one. How many do we have? 7, I believe. 7. Simple. Select copy with reference to this endpoint. We'll copy one here, which means this wall. Oh yeah, you use grid to locate columns basically and to make sure your walls are aligned. This is 150, remember? So I'll just drop it, we'll get back to it, or I'll just leave it up to you because I show you already how to do it. For this one, if you click here, it will, I'll turn off the auto, it will shorten the grid, which is okay. We'll just click and then we'll drop one here as well. Hit the escape key. Some people leave it somewhere like here and only show the grid bubble on one side. You can do that also. Just select this, then select that line and delete it, and then select this line, the grid line, click to stretch it first to the middle, hit the escape key, select it again and try to stretch it. I will turn on polar tracking to help me stretch it easily and click here somewhere close. Now I'll highlight this to stretch. Remember, click once, highlight, stretch with reference to here, stretch this guy, track here, point downward and just click. All you got to do We got 1. Just rename this to 2, 3 down to 7 and copy them to this side. You already know how to do it. I will just do mine. Fast forward to when I'm done. Just don't forget when you come here and type 6 here, and then you remember you have another column that should be 6 and this should be 7. You mostly do that, it's okay. Now that should be okay for the grid. Hope you are done like this, neat and clean, and then zoom up. First make sure dim is the current layer. Annotate linear is just center to center. Click on those 2 points and click on allocation. I don't know why it snapped it all the way up. That's wrong. I'll click on the middle and drag it down somewhere like here. Now to make them align, as you can see from this, they are quite aligned. They look quite neat. To do that, first you start with here. There is dim space. Select dim space. Select the base dimension, which will be this one. And then select the rest of the dimension, which will be this one and this one. I will hit the enter key. Now we give the value you want between them. The auto one will give you just the double of your text height. Our text height is 150, so it will just double that. It will be 300. But what we want is 600. So we'll just type in 600 and then hit enter. We'll be getting something like this. You can put 500 if you want. And then you can continue dimension. Select continue. This is our last dimension, remember? And let's continue. Click where the grid intersect here. And lastly here. And then hit the escape key. They will be on the same level. What you will mostly, the common mistake you will make is to already have them in place, not align. Or let me just show you on the side. First, let's dimension the component. I will only dimension this side or the side that have less windows. Let me go with this side. And then I will leave this side and this side to linear. Click. Make sure you are a little far from this window tag and just click. Select continue and continue doing this stuff. It's a click. And I'm left with only one window and this beautiful arc. I'll just click on this endpoint and then hit the escape key. Now the common mistake you are likely to make is for the center one. When you come to spacing, is you first select this center. Right, click here. You first have this one. Why is it not always intersecting? It's not placing in the location I want. I will delete that. Linear, this intersection, and this intersection, or just anywhere it touches something. Even here will work. And then I will click here. The mistake you will make is this one. You will continue from this grid to this grid, and lastly to this grid. I will stop here because it's a mistake. I will have to redo it. And then you make the overall one, which is from the end to the end. Point to this direction and click somewhere way off. When you come to the spacing, first you select the base one, which is your base dimension, and then you select the rest of the dimension. You hit enter, you type 600 and then you press. What you will find is this one will be misaligned. Of course, the overall one was way off and the dim space bring it back into place. But this dimension and all the rest that I will have dimension will be not aligned. You can't do anything because that's not how it works. You only dim space before you do the continue. So I will select this and delete them. And then select continue. This was the last dimension we did. So I'll select the last dimension I want to continue, which will be this one. And then continue grid to grid to get the center of everything here, and lastly here, and then I will hit the escape key. Now go ahead and do the rest of the side. For this ones, you don't have to go back and reduce the dimension. You can, if you like, you can change the dimension of them individually, or select them, hover over this and move text only. Just hover, move text only, and move it to the top. This one as well, move text only and move it somewhere close. And now we are done. Oh, I'm done. I'll press Ctrl S to save the drawing. And if you don't like seeing these lines, or you don't like them interfering with your building, like here on the stair and hole into this porch, you can fix an offset from dim line length. And you do that by coming back to the dimension style, modify, and then straight up to the line there is offset from origin. Now it is 200, but we can fix a length. What length do we want? Let's try 1000. Let's go to 1000, and then I will OK that. I will close. Now they got back away. Now leave it like this for now. At least this doesn't intersect and you can tell from where they start. But sometimes on an important working drawing, you might not need a fixed length for the offset from origin. Now we have this. Let's go back to the home tab. Click here to turn all the layers back on. Now if you want to turn off layers, we normally go up here and turn them off. But you can also do it with this icon, with this command, layer off. Click it, select the layer. Right now dim is our current layer, so it won't us. Just select yes. Turn off the grid and the door tag as well. Turn off the block layer, and we are left with this. Now let's make a center line to make them hidden, because you can't see them when you cut the building. These hidden walls. And to do that, we use the break command. As you can tell, for this one, the center mark is only from here to here. But when we select this line, all of it is selected, which is okay. All we need is to break it. Modify break at a point. Select this and click on this intersection. Do that again. Let's modify break at a point. Select this and break it here. And then select this line. Click on this drop down and select hidden line 2, x2, and then hit the escape key. For this, it is single, so we can match the property of this to this, as easy as that. Now remaining only this and the inner one. Let's check it is only one. This one as well is only one, so we can easily match the property here. Match. For this one, let's first check they are all single objects, so our work will be done. Click here, 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 and here. The hard work of the whole house project is the development. Once we are done with it, it is as good as we are done with the course. I'll zoom back, then turn everything back on. The last thing is to name the spaces. Is this a bedroom? Where do we see that? This is with the text. Click on the drop down, make text your current layer. Click on this drop down, select mtext, click here once and click again. Give it its name, its kitchen, and then click away. It's too tiny, just select it, right click, properties, change the text height to 150, and that's it. It got bigger. Now all you do is you select it and you copy it to a bunch of places. You copy it to the dining, to the living room, to the porch, to the bedroom, to the dirty kitchen, and toilet. And then I will hit the escape key. Now I'll just double click this and rename it to dining, and then click away. Do the same for the living and the bed and the rest of the places. Once you edit one toilet, you can just copy it to the other. Lastly, this one, you just put deity before the kitchen and click away. Now there are some people where you will see people dimensioning like this. All you do, let me do for this bedroom. It will be easy if you click this and turn off this grid layer and perhaps the blocks layer as well. I will hit the escape key. You first measure the distance, be it from here to here. You see it is that, and you make another one from here to here. You see it like that. You always start with the horizontal, remember? So double click the text, go to the end of the text, press enter to get the circle line. Normally it is done in meters, so that will be 3.8 m, be a small one. And then the X on your keyboard, X, the one again, X, the one next to Z, and then press the space and type 2.8 m, and that's it. And then just click away. But it's not justified at the center, so double click that, select everything. There is your center justification. Do that, click away. Don't forget to select this. Since you have this, you don't need this. That will be double dimensional. Delete that. That's how people do it. And let me turn on all the rest of the layers. Don't forget to save the drawing and zoom back. Right now we can say we are done with the floor plan. Next we are going to the roof plan, generate our elevations from the floor plan and the roof plan, cut our section and show you the mystery, and then plot our drawing to a PDF and give you shortcuts that will blow your mind and save you years. Save again, it's very important. Now before the roof plan, there are two things which are even more important than drawing the floor plan and the rest of the project, which is: one, how do you make your next floor plan or your future floor plans? And two, the properties panel. So with the properties panel, I will make rail my current layer, and then when I draw a line, I will enter that. It will be, of course, everything is by layer. Now if I select this line, I can override the layers property. I can change the color to yellow and change the line type, hidden tool, and you can override the property. If you come to this, it will still say the layer is aerial, but the color is yellow, so you can override properties. You can even change the line width. Select it, take it to 1 again, hit the escape key. Now it is thicker and a hidden line. Now here is one mistake you are likely to do, or in case you see someone make that, which is, remember this one we drew the object and then we select it and change the particular property of only this line. Now if we change, and remember by the first time all these places were by layer. Now if we change the color to say this color, or let me give a descriptive color, cyan. For the line width you choose, let's say 2, and for the line type we'll go with hidden. Now you override the layers. What this means is escape whatever I draw going forward will inherit that property, even though if I hover over them, they will say they are on the rail layer. If that is what you want, you can do that, but I will advise you create a layer for this color and this property. You don't have to change too much. I will advise when you want to use this, you only select the object and then make the changes. It will drive you crazy that why is my layers color that and the properties are all those, and now this object is built like this. Always look to the panel and check everything should be by layer, and by layer. By block has the same effect as layer 0. By block doesn't have much problem, but By layer is just the best, we don't have to waste time here. So I will select this and erase them. Please don't complicate the process of making a floor plan. To my eyes, floor plan, I will select this and turn off this dimension and these blocks, and perhaps even this go. This is a floor plan. To my eyes, floor plan is just, in AutoCAD, it's just a line offsetted with a thickness of 230, which happens to be the wall, and then it gets copied like this here. It's just parallel lines with an interval of 230. Now, here are two ways you will draw your feature floor plans. Since this is a rectangle shape, as you can see, most people normally put the dimension like this, and then they select offset and type a distance. I'll select true and do it like this, and then they give the distance of the wall, and from that sum, select line by making sure snap tracking is turned on and poly tracking is turned on as well, and they hover over here, track a distance of your room. Let's say I want 3000, enter, and then they draw a line, and from that they select offset and offset the thickness of the wall going forward like this, and then they continue offset, they click like here and continue making that. But some, this is the easy way, some continue making line, like they come here, they track a distance, they draw another line. I won't advise that. Simply make one line and then offset it. But to me, you don't even need to draw the line. You can select this, select the inner one and explode it, and this is where you want line instead of polyline, because if I want to make these walls, I select offset, it will give me like this, and I just want a line, so you just explode it. You just explode the inner one, explode, or even both of them. Now they are separate lines. I can select this and copy it to a distance, give it the size of the wall, like this. This one is exploded as well, like this, and you continue making your plan. And how we did it is, not all floor plans are rectangle. So we started freely with just one line, remember, one perfectly horizontal vertical line, and then we offset it to a distance of 1, and then we keep going, we keep offsetting the walls and everything. You can do it like that, and then we select line, we join the top, we continue offsetting downward. I want the true option. We continue offsetting downward, and let's say your floor plan is not rectangle like this, you can just use the fillet command, and with the radius as 0, multiple, you just select this and like this, and say you have, I want the true option. Let's say the floor plan continues this way, so in this place you can use the fillet again to get something like this, and you have this kind of a shape, or any shape, and then you just cut opening. Or some people don't do that, and that's quite not the right way. Make your window once, import it. That is just making floor plan. It's nothing hard. I will select all of those and delete them, turn off all the layer back, and as you can see from this floor plan, this dining has 3 chairs, but this one has only 2. How? Well, select the block, right click, there is block editor, click that. Now you will see this contextual tab, block editor tab, and probably you will see this hanging around here. That's okay. Ignore all that and then click, come to home, and then I will measure quick distance from here to here. I don't know why it's using like the unit of inches, but that's okay. 28, remember that it's 28. So we'll click here once, make sure all those points are inside. You want to stretch it, click that, set stretch. I'll click once, point to this direction, that will be 28, and then I'll press enter. I'll click here once and select these two chairs, and then select copy, and let's don't forget the value. We can use the middle of this and copy it to the middle of this. How do we do that? Because we can find the middle of this. Yes, it's a shift and right click, mid between 2 points, mid between here and here, and then to the middle, just like this, and then press the escape key. Come to the block editor, and you normally click on save here to save the changes, but we'll click on close. It will want us. This way we will just save the changes, and now we have 3 chairs. You can do the same for this side, or any block you want to modify a little. So you can select that and move it a little. Now let's make the roof plan. Because it is from the floor plan and the roof plan, we can be able to generate all the elevations and the section. So I will click on this off icon, select the dimension, the bubble and the grids, the blocks, even the text, you don't need them, and I'll hit the escape key. Now we will select polyline and click on only 6 places. The first one is here. We are on the red layer, that's okay. The second one, or any other layer, don't worry, we'll change it. I will click here, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then click on close. And then we have that to select the boundary. Here is our roof plan. So now select that polyline between here or between any opening window or door. Select it, select move, click, move it away a little, at least make it align, and then click on OK. And now let's create just one layer for roof. Layer, new, we'll call that a roof, and then for the color it's white default. Now we'll take it to 0.09 and then click on OK, and then close that. Now we'll select this and take it to the A roof layer. It should be this one. And to make a layer current, there is the name, make current. Select that. Now A roof is our current layer, but when I select this, A roof is now our current layer. And now let's offset this 600 for our overhang. So offset 600 and then hit enter. Select this, which is the outer boundary of our building, point outside, and just click. Now hit the escape key. Select this, change the property. We know what we are doing, to hidden. That way we know this is our wall and we use it a lot to make references. The next step is to use polar tracking, especially the 45 degrees increment angle, because it's normally drawn with the 45 degrees, even though some use other angle, but 45 bisects the angle into equal parts. So click on the select line, click on this edge, point to this direction, maybe not too long, and click, and then select that line, select copy, click on this endpoint and drop it here. Now hit the escape key. You can select line and draw another one here just for them to cross, or you can simply select this, select mirror, middle of this, point up, and just click. Select no, you get the same result. Now select this line, select copy, select this endpoint and copy it here and here. and then copy one around here and then hit the escape key. Now select this, select move and move it right here. Now let's clean this up. Select fillet with the radius of 0, select the multiple option, select this line and this line, you get this. Select this one and this one, then you get this. And it's always so satisfying to make roofs. Select line, click on here, point, or you can always cross them, it doesn't matter, and then make this line. I don't want to make another line here, I'd rather select this, select copy, click here and copy it here. And now select the fillet again with the radius of 0, multiple option, here and here, and this one, and then hit the escape key. If all are aligned, you should click here and they should align exactly 45 degrees to that endpoint. I'll just click and press the escape key. This is how you make roofs in AutoCAD. And our building is rectangle. If the rectangle was the case, all we need to do is just select line, make this one only, select mirror, and then draw other lines here if you want, but I will just mirror them down. All you need to do is to make only those 4 lines and then use the fillet command with the multiple option and radius of 0 and fillet those edges, and then simply select line and join them. This is how you easily make a roof with rectangle. The square one is the easiest. They will just meet in the middle because it is square and you won't be getting this rich line. And I create this just so that we can get at least one value and see how you can achieve that. So this is how you make roofs. And if it was a flat, that's it, you already got your flat roof like this. So now you learn a hip roof, a flat roof. The thing you do with a flat roof is just so where the water will fall. For that, some people give 600 and you say, and you just do like this and you give hearts to this area and then the water will fall this way. Flat roof is easy to draw. Now delete that. Now we learn flat roof, a roof with valley, a hip roof, a rectangular hip roof. And now this is not our roof. I just want to show you how to go about it. This is our roof with all this gable ends. And this is a standard roof, and it is from here that you can customize the roof. If you want a gable end roof, well, you can't have a ridge line. So select these 2 lines and delete them. Select trim, hold down the shift key and extend this one like this, and then press the escape key. And now for this area, let's finish with this. I will select this and explode it, and then select the trim, hold down the shift key, extend one here, hold down the shift again, extend here, and then trim this portion. Sometimes this will not get trim, it's only on the newer versions. You can just select erase here as well, select erase, select this and then press enter, it will be erased. I'll press the escape key. And now for this area, select this and erase it, select the trim option, hold down the shift key and extend this line this way and then press the escape key. Now we are getting very close to what we need, and then select this. You can have a ridge since we want to make this in a gable as well, so select those and delete them. Let me just select the extend and extend this line like this, and then hold down the shift key and trim this area. Now I will hit the escape key. I will select match property, select the property of this and match it to this one, and then this is a wall, match it to this one as well, then press the escape key. Now we can select these dashed lines and hide them. This is a cool feature which I want to turn the layers of this dashed line, and if I turn up the A roof layer, Yes, all of them will go away, and that's not what I want. How do you turn off some object within the same layer? Well, this is how we do it. But before that, we have to extend this line and then trim this portion and then extend this one so that this is a wall and this is a wall, but there is an overhang here, this one. So this is a wall, this is a wall, and there is overhang from the main building. So now we can mask the property of this to make this line a wall as well, and then select these 4 lines, this and this, and then this one, right click, there is isolate, hide object, select that. And now there are 3 ways to do this. The first one is you select offset. We want to make a ridge cap, this line, this one, this one, this one. You see how it is for the upper one. So the first one is you select offset and then you give it the distance. I'll go with 150. This one in, this one in, this one in. You can see this is a polyline and it's okay, we can work with that, but we should explode it. You don't want it as a polyline. So I will select it and explode it. Now if I select offset with 150 distance, this one in, and this one in, only that line. Select fillet with a radius of 0, multiple, select those lines, and that's it, we get the shape. But that's a little hard for me to be always doing that. And the second method is some people use the polyline. They use polyline and track like this, and then they use the offset 150. This one, it doesn't line up, but doesn't matter because we will delete it anyways. So I will select the polyline and point aside. Can you see that? Now select that guy that doesn't align and delete it. Now you trace it and then you offset it and you get the inner shape just like this one, but you don't have to trim, which is cool. But there is even better, which is the boundary command. Click the drop down and select boundary, select the polyline option, not the region, and then pick a point. Click inside here and then press enter. Now if you hover, you can see we already generate a polyline with just one click. Select offset with a distance of 150. Offset is inside. Select that and delete it. This one doesn't align. I remember I said we'll delete it. Right click, erase it. Select the boundary option again. Pick a point. Click inside here and click inside here, and then press enter. Select offset 150. Press enter. Click this inside. Click this point inside and click. Now there is a polyline here we don't need. Select that and erase it. For this one, this is a wall, so we'll explode this inner one. Explode and select this line and erase it. This one as well, you should go and then select extend and extend this and extend this and then hit the escape key. And now we get this. The next thing is from a floor plan. We will be able to see some of this and some of this. So let's turn on our hidden layer. I will right click and isolate and object isolation. They will come back always. And then at least select this line. Let's break it here. We don't want complications. Select this, break it here. Select at least this line, the arc, this one and this one, and then select copy. Pick a reference point we know exactly, which will be here or any of the edges, and then drop it here. So now it will drop exactly in this area. Where is that line? There it is. It is way off. We can even delete it. We don't need it. So select line and drop it here. This is what we will see from the top. It will be something like this. And next we might be able to see the step, which we can copy easily. Select this guys like this, and we might see these ones as well, and select these ones. Let's see what we can see at once and what we can't see. Select copy, click here and drop it right here, and then hit the escape key. And now everything that grows inside our roof should be trimmed. Select trim, trim those portions, delete those ones. If it refuses to trim like mine, don't worry, just leave them. When you are finished, you can select them and erase them. Trim those, don't forget those, and then we must see this because they are way out. And then for this one, they are polylines, so I will select this one and this one, right click and erase it, and then I will select trim and trim those 4 portions. This is what we'll be seeing. And surprise, just like this, we are done with the roof. Only the hatch remains, which we can click on the layer and create a layer for the hatch. With the roof selected, I'll click on new and call this layer hatch, or a roof dash hatch. Make the color to be red like this. This one isn't entirely red. Let's pick up another color. Perhaps use color 22. Don't worry, we can always change it. And then make it the current layer, and then close that. Click on the drop down, go to hatch, and we'll be having some complications. Now I will select ANSI 31 and click inside. Our roof will stay only on this, so definitely the center line will get in the way. So I will press on the escape key, select this one and erase it. Select those lines and hide them one more time. Select them, isolate, hide object, and then select the hatch. Select ANSI 32, click that, click here. Let's start with this flash first. Right now we are not seeing the scale. Right now it's too tiny. We have to up this scale from 1. Let's take it to 10. Click somewhere and we'll be getting this. Okay, let's double that to 20. Click, and then we'll be getting something like this. Like I say already, they are coming in 45 degrees by default, so it will mess with your brain that when we type the angle 45 degrees here, it will be at 90. So it is always 45 degrees ahead or backwards, however you take it. Now we got this one correctly. We can't use it here because when we decide to change the angle to say 0, because we want it, and click away, both of them will change. So we should definitely not do that. So I will press Ctrl Z to undo that, Ctrl Z again, and it is gone, but that's okay. I'll just click here, take the angle to 45 degrees, click away. I got this, and let's check if we have another like it. No, it is the only one which is like this. That's okay. Click on close to close that, and now select the hatch again, and this time click here. Let's take the angle. You don't have to know the exact value. You can always rotate it and see which value looks like the right one. It's either 45, 0, 90 or 135. So in this case it's 135. That's it. Click here and here, and we get our hearts. Let's make them associative, meaning I will show you what associative means. Just stick it for now. It means they will stick together. This is associative. I will make only 2 boxes. and then I will select it and make a copy of it. And now I will select hatch with associative turn on. I will click inside this one and close the hatch. I'll select the hatch again. I will only turn off associative and click this one and close it. You will get your hatch for sure, but the thing is, when I select the non-associative one and stretch it like this is what I get. And for the associative, when I select and do like this, the hatch follows it. So you decide which one do you want. I'll select this and delete that. Now for this one, it will be a decking, it will be concrete like this. So select the hatch again and click on here to show the whole thing. I will drag mine just to show you the library, and then I'm looking for arc concrete. Where are you, sir? There it is. AR, which I'm specifically meant for architecture. I will select that and then I will click inside here. As you can see, it is quite too big, so let's take it down to 1 and click and see the effect. Now they are very tiny, perhaps 10. This is a trial and error process, and hatches and line types are indicative, meaning they are just there to indicate and mimic the real life material. This one is too big, one is too small, so you just want to be right in the middle of that. 5 or 3 or 7, whichever one looks right for you. For now, I will stop here, but as you can see, I don't want the color to be red, I want it to be white, or should I say black. So I can override the layers color here to this color, let's say white, and then I'll be getting this. I'll click close, and now we get our roof. I will select this line and take it down to this point and then hit the escape key. And now we got our roof. If there is any problem coming up, you can always come back and check it. Let's bring back our hidden wall, which are on the isolate and object isolation, or you can see it down here, and object isolation, and they are back. And for the hatch for the floor plan, it's quite easy. Select wall layer, click on new, call it a wall or a floor plan hatch. Let's make them different at least. And then for the line weight, definitely take it back to something like this, or even 0.5, but let's be using only 3 line weights. I'll use 0.09 and I'll okay that. I will make that the current, and then I will close the palette. I'll go to the hatch, and if you want, you can select the ANSI 32 and then click once inside to see the effect. Let's make it associative, meaning since there is gap between them, whatever change we make, it will appear to all of them. So take it down to 0. We want it like this, meaning the wall is hatched. And then perhaps take this one to 10. Yeah, it looks good to me. For imperial, you have to try it, but don't put way bigger value. So with that selected, go all around and select the inner and click inside the walls. Fast forward to when I'm done. Just remember, when you make a mistake, there is undo. You can always undo that. And when you are done, just click on close. And now this works fine if you're only going to use the line weight to back up that, but if you plan for a solid look, then all you need to do is just select it once. Remember, it is associative, so we can, if we decide to select solid, then it will be solid, and if we decide to change the color to say green, then I will undo that, take it back to this as for now. We will first plot it like this, and then we will change the hatch. Those are normally the 3 cases, the 2 cases where you hatch a floor plan. and the third one is like ours, like this one, that we don't even have a hatch. So we got a floor plan, we got a roof plan. Let's get to elevation. Now for elevation, let's make a wall for elevation. Select a wall, press enter, a wall, dash LF, leave everything like that. And then even for the windows, make it for the windows, select window, enter. We just say a wind LF and then enter. Lastly for the door, new, a door LF and then click away. Right now make the a wall LF layer current and then we'll close this. And now most people complicate this, and some, when we come to side like this, they will rotate this and then draw, which is all fine and good. Now let's start with the front elevation, which will be something like this but without the dimension. It's quite easier than you think. To do that, all we need to do is make only one line. Only select line. I will turn off the hatch for now. It's getting in my way. Select that, turn the hatch layer off, and then close that. Now I will click on the draw slide out and select construction line. Construction line, in case I haven't talked about them, is because I want to show you practically what they do. Normally people create a layer for guidelines or reference lines, and this is best practice tutorial. I will have to make them. I will select layer 0, create new layer and call it reference, and then at least change the layer to something like gray or something bold, a color I wouldn't like to use, maybe something like cyan, and I will OK that just so that it will pop. Now I will select the construction line, and construction line is just an infinite line in both directions. That's it. Specify a point, I click. Specify a true point, or if I point up, that's it, and then it will continue asking me like line. I will press the escape key. Now if I zoom back, it is just true, this line is infinite, so we don't have to check that. You can keep scrolling, and when we hover over it, it will say it is an X line, which means construction line. And next to it is the ray command, which is, instead of both ways infinite, is only one way. You first click on a point at the same specifying start point. I will click once, point a true option, either direction. I will point up and click, and it will continue. So I will press escape key. In this direction is definitely finite, but in that direction is infinite. When I hover over it, it will say it is a ray. And this one, construction line. But here is something that a lot of people miss. If you leave them like this, you can't apply dimension to them because they are just meant to guide you. But they can be turned into a line. A construction line that is trimmed. Now I create a cutting boundary, a cutting edge. I will select trim and trim this construction line. When I hover over it, it will say now it is a ray command, which makes sense because it is only infinite in one direction. What happens next is if I trim it the other way, if I trim it and then hover over it, it will say now it is our regular line. So in case you use construction line and they refuse to do some annotation for you, perhaps dimension or something, that's because you didn't trim them. So that is construction line, and they really help a lot when you are trying to make something like this. Once you select it, you can either select horizontal if you want. In this case, I will just select horizontal, and vertical. Select that, I will select vertical and just click on a point. You can go ahead and click wherever you want, but I don't normally do that. I'd rather just select it. I love copying. For now, we will copy only the walls so that we can see, which will be this edge of the wall, this edge of the wall, and this edge of the wall. And then only these 3 lines are enough. I will select line, I will click somewhere close, like here, and draw this line. And now this line will be our natural ground level, which will be this line. And the next thing is this guy, 450, which will be our step, just so that water will not float. Who cares? You are architect, you already know this. But in case of anyone that doesn't know, this is why the 450. So offset 450, enter, select this up, and then from there, from the 450 to this end of our wall, it's 3000. This is overall because we close it with the 450. So select this point of 3000, enter, and now hit the escape key. Next, these 3 lines are for our walls, which are this one, and this one. So let's trim them, get them into a nice and neat flat radius of 0, and for multiple option, this and this, this and this, this and this, this and this. For this one, let's trim it, and then we get this. But from here to this side, we will be seeing this step like this, and there is no line here, so definitely we don't need you. You can either select this, use grip edit, and stretch it back to here, and stretch this inside, or you can just trim it. Now we are having this, which is okay already. Now from the window sill to the ground level is 1050. So let's offset that. Select offset 1050, press enter, select this line, point up and click, and the size of the window is 15. Select this point of 1500, press enter. Now this will be the lintel level where all our windows are, and those are the same height. So we'll leave this line, it will be a lot important, a lot more valuable. Now to make the window, we have to project it, and to do that, we will use the construction line, or you can always use line, but let's use the line for now. And then I will select this, drag it downward, I can pass, it doesn't matter, and then I will select the line, copy, and copy it here. You can go, if you like to go into detail, you can even copy the frame size and all of that. I'll press the escape key. Now only this inner one is our window, so I will just select rectangle, I will click here once, and then I will click here, and this is the boundary of our window. So I will select offset and specify offset distance. I will just click on this point and this point. I will select this polyline, point inside and click. I will hit the escape key. In case you don't understand what I did here, it's just, what's the distance between here and here? It's 50. Okay, remember I made a rectangle here. I can erase all these lines if I want. I'm left with only this one. So I will select offset, type 50, press enter, and offset is inside. That's just it, what I did. And now to design inside the window, it's quite simple. Select offset, let's type 25, press enter, select this point inside and click, and now select this one and explode it, and then select this line. Remember, with pen and pencil you use point. If you want to divide this, you can also do that in AutoCAD. Select this line, click here, there is divide and measure. Select the drawing option, select the object, we want to divide it into 4, and then press enter. Now I can't see the point, that's because you have to set your point style, which is quite simple. You just come over to this utilities panel, click the drop down, there is point style, just select that. Right now it's just a point, and point is too tiny, we can't see that. So select any shape you want. For now I will go with this one, and then I will click on OK, and now they will appear like this. Once I get this, I will just select line. I'm seeing it, but in case if it's not snapping for you, you have to turn on the not object snap, which will be this one. If I turn it off, I won't be getting anything, even though I'm seeing a point. So you must turn on the not command, the not or snap. Click away, click here, point to this direction, and click. And now I will select offset and type a distance of 10, press enter, and point inside and click. And then offset another 10 downwards, and then I will select these 3 lines, and just the 2 ones, select the middle one and erase it. Select those lines, select copy, pick the knot and drop one here, and then drop one here, then hit the escape key. Now it is getting in my way, so I will take it back to, you can always select it and take them to another layer that you can turn on or off, and that is the best practice. Let me just make it. Since I'm not using the reference layer, I will just rename that. So I will right click, rename, and just call it points, and then click away. Now I will select this node and take them to the point layer, and then I will click here and turn off that layer. So now all we are left with is just some trimming. So trim those portions and you get your window neat and nice like this. We have 4, which is different from the design, but that's okay. Instead of dividing it with this one into 4, just divide it into 3 if you want. And now some people continue to make construction lines, but remember, we know how to make a copy. Copy is very powerful tool. Now this should be a block and it should be on the window elevation layer. So we'll go to window, a window elevation, then select this window. There is create block. We'll call it 600 by 1500 millimeter LF door, and then we already selected it, so it's there. And then for the base point, we will give somewhere like at the top or bottom, anywhere, and then anywhere on the window, of course. And then I will click on OK. And now, why is it not pink color? Well, let's try to insert it. Click the insert drop down, scroll down, and there it is. If we bring it inside, it will be something like this. And that is what I did when I make this floor plan. Remember, for these doors and windows, I make them on layer 0. It always creates complications. Always. When you create a block on another layer, you are likely to get this error. So I will select this block and erase it. Now, even though we created it on the right layer, its color is not changing. We can see it here and here as well. We can see it here and here as well, that everything is by layer and it is still white. Well, to change the color, you will have to right click, go to block editor, and then come to the home tab, select it. You can see we created it on the A wall LF layer instead of the elevation, and we have to come here and change it. But for a beginner level, you don't always have to come here. So I'll just close this. So now if you ever make this mistake, this is what I was talking about when I was talking about something more important than creating the floor plan, which is you making your floor plan and this place. This is exactly what I meant. Now this block should be this color. Let's select this. Let's explode it. Let's take it now that it's exploded. Let's take it to layer 0. So now let's make sure layer 0 is our current layer and this object is on layer 0. Let's just confirm that and then create block. Let's call it 600 millimeter. Let me just call it LF window and then select object, select it, press enter, pick a base point, pick this place and then convert to block. Click on OK. Now if we go back to a window layer and we try to insert it, remember this is the correct one, a 600 LF window, select that, it will now inherit this, the current layer. If I change it to something different like a rail, if I try to import it, it will take that property. But your guy, this one that we created on a wall layer, if I drag it, even though it is on the rail, you will be getting this complication. To avoid this, I will advise you to do what I did when I make this whole floor plan on layer 0, which is to make your block on layer 0 first. So I will select this, delete, select this one, right click, erase. So this one, take it to the correct layer, which will be a win LF, and then make current, make this current, this one current. Now it is the current layer. Now to make the next window, some people use construction line and make this window all over, and that is how you hit AutoCAD, which is not really productive. Since you already have it, just select it, remember base point, copy with the reference to this endpoint, copy it to this endpoint. They will be aligned. Let me draw a construction line horizontal. I will just click here. You can see they are well aligned. Let's keep that alignment because we will need it here because this is backward, so they are not on the same level. For this one, I will select this window, copy with the reference to this endpoint. We know we want it here, so I will press the escape key. At least now we know they are aligned. How do we know that? Why are you always asking me? You don't trust me? Select the construction line again, select the vertical option. If we click here, we can see it is perfectly aligned. So I will just select this, select the top endpoint, the base point, and then drop it here. Now it is perfectly in place. So all we need now is to select this one, select copy, click here, and drop it here, and then hit the escape key. Now we no longer need the construction line, so I will select this, right click and erase it. And now I will zoom back and you can see I forgot this one. If it was aligned, it will be hanging like this, and this is the reason why we use construction line, because if it was aligned, perhaps it will be a tiny bit that is remaining. I will never notice it, but it's hard to miss an infinite line that you forget to trim or delete. So I will just select this. You see I even forgot it from here, so I will select that, I will right click and erase it. Construction line, really great tool. So we have the windows in place. Next is the door. To make the door, our guy, construction line. You know what, we are always opening this, it's not good for productivity, so I will click that and I will pin it, and I will select construction line vertical, and then I will click here for the door frame, click here, I will zoom and click here, and this one just remind me where that stop. And now I will select construction line or the command alias for it. Command alias, I hope you still remember what an alias is. XL, that will be construction line. Press enter. Select the horizontal. I will click here. Now it is aligned. Now I know where the door will start, which will be on the same level, and it will stop exactly here. So I will select the rectangle and okay, I will select the rectangle. I will click here once, and then I will click here, and the distance here I will select offset, space by distance. I don't know the distance, but I can click on 2 points to define the distance, which will be here and here. And then I will select the polyline, push it inside. And then I can select this line, this, and this, right click, erase them. I'm left with only this middle one. So I will select trim here, and then trim here. Now I hope that one is gone. It's gone. I will select this one, right click, and erase it. And now I'm left with the door. Next, when I'm back in just a minute, we will finish designing the door, show you how to do the railing, this fin, this slab, this amazing concrete fascia. Don't worry, we are only going to make these things once. It's AutoCAD, and we have copy. Finish and show you how to do a roof in elevation. Import these cool trees and finish the rest of the elevations and finish with the course. As always, don't forget to save the drawing, and I'll be back in a minute. Now continue from where we stop. I will zoom to the door, and then I will select the rectangle command and click inside here and click inside here. Now I will select the offset command, select the true option, select the newly polyline. I will drag inside by 100, and then I will press enter. Next I will select it. I will click inside and type 25, and then press enter. Select that one, point inside again, another 25, and then I will press enter. Now I will press enter and then come up. Then I will select cycle here, center radius. I will click here once, point to this direction, give a radius of 75, and then press enter. And then now I will select the trim option and trim this portion, and then here and here, and then I will press enter. Select this one and erase it. Now I will select this. I will select mirror. Let me try here. Click on this midpoint, point downward. It doesn't give me the midpoint. That's because we already cut this off. So I'll press escape. I will select this. I will select mirror. Instead, I will select the bottom midpoint and then point up and click. Now you can see it is exactly in that location. So I will select no. Now I will select the trim and trim those portion and then press enter. Now I want an arc here, which I can easily get by converting to arc. I will click on this outer one and then press the escape key. And now I will select the rectangle command. I will click somewhere close and I will give a value of 350. I'll press the tab key and then I will give 450 and then press enter. And I will select it. I will select move from here to this midpoint, and then I will select that. Select move it up by 100 and then press enter. Now I will select this, select copy, drag this down here, copy one here and copy another one here, and then I'll press the escape key. And now I will select this rectangle and just erase it. We'll be left with this. I will select this rectangle, hover over here, convert to arc, and then point up. I will give a distance of 50, and then I will press enter. I will hit the escape key. And then for this one, you can select line and divide it, press the enter key, and then select offset and give an offset distance of 50, and then press enter. Select this line, point to this direction and click. Select, point here and click, and then press the escape key. Now I will select the middle one and erase it, and then select trim and trim those lines, and then press the escape key. I will zoom back and perhaps select this one and erase it as well. Now for this line, we make a rectangle. Remember, I will select that and erase it, and then I will select offset and give an offset distance of 25, and then I will press enter. Select this line, I will point here, select this, I will point here, and then I will press the escape key. And now trim all those lines, trim those lines as well. One last thing to do, I will just select rectangle and make a rectangle here, and then offset it inside by 50, enter, select it, point inside and click, and then select it again, point inside and type 10, and then hit enter and press the escape key. Now that's it, we are done with this. The last thing remaining is just the handle, which is easy to make. I will select the rectangle, I will click here once, point downward, I will type 75, then I will press the tab key and type 300, and then press enter. Where will the door open? The door will open this way, so I will select the rectangle again, I will click here once, point to this direction, I will type 150, press the tab key, I will type 25, and then press enter. Now I will select it, select move, and move it to this midpoint. Now select it again, select move, geometric center, move it by 30, and then I will press enter. Now I will select trim and trim this portion. It is okay like this, but you can always go further and make something unique. I leave this up to you. I will just over here and convert it up, like where you insert your key. So now I will select this, I will select move, I will pick this midpoint and then drop it to, I will come here to track, I want to drop it somewhere like here, and now select it, select move, click, point up to a distance of 1000, and then press enter. If you like, you can select it again, and then select move and move it a tiny bit like 30, and then hit enter. Now you can select trim and trim this line and then this one, and then you'll be getting something like this. You don't, if you like, you don't have to do any of this. I'm just showing you how to do it if you decide to. So I will select this construction guide and erase it, and it will be a good idea to make this a block, so we'll do that. I will select this, but this is on the A door LF, not window LF, so select that, take them to A door LF and make sure A door LF is the current layer, and then create block door, what should we say, double door LF, and then select object, select everything, press enter, pick a base point, pick somewhere at the top, and then leave everything as is and click on OK. Now it is a block and on door LF. Next is to make our railing and our step. This step and this railing, and then this fin and this decking, which is quite simple. Let's start with the fins. To do the fins, we will go back to A wall LF, select construction line, I will pin it, select vertical, and we will make at least one. We only need to make one. And then what's the height? The height is 3300, so I will select line. So from here, drag up 3300, press enter. It will stop here, so just click, and now select fillet with a radius of 0, and with the multiple option I will zoom, you see this line and this line, this one and this one, and then I will press the escape key, select the trim option, and trim this portion and this portion as well, because we can't see it. Now I will select these 3 lines and then come up here. They are too tiny, you can't see from here. I will select copy with the reference to this endpoint. I will copy them like we did with the windows. I'll copy one here and one here, and then hit the escape key. Now we got the 3 of them. Just select trim and trim here and then trim here. Press the escape key. Now for the step, construction line again, vertical, we will click here once, and click here and then press the escape key. And now I'd rather select line than to break it, so I'll select line and click on these 2 points and then select offset, type 150, which is the height for the riser. Select this line, select the multiple option, point up, click and click again and then press the escape key. Now I will select line and draw a line here, hit the escape key, press enter to repeat the line and draw another line here, and then I will select these construction lines and delete them. We will be left with this, but they are of course on a step layer, so take them to that layer, select this line and erase it. And now for the railing, click on the drop down, make sure area is your current layer. Let's start with this area. The height is 1000, so I will select that. I will click here once, point of the width will be 100, then press the tab key and type 1000, then I'll press enter. Next we will copy this post to here, so select this, select copy, select here as the base point, drop it here with the escape key. And now to make this top rail, I will select line, zoom in, click on this end of the post to this end and then press the escape key. I will select offset, type 100, press enter, point down, click, point down, and then select this one and erase it. Next is to select this, select copy, pick here as base point and copy it down and then press the escape key. Now select these 2 lines, select move, click once, point up and type 100 and then press enter. Now we will divide this line into 4, and for that we will use the divide command. Select it, select this line, type the number 4 and then press enter. Now we will be getting this. You know what, I changed my mind, let's do 5. Select divide, select this line, type 5 and then press enter, then we will get something like this. Now select line and select the center, point downward, click. Now select offset and type 30 and then press enter. Select this line, point left, select point right, then select the middle one and erase it. Now select these 2 ones, select copy, click here, copy one, copy and copy, and then hit the escape key. Select these points, take them to that reference layer points. You will get this one, just click on close. And now remaining this one and this little one, but this is looking busy, and as you can see from here, it's not like that. For this one, the block was exploded and then it was trimmed, because if we try to trim this, it will not trim. So what you can do is set, because I don't want to explode this block, I want to show you something cool. There is the wipe out command. Select that, specify first point. Let's start with this one. Okay, next point, I will click here, right, next point, I will click here, and then I will click here, then I will press enter. Now it is gone. We will repeat that. Wipe out, I will click here. This is how it works. If I click, it will be going like this. You get the point. Once I'm done, I will just press enter, and whatever is underneath it, it will be, let me move it to this area of the door, it will be wiped out, like there is nothing there. And if this frame is bothering you, you can select the wipe out, select the frame option and select off, and then the frame will be off. So you might like this in this case, but here we don't appreciate that. So I will select this one and erase it, select the wipe out frame, turn it on, select the wipe out here and take it, because right now we are seeing this edge which we don't have, So select that and take it to this endpoint, this one to this endpoint, and then hit the escape key. Now I will make one here and then press enter. Now that one too is wiped out. You can do one here and one here because you can't see, this is wood, so you can't see something in wood. It's not a glass, so you should do that. But for this exercise we have more things to worry about. Now for this one and this one we'll just copy. Of course we'll select this, we'll select copy, and here as the base point, copy one here, and this base point again, drop it here, and then hit the escape key. Now we can select this and then select copy, pick here as the base point. They should align. Use polar tracking for this one because they are aligned. I will just click where they align, and now I will carefully zoom in, click here once, and get those points. You know what we will do is stretch. I will click this point and stretch it to here. Stretch is really cool. And once I get that, I can select this, select copy, base point. I will click here. Fold it down. I will click here. Then I copy that down. And now I will just select these two guys, select copy, shift right click, mid between 2 points, mid between here and here, copy it to the mid of this, and then we are done. You can put wipe out here and here as well. Next is you must definitely see a rail here, so I will copy that from here to down here and then hit the escape key. Now you won't be seeing this one, so we will trim them. Trim. Now I will select line because this is inclining, so you must see this one, meaning something like this. So definitely select line, come over here, track downward, or just come here. Here it is exactly 100, and then click here. That's it. To make this one, which is something like this, I will select this, then I will select copy. I'll click here once and click here, and that is it. Then I will select this. I will use a crossing selection to select both the rectangle and the wipe out, and then select copy. I will click here, come to this direction and click here, and then use the crossing selection. But what you will notice it is the block will get selected as well. So hold down the shift key and deselect the block, select stretch. I will click here once and then take it to here. Press the escape key, select the two guys, select copy, do the same thing from this reference to this reference, and they will align. If you like, you can put a baluster here. This one, you can select this, select copy, click on this endpoint, base point, and drop it here, and then press escape. Now this is it about railing. But up here we have a decking, which is, I believe, 2.4 by height. Yeah, 2.4 from our DPC level, and it is 150. So all we need to do is select line, come over here, but we will do this on which layer? We'll just do it on the layer that the column is on. I will select column is on a wall layer, so I will select make current and make this layer current, or you can click here and select the layer to be current. Now I will select line, come over here, drag up to 400, and then I will press enter. Now I will come here and then click, select offset, it's 150, and then press enter. I will select this line, point up and click, select trim those portions just like this. Now we are done with this. The next thing is making our overhang, this one, which happens to be a concrete fascia, not a fascia board that's made of wood, which is quite simple to make. I will select offset, it will be 600, so 600 it is. Press enter, select this line, point outside, select this, and then point outside. Next is the height of the overhang, which happens to be 450, which is quite big. So I will select offset 450, not 4000. 450, I will select this line and then point up and then hit the escape key. Now this area is where we have the overhang, meaning I will select rectangle, just this area. This is our overhang. So we can even delete these ones because we no longer need them. That's it for this one. Well, leave it for now. So zoom here, let's design this only once, this guy. So for that, we'll select line, track here by 100 and then press enter. Next, point to this direction and type 50 and then press enter, press enter. Now select line again, come over here, track to a distance of 200, press enter, point up 100, press enter, point to this direction 50 and then press enter. Press enter again to end the command. Now we have this, which we can trim these ones. Now we'll click on the arc drop down and select the one that have the start and end. We'll choose this one, start end direction, start end, and then let me give a reasonable angle. 0 looks fine, so we'll just go with 0. Then I will just click. Now to draw this here, well, we are not going to do that. I will select this and select mirror, select the midpoint here, point up and just click, select no. Now they will perfectly align. This is the hardest to make. If it was a fascia board, all we need is just a rectangle here and that's it, we are done. It's just a rectangle here and that's it for the fascia board. But for the concrete fascia, well, you have to design this, which is not easy at all, as you can see. So I'll select this line and erase it. Next is our gable end, and I don't know why, but this isn't gable end. Let's make it proper this time. And for that, let's align our front elevation with our roof. So I will select this, but first I will select construction line, select horizontal. I will click here once, press the escape key, press enter to repeat construction line. I will select vertical and then I will select this point and then hit the escape key. And let me add one construction line. I will select construction line again, vertical, and drop one here, which is the center of our wall, which is exactly this area. This one is this is 100 with offset, remember, which will be here, but I want it to be on this line. That is why I add this one, so that we can select this, select move, pick exactly this point and drag it to exactly this point. So you can see this one fits and this one fits. So 100% our front elevation aligns with our roof. That is all we need. Now the next thing is, since we know they are aligned, we can delete this and delete this, even this one. Now we select the construction line again, select vertical and then click on this ridge and click on this ridge and then press the escape key. Now I will select line, I will click exactly here. This time I don't need 45 degrees, what I want is 30 degrees. Remember, you draw the roof plan by 45 degrees, but when you come to elevation, you abandon that. You do it in 30 degrees. So make sure you're on the 30 degree vector line and just click. You just want the line to cross this area only. And once we get that, we can select this line, select mirror. I will click on exactly where they intersect and mirror it down. And then I will just click. Now I will select no. I don't want to erase that. Next is I will select line here. I will click on this endpoint 30 degrees. I will cross. Make sure it crosses this line. That is all we are concerned here. And then select this line, select mirror, click on this intersection, point downward. Of course they will align. Point downward and then click. No, we don't want to erase that. Now they will be like this, which here got it right, but this is a ridge, this is a hip end. For a gable end, you don't see roof, you just see wall that extend to give the gable end. And now select this, select copy, click here once and click here once. They will align like this beautifully. Select this line and then delete them. Now if this gets in the way of your view, you can just select everything like this, select move, click once and then point downward just a little, and now you can walk. Now I will select fillet with the radius of 0 and the multiple option, select this line and this line. For this one, let's trim that. Now select offset and give an offset distance of 450 and then press enter. Now select this line, point inside and click, select this, point inside and click, this one inside, click, and I feel like I want 300 instead of 400, so I'll press escape and Ctrl Z. Only once they will be gone. I'll select offset again and use 300, press enter. You can use even lower value if you want, but I'll just go with 300 for now. And then hit the escape key, select fillet with the radius of 0 and multiple option, select this line only and then select trim and trim here and here to get this shape. Now trim here and here and not this one. Trim those ones, trim this one and this one as well. Delete those ones, you don't need them, and hit the escape key. Now this is how your front elevation will look. Now select modify, select lengthen with the delta option, type something like 2, let's go wild, let's go 3000, press enter, extend this line this way, extend this one this way as well. Perfect. Now we can say we are done with the front elevation. If there are some changes, we'll come back to it of course, but for now it's looking cool to me. You can also lengthen by, let's say 100, enter, lengthen this zinc to give that effect, lengthen this one as well, then hit the escape key. Now there will always be changes to make it is designed, so trim those lines as well. It's just to get the idea, we don't care about the design modes. Now make text the current layer, turn it on. If it is off, make it the current layer, select multi-line and let's draw a text here and let's type front elevation and then click away. Of course it will be tiny, so select it, right click, properties, and take it to 250 and then press enter, close it. Now click on this grip if it comes short and drag it. Now this will be the front elevation, which we are done with it. And to draw the other elevation, that is exactly where people divert, and let me show you how some people do it. And then for this elevation, and then for this and this elevation, I will show you how I do it. For this one, you come over to the view cube. If you turn it off, in any case you can always turn it back on from the view tab. There is view cube, make sure it is on. Now hover over it and click on this arrow. You can rotate. What we need is this view. This is our front view and this is our left view, so we'll make this, and by doing this you are rotating your view. So I will make a wall LF the current layer. I will pin the draw slide out, construction line, vertical. I'm sure I said vertical. Sorry, it's because we turn this, even the vertical now becomes horizontal. So select horizontal. Weird, really weird. Horizontal is vertical, vertical is horizontal. Select this point. Like always, you define the walls first. So define this wall as well, and lastly define this wall, and then hit the escape key. Now you make another line and offset 450, and then I don't know about you, but we already done that, so I'd rather somehow copy this. What I mean is, at least I will select this line, I will select this window, and I will select this wall, only those three elements, and then I will select copy. I will click somewhere like here and copy it down here, and then I will press the escape key. Now I will select them again. I will select rotate. I will click here once and rotate them nicely like this. Next, I will select them again. I will select move and select this endpoint and align it to the end of my wall, which will be this wall. I truly hope you understand what I did. You don't have to copy. You can always let me hide this because I'm not going to delete it. We make this. You then go ahead and make line, and you offset. You keep offsetting. So I really don't want to do that, and you don't have to. I will end that object isolation, and we got our wall. And doing this, we already got a baseline. We get the distance from here to here. All we need to do is, I will select construction line, select vertical, click here. Now I know this is the level of the windows, so I will select this. I will select move. I will take it to here and drop it, and then I will select construction line, horizontal, click here to make sure everything is aligned. So the window should reside here. So I'll just select it, select this grip, and move it exactly here. And that's it. We have this wall, but sadly we don't have much of it here. We only have one. So first I will select this and erase it. I will select the window, select copy with reference to here. I will drop it here, and then hit the escape key. Now I copy this window. Now to make this one, let's take a reference. I will select construction line with vertical, horizontal. I want to do vertical, so I will select horizontal. Select, click those points. This one is a different window as well, but I don't think we care that much. Let's just drop it. Hit the escape key. Now this is a window of a toilet, so let's make this layer current, and then select rectangle, click here once and type 600, press the tab key and just select somewhere along this line, or you can just type 600 again and then hit enter. You'll be getting something like this. Select offset, type an offset distance of 30, press enter, click point inside and click point inside and type 50, press enter, and then click point inside and type 10 and then press enter. Now select it. It is on the window layer, and we know we are not making a mistake. Else, if you are not sure, always make it on layer 0 like I've said. So I've already selected the window. I will click here to create the block. Wind 600 mm LF. We pick it, we just pick a base point which will be here, and then click on OK. Now it is a block. It is one single object, so we don't need this. I will erase it. So I will select this one, select copy, and with reference to here, I will drop it here. So we got this one, and then for this one, remember we just copy this one here. We will do the same thing. I will select this, the window for this window. I will select copy, and then with reference to here, I will drop it here, which will be something like this, and then I will press the escape key. Now I will select it. I will select copy and copy it here, and it fits perfectly inside, which is what we want. Now these are two windows. We can select them, create a block and call this window 600 by 600 12 millimeter LF, and then pick a base point, pick here as the base point, and then okay that. Now it is a single block, but it is nested block, meaning it is block within block, which is okay. You can even do block within block within block within block. You can go deeper. These are two objects, two different blocks. Let's make them a single block. So select them, create block, wind 12 millimeter, just leave it like that, and then pick a base point, pick the middle as the base point, and then okay that. Now it will be a single object, just like this. Now select these construction lines and I will erase them. Next is these two, and then this pillar. Now for the pillar, we can select offset, select the true option, select this construction line and offset it here, select offset it here, select offset it here. Let's finish with the pillar. It will be something like this, which is okay. What is the height of here? It's 2.4, just like for this one. If you remember, it's all tilted and rotated. So I will select line, and then it's not just 2.4, it was 2.4 from here, not from the base. So 2.4 plus 450, that will be 2850. So come over here, track up, type 2850, and then press enter. And now I will click here. We drew this line on the window layer, which is wrong. So match property, match the property of this to this, and then hit the escape key. Now we know where it will stop, so we'll just trim and trim the bottom one. Now we got this. Next, select offset, type 50, select this line, point down and click. Select offset, type 50, select this one, point up and click. Select fillet, select this line and this line, hit the escape key. Next, select fillet with the radius of 0, press enter, multiple option, and fillet these lines, these ones as well, this one and this one, so that we can get something of this nature. Next is to select trim and trim those two extra portions we no longer need, just like this. If you have more separation or design, if your design come like that, you can always select this and copy them down, keep copying them, you get the point, and then you just trim. But the design doesn't come like that, I will delete it. Now the next thing is, there is a door here. We have this door. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like drawing any door. We already have a door. Remember, take things to a door LF, click on the insert, scroll and find our double door, this one. It will come rotated because we rotate our view, remember. Now we'll drop it here. Now we select it, we'll select rotate, click once and rotate it this way, and then click. Now I will select construction line with the vertical option, or should I say horizontal, just to show you how our door must align. I will click here once and then I will click here again and then press the escape key. Now this is the size of our window, of our door, sorry. It should be within here. This one is a wall, so we'll trim this and then trim this. If we have any extra portion, we should delete it. We are coming to that. Now for the door, this one is 1, 2 is too big for this area, so we'll select this and we will explode it because we don't want to do it again. The next thing is I will click here once, come up and select just these things and then erase them. Now I will select this, I will select copy, I will click on this endpoint and drop it to this endpoint. Now I will select stretch and select this object. But mind you, some object might get selected like this line and this construction line. So hold down the shift key and deselect them to remove them from the selection set. I will select stretch. I will click here once and stretch it to this area. Now our door fits perfectly. So I will select these guys and delete them. Next we have to make this a block because we will use it in other views. So select that, create block, door 900 millimeter LF, and then we selected it. So pick a base point and click here as a base point, and then OK that. Now it is a block. Hit the escape key. We don't need this anymore, so delete that. Now from this area, what's the height, what's remaining for our wall? Because from here we still have something, and that something is exactly 3450. So we'll select line, or first select offset and type 3450. Press enter. Select this base because it is from the bottom to the top, which is 3450. Now we had a wall here, remember, which is exactly from this is the wall. In case you forgot, let me make this layer, the wall layer, the current layer first. Select construction line. I want vertical, so it's at horizontal. This is the wall, right? Hit the escape key. Now you can see it is aligned with this. So I'll just select line, drag this up and start clicking from here and then click here. And for this one, it will be something like this. It will be an opening. So fillet it is this and this, just like that. Next is this step, which is this one. Construction line, I want vertical, so I select horizontal. It's hard for me to keep up. I always have to remind myself. So I'll click on those 3 places and then I will select offset and type 150 and then press enter. I will select this line, offset 1, 2, yeah, maybe 2 will work, or 1, 2, 3, which aligns with the door. So the next one should align with the door. I hope it aligns. Of course, it has to align with the door like this. And then don't get confused here. Let's use fillet, multiple option, the step, extend. So it's this line and this line. We get this. This and this, we get this, and this and this, we get this. And then select trim, trim everything inside our beautiful column. Select these 3 lines and erase them. And then select trim, trim this line, trim this line. Hit the escape key, select those 3 lines, but first trim this because we will lose our step. Hit the escape key, select these 2 lines and erase them. And then we get our step, we get the door, we get the window. The next is this trouble, which is quite simpler than you think. Make sure to save. I will zoom back, come to this area. This is where our wall ends. I will select trim, trim it ends here, and then trim here as well. we are done with this reference, so I will select this and erase, and then select these construction lines and erase them. Next is to make the step and the rail, and for that is construction line again and horizontal, and then select this step, and this. Click on the end midpoint, this step. I'll press the escape key. Now we have to make it like this, and we already have this, so I doubt if we can perhaps select these guys and select mirror. Click on this wall, this endpoint of the wall, point up, and just click and select no. Select them what we've mirrored, and then select copy. I will click here once on this endpoint, and then I will track to this perpendicular. Make sure they are aligned, and I will just click. Then I will press the escape key. Now I can select fillet with the multiple option. Fillet this and this, this and this. Why are you not going? It's because the construction line is underneath then what we've copied. We can tell they are aligned, so that's okay. We can select the construction lines and delete them. But the step is not like this, it is like this, empty. So select trim and trim these two lines, and then we get it. Perhaps select this line and extend it a little bit outside. Next is to make the rail, this and this. Let's start with the new wall posts, this one and this one, which start from the extreme end to the extreme start and extreme end. And for that, I'd like to copy. I love to copy. I will select this, select copy, click once and drop it here. Select it, rotate, click once, point to this direction and click. Select, move this endpoint to this endpoint. Select, copy this endpoint to this endpoint, and then select make current, make rail the current layer. Select line, come over here, track downward by remember 100, press enter, and then come over here, track downward by 100, press enter, and it doesn't do what I intend. This is one of the few cases where you might want to consider drawing a line of 100 units here. 100, press enter. Now we have a line here, so we can get an endpoint. Since I like to copy, I will just select the line and copy the line here. Now we have these two lines, so I will select line from this endpoint, snap it to this endpoint. Then don't forget to select those lines and erase them. Next is to select offset and type the distance of the top rail, which I totally forgot, but this is what you do when you forgot, which is this one, which will be the distance from here to here, which is 100. So it got the distance 100. I will zoom back here, select this line, point downward, click. Next is to select line and do what we did at the top. Make a line of 100 units, press enter, and this time around I will just come over here, track up 100, press enter, and then snap to that endpoint and just click. Now select this line, but here we don't have line because I track, remember? So I will just erase it and then select offset. The distance will be there, 100. I will press enter and offset it up. And next is the balusters, and for that I will just copy. I will zoom and select this guy, select copy. I will click here once and zoom in, drop it here. I will select it, RO for rotate, press enter. I will click once, point to this direction and click. Next I will select it, I will select move, and then I will select this endpoint and drop it somewhere here. I'll just drop it along this. Then I will use the window selection and select this. I will move it by say 200, select it, select copy. I will copy it by 200 as well, and then press enter. Now we will be getting something like this. And for the last one, we will just be a little, we'll cheat a little. I will just type 150 instead of 200, press enter. Now press the escape key. I see a lot of space here, so I rather select them and move them to the side by at least 75, and then hit enter. It's okay for me like this. I will just select trim this portion, extend this one, trim, just trim and get the result that I will be getting as well. Let's get the same result. Just make sure the balusters touches the top and bottom rail like this, and I hope everything touches perfectly. Select the remaining ones and erase them. So now you get this. What's remaining is you will be seeing at least one fin. These guys, you'll be seeing them because here they are. Select construction line, select horizontal, and just click here. Now select line, click here, just make this one the current layer so it will stand out. Click here once, point up and click, hit the escape key, and then use the construction line vertical. Click here, you want to align them, and then you want it to stop here, so just select, first delete this construction line, it might get in the way, and select fillet and fillet this corner, and then select trim and trim here. Next is our overhang and then our roof. For our roof, we will just extend everything, but first let's copy the profile, which is this guys. So highlight them and copy, select copy, click once and drop it here. Now it's not obviously on the right orientation, so I will select trim this portion, and then select it, select rotate, click once, and it is somehow confusing me for some reason. So I'd rather select rectangle, click here. The height we already know it will be 450, and then for the overhang it will be 600, and then I'll press enter. Now I will rotate it like this. I know it must be in this orientation, and now I get it. It is in the right line. So I will just select it, select move, click here and drop it here. And as you can see, it is perfectly inside. Or you can go ahead and recreate it. And then I'll press the escape key. Next, I will trim those portions. Or just select it because it is a polyline. Just select it once here and erase it. That's it. Now we want it here as well. So to get a perfect midpoint, I will trim this and then select this, select mirror, select the midpoint, point up, and I will click. Then I will select no. Now for the roof, this is the trick. The side you see, meaning this shape, will be the shape of our elevation, which you can see here. This is the shape. It is just on 45. Bad news again, it is just on 30 degrees. Next, we will make the roof for this view, and then I will continue showing you my methods for this back elevation and the right elevation. After that, we'll cut a section and continue doing cool stuff. For now, unpin this and save the drawing. Now continue with our drawing. We are now on to the roofs, and this is how it's going to be. Here we won't be seeing the concrete fissure, by the way, so we have to erase this portion and leave only this line. And for that, if I select this, you can see it is a polyline. So I will explode it and select only this portion and then delete that. Do the same for this side, but remove only this line. It is again a polyline. So select that, explode, select this line, erase it. Next is these lines, which are quite easy to make because all we need is just an offset with the true option. Select this line and click here, select it again, click here, select it again, click at the top. Here will join, no problem. But for here, all we need to do is just select extend, extend this, and extend this, and then hit the escape key. Now let's project the roof, and for that I will select our very own. I've been using construction line. Let me try ray for you. I will select ray and just click here and then point down and click. I'll hit the escape key. Now it is exactly at the end of our concrete feature. I can decide to select this and do it again and click here, and let me just do that for the sake of doing it. I will click here on this ridge intersection, click once, then I will point downward. I then have polar tracking on auto mode turn on, which makes me worried about this one. I'll point this downward and just click with the escape key. I don't trust this one, so I'd rather just delete it and do it again with polar with auto mode turn on. So I'll click point down and then click, hit the escape key. Now I will select this line and then select copy, click here and click here, then click here, hit the escape key. You see those lines just where things meet. This is the only part where is in elevation, which happens to be this one. Let's come back to our drawing and then select line. I will click here, point to this direction with polar tracking, of course, at 30 degrees. Yeah, 60 from this one definitely means 30 degrees, so that's okay. Just make sure it intersects with this one. Let's save the extra work and click directly on this intersection. Come this way and click here and then hit the escape key. Now we get this, which is the same as this. It's just on a different angle. So we get this and we get this. But how do we know this height? Well, we know it somewhere. We know it exactly here. And for that, I will select construction line and click exactly where this starts, here and here, and then hit the escape key. Now the height from here to here will be the height, definitely be the height of here to here. So let's select distance here from this endpoint to this perpendicular, 2026, which is next year, by the way, in case you are watching this from 2036. So I see the number, very relatable number, and all we need to do is just select line, hover over here, drag up 2026, press enter and click here and then the escape key, and then select trim this portion, and this portion. Now hit the escape key. I will zoom back, select those helpful guys, right click and erase them. Oops, I forgot to trim this one at least, so that's okay. I'll just select line and connect here. Now we get this shape of our roof, which is what we need. Now for this one, hope you don't forget, it's just boundary, polyline, click OK, click inside here and then press enter. Now if I hover, it is a polyline. So offset 150, press enter, select this line, point inside and click. Now let me click on layer property and make a roof hatch. Select that, click on new, call it a roof, hatch LF. Now we are not seeing the full text. That's okay. Just make sure if your palette is something like this, you click here and expand it a little bit, and then just right click on one column, anyone, and just select maximize all columns, so it will maximize to the extent of this text. Now double click here to make it current layer. Is our guy, is our guy, is our guy, and then close this. Now select hatch, and then I will zoom back, make sure this is by layer, and then I want to match it with the properties of this one, so I will click here to copy the style of this. So I will click match property and collect this one, and then paste it inside here. We'll click once and then press enter. There it is. I can click that, adjust something, but I don't have to because I already got it when I adjust it. Now, in case you forgot this, make sure to delete that. Now this is how some people do that, and then when they come to this side, they rotate further like this to do the back elevation. But as you can see, it's quite confusing, at least for me. What I'd rather do is first I will rotate this back with the knob at the top and everything as we know it. Now we are going to do the back elevation. What I rather do is I will select the turn off layer off command, and then turn off the text layer, and that's the only thing I will turn off. Then I will select the floor plan, copy with the help of AutoCAD or pole tracking. I will copy this guy here and then hit the escape key, and next is I will select this and then rotate, and I will click somewhere in the middle of the floor plan, which could be anywhere. I'll just click on an empty space, maybe somewhere like here. I will click here and rotate the plan so I can see the back view. This is where it was, 90 degrees and 180 degrees. Rotate it 180 degrees and just click. This is the back view, which is here. So I'd rather rotate the floor plan rather than rotating my whole view, which cause little issues with the construction line, horizontal become vertical and all that. So I will pin this. Now let's make our back elevation. So I will click here, click on vertical, thank God we got vertical, and then I will click here, but I will press escape and change the layer to A wall LF. A wall LF is the current layer. Then I will select construction line, vertical, and one click here, and then I will click here as well to make this wall because we can see it from here, and lastly click on this one, and then I will press the escape key. Next is I want to align this because we already measured it, so you don't have to do it another time. And the thing with elevations is they just get easier and easier. So now select these things with me. Select the ground level. What else are we seeing? Of course, we have a window. Select one window. We have a wall. Select this line. So we have exactly our wall. This one is for the concrete fascia, remember? And let's select that. Select this, and this, and then let's go with these guys for now. Only the natural ground level, the window, a wall, and a piece of concrete fascia that we are stealing. And this is how the back elevation will look, which we happen to have a door here. And then select those things, select copy. I will click at this intersection and copy these guys perpendicular. This until you see that perpendicular mark. Make sure it is turned on from the snap. And then I will click there, and I got this. Now I will select construction line, select vertical, just make sure things are lined up. I'll click here, press escape, select construction line again, horizontal, and then I will click here. Now I want the window to be starting exactly here, so I will select the window, click on this base point, and then drop it here. This is where I want the window to be. So with that in the way, all we need to do is just select this window, select copy, click here, drop one here, and drop one here, and then hit the escape key. Now I got this. Now for this step, all we need to do is, I love copying. I will select this line and this one. If this one will get selected, it will be our pleasure. I will select this one as well, and then select copy, and with the reference to here, I will copy this guys to here, exactly where this wall intersects, and then drop it. Then I will hit the escape key, and now I will select this, select move, because now everything is aligned. That's okay, but we have to align the door, so I will just leave it and perhaps offset it. I will select offset, select the true option, and then offset it to this intersection, exactly where the concrete fascia starts. I will drop it here, and then hit the escape key. Now I will select trim this line from here. If you trim here, you will be gone with the concrete fascia pen. So I will click on undo, trim it from somewhere above and somewhere below. Press the escape key, and you'll be getting something like this. Next is to trim this part and this part, and the bottom one here as well, and top as well. This one was left for you. I will select this, right click and erase it. I will zoom back, see what's left, select those and erase them. I will zoom in and align these steps, because they will be something like this. The first thing is, one is aligned with the wall, so that's okay. I think we already got one. We got this one, so I will erase this part. Now I'll zoom back a little and use my zoom window and select from here. This is just for you to see the thing more clearly. And with that, then I will select the construction line with ray and click here, point downward at 270 degrees, click, press the escape key, select this and select copy, and copy one here, one here, one here, one here, and then hit the escape key. Now I got this, so I will select fillet with the radius of 0 and the multiple option, just this line and this one, and this one, not at the top. Select it down, click, select this down line, is it, and the upper one, select this one and this one, then this one and this one. Try to work your way around, make sure you got the shape. Next is to trim these guys. I think they should be gone. They are gone because there is nothing down there. Next is to select trim, click here once and fence those guys. Trim this, and you are done with this step, just like here. But you can see this one extended, so hold on the shift key and extend this line, just like this. I will press the escape key. Now we have a door here, this door, which happens to be this door. We will see this guy in elevation, so I will select construction line, vertical, click here, and then click here, hit the escape key. Now we can obviously change the layer to a door LF and click on insert. There is our door rotated like this because we make it from there. You see how rotating this rotating is. I don't like it. You can do it by the way.
So I will select this and import it. I will just click it outside. Then I will select it. This is how you push the door. The handle must be here. You push it this way. So we definitely want to click here, press the space once, twice. Just make sure you see rotate here and rotate it up. Next, now we have our door exactly how we want. Then I will select this, click here and drop it to this intersection. You can see it is perfectly in place. So we make this door which is not like this, but if you want this door, well, even though we are going to treat this in the next session, but there it is. Come to the view tab, tool palettes, and then if you don't see all these things, right click here and select all palettes. Maybe it will be somewhere. Just click along the name and drag it around. It is a palette. Just right click or click on this gear icon and select all palettes. And when you do that, they will stack here because they are too much. So click on where they are stacked and then architectural. And with that, I will scroll down under metric samples. They are the same thing. It's just the units, and they will still be similar. It will just be off by maybe 30 millimeter or so. So just make sure if you're using metric, you select under this one, and imperial you select under this one. Now there is door LF. I will select that and import it here. Now I can select this and resize it and click on this grips and resize it to whatever length I want. Now that is 900, so I will just click. Now the door will be 900, but that's not that door. That door is actually on the design center. I will expand it a little, and then we were here before, so I will click on this up arrow up to a point where I can see. Just click on this home so that you'll be here. ANUS design center, house designer, click here, and there is that door fancy. So just click it. You can see the highlight here, and then bring it inside, which will be quite big, and then close that. Now this is it. Just a block reference. So what we need to do is this point, we have to change our point style to a dot, I guess, and then it will be gone. It must be gone. So that is that door. All you need, because now we can measure it from here to here should be 900. You see it's off a little. That's what I mean by importing metric, and we want it exactly 900, and here should be 2100, and it is off by 34. This one is off by 14. That's why we just make ours, but you can select this if you want and just select copy and drop it here. I'll just drop it here. You can change it with the one we make if you want, and that's okay. It's okay if it is off a little, but for now I will select this and delete it, and select this one as well and delete that. Don't worry, we are coming to this. Just as for the window, I can select it and break it inside, and I can change the size to, say we have a 1200 window, which is this one. So if you want, you can import this one, and you got the length. Now for the width or the height, you want it 15. So this window is exactly like this. So you can take it there if you want, but I just want to show you how to create first. Even sometimes you want to do it your own way, you know how to do it. This one is easy. It's just a click and drop. We'll look at some of this, which we won't waste any more time in the next session, and show you how structural engineers, how structural use these guys, how the civil use theirs, how electrical and rest do that in the next session. And we will explore the design center a little bit so that you will get more comfortable with it, because this one it's more important than you think. For now, I will close that, select this door and delete it. Continue with our plan, select this one as well, and I will erase it. Now what we need is this line and this column. We already made this column. I don't want to do it again. I know where I will get one. It is from here. Select this elevation, select rotate. I will click on this point and point up to rotate it like this. I know it is the left elevation. Select that, select move. I will click here, come over here, just drag, don't copy, drag it along this line. So now I know all of them are on the same level. So we no longer need these two construction lines. I will make sure I trim this line, but if I zoom and select it, it should start from the end of the wall and end from this end of the walls, and right now it overlaps with the concrete fissure. So make sure you click on this grip and drag it back to this intersection, so that when we come to mirroring this one, we just have to select the midpoint here. So do that, and perhaps we erase this line, or I erase it. No, we erase it. I'll click here and click here and press the escape key. Match property of this to this. Hit the escape key. Now select this construction lines and then erase that. Select these ones as well. Delete them. Now I will select this line because that's what they need. This one. And select the column as well. I won't click far off. I will click somewhere close so that I will get all of them. Now they are selected, and I will select copy. Click here. I will come to here. Make sure polar tracking is turned on or auto mode. I prefer polar tracking for this one. Make sure you see that green dotted vector, and then I will just drop it somewhere. Even outside is okay, and then I will hit the escape key. Now it starts from the, is it really aligned? We haven't finished this one. All you need for this place is to extend this line, extend it again. I will just select it, click here, extend it to this perpendicular, and then select this thing, select copy, come over here, drag down, click here and drop it here, and then press the escape key, and now select trim this guys, and then hold on the shift key and extend this one. Make sure to trim this. This is what you will see. It will start from this DPC level, and since this is from the back a little, you will be seeing this line, so it will be something like this, which is exactly what we have done. So we should recopy this thing because I don't want to make the same change here. So I'd rather select this, delete it, and copy. Now you see it's because of copying. I know we messed up here. So I will copy this and select this, and then click on copy, click anywhere. I will just make sure they are aligned at the green dotted vector and just click, press the escape key. Now to move it here, we just use construction line vertical, and I will just click here and here and here, and then hit the escape key. Now I will select only the column, but before that, if you got this line, just make sure to trim it. Now select the column, I will select move, and then I will move this end. I will drag it directly to this end, perpendicular, and just click, and they are at the back of this construction line. Right now we are not seeing it, which means it is perfectly aligned. So all we need to do is select the construction line and erase it, and there is our guy underneath the construction line. Now just select extend,
keep extending this. I don't know if you want to be doing this before it extend here, so I will just press Ctrl Z. What you should do is to select extend boundary edge, select this wall as the boundary edge, and then press enter. Now select the line, it will extend to that boundary. Now press the escape key. What we have left is to select fillet, select this wall and here, and then select trim, trim here and trim here, trim here as well. Hold on the shift key and extend this line, and we'll be getting this, which will be this. Next is to make a copy of this concrete fascia, so we have to mirror it to the side to get this one. This is the easiest roof we will be making, so it shouldn't take more than 1 minute. Right now we have to explode this. This is the last time we'll be exploding this, and delete this line. Select the concrete fascia, mirror, click on the midpoint, point up, click, select no. Select offset with the true option, select this one, offset it up, select offset it here, select offset it at the top, extend, just click once and extend this right. Click once, extend this once, the escape key. Now for the roof, which will be for the back elevation, I will select the roof, again make a copy of it, maybe a little off because I want to rotate it, because that is the back roof. You can see this step, which is this step, so we have to rotate it. So I will select it, select rotate, and perhaps click on this intersection of the ridge and point it 180 degrees. Now it will be rotated. Now to align it with this, because we need everything aligned, I will select construction line vertical and then click on this point. Now I know the floor plan and this wall are aligned because it perfectly overlap with the wall line. So we want it to overlap with this wall line. That is why we make it dash and we don't delete it. So select the whole roof, select move, click on this intersection and move it to this perpendicular. Now we know it is aligned. We don't have to even do it, but we should, because it's just met directly. So construction line vertical, click here, but that's just how we do it when you have complex roofs. So where it intersect. Now this is for aligning the walls, but right now you have to move it from the wall to the overhang. Click here. You just click on this intersection of, and if the roof continues, maybe intersect here, you click, you continue clicking like this. And now we got this. Next is just to select line. First make a wall the current layer line. I will click here at 30 degrees. I'll just click at 30 degrees. Yeah, 30 degrees. I'll just click, hit the escape key, select this line, click from here at 30 degrees. So we don't even need all this construction line. It's just when the roof gets complex, you must extend. So right now it is perfectly intersected. We can zoom however we want, but it's just precisely dead intersected. So we will select fillet with the radius of 0, select these two lines, select these 3 construction lines, right click and erase them. Next, select the boundary, pick a point, click here, press enter. Select offset 150, then press enter. Select point inside and just click. Make a roof hatch LF, the current layer, and then go to hatch, match property of this roof, and click inside here. Click on close hatch, and we get our elevation. Now we didn't rotate like this, we only copy and rotate the floor plan and the roof plan instead of rotating our view. Now that is my method. and it is with my method that we will do the last elevation, which will be the right elevation, because we are right. Now if you want to make this stand out a little, we can add a solid white hatch here, which will be black, but it will look good here. So I will just select on the roof hatch layer, select hatch, make this white, and then, or you can make it the true white. It will look white here, and if we plot it will still look white, which will be invisible, but I feel like it will cause trouble. Let's stick with this white. I will click inside here and click inside here, then I will select solid. Now it will be something like this. If you want, you can reduce the intensity by dragging this transparency, or just leave it solid white and then close here. Now it will look something like this. I don't know if this look good for you. Yeah, let's leave it for now. It stands out that this is the front elevation. This is the view people will be seeing. Next, for the right elevation, which will be this area, which of course will be seeing this rail, it will be looking something like this. Now of course the front and back elevation are exactly the same size, because it is from here to here and from here to here. For the right and left elevation, they are also equal, so we can see what we can select. We have windows, and of course a step, a rail, and our slab here at the top, and this fin that will be seen. Let's first rotate our floor plan to see this view. Select this, select with the roof, together with the roof, together with the roof. Select move, because we are done with this one, or you can copy if you feel like you are not yet done with something, or you might get something wrong. So I will just click it and move it somewhere here, and now I will select this. Remember, we rotate it 180 degrees. I will select rotate. I will click here once and rotate it this way, just so that I will, this is front elevation exactly how it was. I will rotate it up. Now this is the right elevation, and just click. Make sure you get this view. Now this view is, let me not get confused here. First, to ease everything, I will rotate it back to normal like this one. So I will click here once and click, make sure this and this look alike. Now I know this is the front, so I will select it. I will select rotate. I will click once, and this is how it was. So I will just rotate 90 degrees down, minus 90 degrees down, and just click. Now you can see the rail here, which means it is, we got the right view. So I will select, click here, and make sure a wall LF, not a wall, is our current layer. I will select construction line vertical. I will click on this wall, because this is where it starts, then this wall, then this wall, and then hit the escape key. And now I will select the left elevation. Let me copy it, click here and turn on a text layer. I will select the front and then copy. I will click here and copy it here and here as well. Press the escape key. This is, what is this one? This is the back. Yeah, that do. This is the back elevation. Let's not get confused. The back or rear elevation. I will click away. This one is the left. It's the left elevation. I'll click away. So now let's copy the elevation, and then the ground level, and what kind of windows do we have? There are just regular windows, which is just this one, and then this, and then select this line, this wall, exactly how we want it. Do we have a step? This one, we have one. So which is something like, we have two steps, this one and this one will be seeing them both. So click here and just select them. this one gets selected, hold down shift and deselect it. We will copy it, select this step as well, just make sure to deselect this one. And now let's first copy this one. Select copy, don't click just anywhere, just click on this intersection of the wall, click down here, and this is what I selected. In case it's not clear to you, this is what I selected. So I will select this and move it where I want, which is, first make sure it is aligned on this line exactly where they intersect. I will click there and along that wall. Now let's start with this step, which will be something like this. So now all I have to do is just extend this line and this line, and I'm done. Power of copying. Now I will select construction line, vertical, select here and here, just for this window, and then press escape, press enter to repeat, select horizontal, and then I will click here, press the escape key. Now the window, this point should be here, which is something like this. So I will select this and select this point, then drop it here. Now it is perfectly in place. So I just have these windows, which all I need is just to copy. So first I will select this line and erase it. I don't want much lines. And then I will select this window, I will select copy. With the reference to this endpoint, I will copy one here, and one here, and then press the escape key. Now they are exactly in place. Next, we don't have anything here, like a door, so that's okay. We are done with this line, so I will select it and erase it, and perhaps select this one, not from here, select it at the top because we have a wall here. And then I will select line and click it to this intersection. Next I will select trim here and trim it at the down. Now this text is a little in the way, so I will turn it off. But before I turn it off, this is in the left elevation, this is the right elevation we are working on. This would be the right elevation. And then I will click away. Now I will turn off the text layer and then select trim and trim here. Now I got my wall, this wall and this wall. Make sure to select those guys and erase them. Now the next thing is this area, which will be something like this. But it's simple, don't worry. All we need is, I will select the construction line, vertical option. We already got this step, so we are almost done. I will click on this end of the fin, and then I will press the escape key. Now they are the same height, meaning this one, because we'll be seeing it. Now I will select construction line again, horizontal, then I will click here, press the escape key. I want it, you can see it align with this. I want it to stop here, so I will select fillet, select this and this, so I get this shape. Click here and delete this one, select offset, select the true option, click here and then click here, press the escape key. Now I will select trim here and trim here, then select this line and erase it. Now I get this shape, which this fin goes completely down. So select trim, hold down the shift key, extend and extend. And next is to trim all this area, which we get our fin. I think we are done with the fin. Let's check. We are not done with the fin. We have to select this, select copy. I don't know if you can see, this is too far for me. Click here at the reference point as the base point and click here to copy it here. Press the escape key. Now it is copied here, so it should fit all this area. So I will select trim, hold on the shift key and extend this line, and then trim this inner one, and then we get this, which is 600. We can check from here to here, 600. Hit the escape key. Now we got this big one, but for here I'll have to select this, click here and click here at the perpendicular, trim this, and this wall, this is our wall, remember, so I will trim here. Now let's use construction line. I don't think we will see one step, so I will click on this one, and this one. Let me see which ones we will see. So they are perfectly in place, and we will be seeing all of the three. So we'll select this and delete, but this step is somehow clean, so I will select trim here and trim here. Now for the railing, we already make it on this elevation, so I will click here, select this. Let's see how you master your selections. Select those things, select copy, click here. Let's first draw it here. Press the escape key, but it is not like this, it is like this. Meaning all we need is to select this, select mirror, click once, point downward, and one of the few times we will select yes to erase that. Now this is what we have, which is exactly like this. So I will select move, select the object, press enter, click here, and then drop it to this endpoint, and then we'll be getting something like this. This should be behind the fin. If we have hatch, it will hide it, but I don't like hatching much because it makes the design look cheap. I will select this, delete, select trim those portions, meaning visually this rail is behind this fin. The next is the last rail here, which will be something like this. We have it as well, which is here. We can copy this one, so I will click here once, select this, perhaps click once here, select this. The power of selection. Deselect this line, select copy, click once, copy it somewhere here, and then press the escape key. Now this is what I selected, hence what I copied. So I will select this, just this, select this. And then I will select move. I will click here and move it to this endpoint. Next, I will select them again, select move, click once, move them this way by 100, and then press the escape key. Of course, we have a wipe out here. You won't be seeing the fin because it is also behind this rail, which will be something like this. But this time it's not a block, so you don't really need a wipe out because you can easily trim it. So I will select these three, select copy, and click here as the base point and copy them here. Next, select this one, select copy, click here as the base point and copy it here, and then hit the escape key. Now for this one you can click and stretch it, but I will break it by just trimming. It won't trim, that's okay because we have a wipeout. So we can select this, stretch, click here and stretch it to this point, and then hit the escape key. For this one, since it is normal line, I will trim it away, and you'll be seeing the wall first. So select this wall, There is your draw order. Click here, bring to front so that we'll see the line. Even here at this place, you should be seeing the slab before the door, and you can select this, draw order, bring to front. It should be in the front. Next is our roof. So I will select this and delete them. For the roof, all we need is to copy this, our fascia. Select copy, click here once, and drop it to here. Press the escape key, select it, select mirror, click here, point up, and just click select no. Now select offset, select the true option, and do what we normally do. Offset here and offset here, and lastly offset here, and then select extend, EX, extend those lines and those lines, press the escape key. Now with the roof rotated, let's make sure it is aligned. So construction line vertical, just click here, hit the escape key. Now we want the roof. This will be quite hard, so if we use this area, so I'll select construction line again, and instead select the vertical and click this area. Now press the escape key. Now this has to touch here, so all we need is to select the roof, select move, click here and drop it here. So now we know it is aligned. All we need is to select construction line again, vertical, click here, lastly click here, press the escape key, select line, click here once, at 150 degrees, which is 30, click here, come up here and click. Do we know the distance here? Of course we do. It is 2026. Select, come over here, drag up 2026, press enter, and then click here. Now you will say I didn't have this line because it is a gable. This is what we will see, just flat lines. And then select trim this line, this one, and this one, and then select fillet, join this one and this one, zoom in here, right here, and then trim this one, trim that one, and then select this and erase them. If you don't have any line, you can easily just draw it, even if you delete the construction line. Now we get this shape, and we don't need this one, so we'll select trim and extend, and just extend, or just like these two lines, type J to join them, and they will be joined. Select trim, click once, trim this portion, select this and delete it. Now we got this, and for this area it should be extended, and extended. Now we got this and we got this. The next thing is, I don't know if you notice, but we could have easily select this shape, select copy. We could have easily select this and select mirror, and mirror the shape. It is select no. This shape is exactly this one. We could have done that, but I just want to show you how to project in case the shape are not exactly the same. With that out of the way, boundary, pick point, click inside here, click here, press the escape key, offset 150, press enter, click this one, point inside, click point inside and click, and now select this one, explode it, select this line and erase it. Select trim, hold on the shift key, extend and extend. Now let's just make sure you are on the hatch layer, then select the hatch command, match property, collect this, drop it here, and then drop it here. Click here to close. We get our shape. If there is any mistake, we can change it later. And that's our right elevation. Only this one is remaining, which is quite easy to make. It's just, we already have it, which is this one. Just select this from the front elevation, select copy, click the base point and drop it here, and then press the escape key. Now it is somewhere along here, which we will select construction line, select horizontal, click here. We want all the fins to be on the same height, which means this one should extend to this area. So I will select trim, hold on the shift key and extend this one. So this is the level of the fin. This one should extend, extend, extend. And then hit the escape key. Now I can select the construction line and erase it. Next is I will select a line and join this area with this area. Press the escape key, select trim. I will zoom right in. I will trim this one, and this one, so that I can get this shape. I got this. The next is to make sure I trim this one. Then I will select line and join this area. Now I will select match property because I did them on the wrong layer, and match the property of this, and lastly the property of this. Press the escape key. Now next we are going to cut a section of our building, which is quite easy to make, and you will see how to apply these hatches, how to get this inside AutoCAD, of course, how to draw all these things and more. Just make sure you save your drawing by clicking Ctrl S. Starting with our section, which will be this, we first need to provide a section cut, and let's check that on that floor plan. Now here it is. This is the section cut. This is where the building is cut vertically. So we are going to make this. It's not that hard. And as you can see, the cut starts from this window and goes straight across here. So I will zoom to the original floor plan, not this one. Here, and to ease everything, I will just create a layer for that single line. So I will select layer 0 and click on new. I'll give it a section line, and then I will take the line width to 0.9. Click on OK. Maybe give it a gray color and then make it current. I will close here and I will select line. It cuts through this window, so we'll probably click the midpoint here, go straight to this perpendicular, and then I will press the escape key. And then we will use the lengthen command to lengthen it equally on both sides. And for that, let me turn on all the layers back on, like this, so that we can know we want the section to be at least up to here and at least up to here. So we'll have to move our roof. Make sure you select your roof quite good. I'll click here and move it here. Now to extend the line, I will first use a line here to get a sense of how long I want it to be. So I will click there and point to this direction. So at least I want it to be 6,000. Okay, I got it. Now I will turn off the layers because they are hurting my eyes. I will turn this layer. I will leave this one on and you will see why in a minute. Now I will select lengthen here and then delta and 6,000. Then press enter. Click this direction and then I will click on this direction and then press enter. Now it is a single line, and then I will select it and change the line type. Mind you, I first select it and then change the line type to hidden. The escape key. I will start with this one. How you can make this one? Quite simple. I will select line to make sure my polar tracking is 45 degrees. I will click here first, point up to a reasonable height. I will go 900, press enter, then point to this direction and type 250, press enter at 45 degrees. Let's just zoom here at 45 degrees. I will track here exactly at 45 degrees. I will click and then I will track down here exactly at 45 degrees. I will click and then I will click here. Next, I'll press the escape key, and for here I will just use cycle, center, radius, and then I will click here, point to this direction. If I like, I will click on this middle, or just type the radius of 150, just like this. And if I select all this and copy, and copy, it depends on where I trim, I can get many results. Now I will trim only this place and I will be getting this. And if I trim this and this, I will get this kind of a shape. And if I trim this, and this, and then hold on the shift key and extend this one, I will get all these three shapes. Or there is even a third one. If I trim this, and this, I will get this kind of a shape. So you can see you have a lot of options, but the shape is quite standard. There is a standard one, but it's quite dynamic across different industries, so you can research on which kind of a shape your industry use. But for this tutorial, I also leave this one up to you. Just choose any shape. I think I will go with something like this, or even like this, and type the alphabet here. So I will press Ctrl Z and just have only the cycle. Select this and I will erase them. And then I have this one. I'll just copy that 4. I will select the 4 or anyone close, and then I will select copy. I will hover over it, pick the center as the base point, and then drop it in this center. Then I will hit the escape key. Now we can call this section, you can call it whatever. I will call it, mostly it's called section X, so we'll go with that. Just type X and then click away. If you want to enlarge the value, you can obviously do that. Just select it. Right now it is at 100, maybe we can go 150 and then click outside. It hasn't enlarged, so I will force that by pressing Ctrl 1 to bring the properties. I can see the text size is 100. I will give it 150. You can see now it enlarges, and then hit the escape key. And I will close this. Now if I want the exact same thing here, you know what we can do. I'll just select this. I will select mirror and click on the midpoint and then point up and click erase. Select no, and then we got it. Section XX. This is our section line facing this direction. Or if you want to do it how some people do it, I will select this and hide it first. Use a polyline. Click here, maybe point to a reasonable height as well. I will go with 500. Press enter again. Then I will double click the polyline, select the width, and give the line a width. I will try 50. Let me do 75, and then press the escape key. Now I got this section X with this instead of a mirror copy of this. So choose whichever one. And coming up, you will see this AutoCAD has this in its standard types of block. But right now, we are not worried about all of that. So I will click here and turn off this layer. And you can see that X is gone and we definitely want it back. So I will press Ctrl Z, select that text. You see it is on a tag layer. We'll take it to a section line, so that when I turn these guys off, they will go away and leave the X. So I will select this text, and when you want to select things and you find yourself copying them a lot, that is when you start thinking about making it a block. I will turn off this hatch layer. We definitely don't want it. And then I will select everything and copy. Select this, copy. I will click here, copy it this place. Now this is the section cut and facing this direction. So I will first select trim, cutting edge. This is the cutting edge. So I will select that and then press enter. Then I will click and make a fence selection like this to cut everything like this. Then I will hit the escape key. Now I will select everything like this and then delete it. Select these lines and then delete them. This one also, and have something like this. Now this is where it cuts the building. If this wasn't a block, we would have cut the window as well. But it's okay, we can select it and explode it. Now it is back to regular polyline and regular entities. So we can obviously select trim that, select this and erase it. Now this is how a section is cut, facing that direction. Now let's start it. I will select this line and this one to make a copy. Oh, this is the width. Definitely I know it's this line and this line. This is the front elevation, by the way. So I will select these 4 lines, this one, and this one, and then I will select copy. I will click here. I want it to be on the same level as everything. Then I will click somewhere a little further. Now I'll press the escape key. Before we forget, I will select make current and make the A wall LF the current layer. And then I will click here and pin this slide out. Select construction line. I want vertical. And then I will click on this wall because it's the first thing we will be seeing. So I will select all this, select move, click here, and then along the line I will drop it here. So now if I use a horizontal construction line and drop it here, you can see all of them are just aligned like this. So I can easily copy things. So we already got this, so I will delete it. Now we know they are aligned. What you want to do is, we'll be seeing this wall and this window, we'll be seeing this wall and this door, and we'll be seeing these windows and definitely this wall as well. So all we need to do is, I will select this, I will select copy, and then this is where that wall starts. I will copy it here, which will give me the wall at the bottom. Then exactly along the line, I will click here, perpendicular, which gives me that, and then click at the next perpendicular, it gives me that wall. You get the point. So I will continue clicking on the walls, but make sure I'm on the green dotted vector, or if you're using AutoCAD, you will still see the perpendicular mark. So make sure you click on that, like here and like here, and then press the escape key. Now I got my walls. Now we got all these 4 walls, and the next thing is, let's make our hardcore and our slab. So which is exactly 450, which is this guy. Because if I use the major tool, click from here to here, you can see it is 450. So I know I will just select this top line, select copy, click here, or I will just press the escape key. I will delete this construction line. I have a line at the bottom, so I'd rather select that line, select offset and type 450, press enter at 9 point up, and I will click. Now I got the GPC. Then I will trim this outside one, obviously. There is a slab, which is this one. Let's make that offset. It is 150. Press enter, select, point down, and just click. Now this place, remember what it is? It is a toilet. Right here, if I turn all the layers back on, you can see we even cut through the toilet, and there is our basin. So the flow level of the toilet shouldn't be the same with the bedroom. So definitely we should make it like this, so that it goes 50 a little bit down, so that when the water floats, it won't immediately enter the bedroom. That will not be cool. So I'll click on the modify layout and select break. Click this line, break it here, and then press enter again to repeat the break at a point, and then click here. Move will be better because we don't have to erase it, but we can undo offset. I'll select offset and type 50, press enter, select that line, point downward and click, hit the escape key, and then select the top one and erase it, or you can just move it. Now zoom back, let's do the top. It's quite easy really, because once you see a bunch of elements that look the same, it is just copying. So let's make this first, because it is from there we will make our roof and offset the rest. So let's make this one. Let's copy our concrete fascia. I want to copy this one, so I will select it like this. I will select copy, click here as the base point, and then I will copy it right here, and then hit the escape key. Now I will select line. I will click here once, point to this direction, and give a distance of 100, and then press enter. And then from there I will just press enter. Now I will select line, I will click here, and then click at the end also. I will select offset and type 150. Select this line, point up and click. And now I will just select line, click here and click here, and then hit the escape key. Now I will select trim and hold on the shift key and extend this so that we got this line, and then I will offset the line we make here, the first one, down by 150 as well. I will select offset, type 150, press enter, offset it down 150. Select trim here, and then trim here. We got this. And now trim inside here, and lastly inside here. I will hit the escape key. Now I will select this profile and then select mirror. I will find the midpoint. I will click, point straight up. I don't have polar tracking on auto mode on. I will turn polar tracking, point up, and just click erase, select no. Zoom here, select trim and trim this portion, hold on the shift key and extend this one. Now once we got this, we are over to the roof. Let's go to the roof and see what we can do. For the roof, we can obviously do that as well. Copy the section and cut it, but we are running low on time. So the roof, since it's cut here and facing that direction, the roof will look exactly like this. Which if we cut it from the 3D and align the view, it will look exactly like that. So the first thing you will make is the zinc. So I'll select line and make sure I'm on 30 degrees increment. The roof will be exactly like this. If you want, we can just copy this line, but I'll just make it. I will click on the endpoint at 30 degrees. I will pass a little, press the escape key, select the line again, click here, 30 degrees, click, fill it with radius of 0 and the multiple option or not multiple, and then I will just click. And now I got this. Now we draw that line, and for this line it will be 75 and this length will be 50, but let's offset the 75 here for now. And after the 75 we got this one, which will be 150 as well. Let's make them both. I will click here, select the true option, select this line, point to this direction, 75, press enter, select it again, point to this direction, 150, and then press enter. Now I'll hit the escape key. I will select the two lines we make, select mirror, click on here, point downward, just then select no. Trimming, I will select trim and trim those portions. Now you can obviously avoid that portion by joining the two lines, but for now we will trim those areas. So trim them like this, and then I will hit the escape key. Now I will select line, and then let's make this king post. I will click here, and then I will point downwards, click on this perpendicular. I will select offset, and we are going to offset it 75, press enter on both sides, and then hit the escape key. Now I will select these two lines. I will select the middle one. I will select copy. I will select the middle. I will click the mid as the midpoint, then point to this direction exactly. I will select array and the array option down here. Enter number of items to array. Well, let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 4. I will put 5, and then I'll press enter. Now I will get 5 arrays. And the next thing is specify second point. For the second point, I will just type my value as I am reading from that polar tooltip. I'll just type 1, 2, and then press enter. Now there are 4. Obviously, we wanted only the 4. Sometimes you just want to put more than that, and it's okay. You can obviously select that and erase it. So I got this. Select this middle one, erase it. Now you have to trim this down to so that you'll be getting something like this. And to trim this, it's much easier if you understand the concept of cutting edge and boundary edge, because now I know someone will do this. I will select trim, and someone will go around and trim here, 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 and here, and then press enter. Yeah, that is exactly what we need. But how many clicks? Are up to around 6 or 7. You can bring that down to 2 by selecting trim, select the cutting edge, select this line, or should I say select this line, because this is where it stopped. This is the cutting edge line. Select this line as the cutting edge, then press enter. Now when you click here, all of the top one will be gone. Click here, all of that, click here, and then oops, undo. Yeah, we got a command called oops. Trim this one as well, and then hit the escape key. Now the oops command is when I mistakenly select this line and erase it, and it doesn't matter if I continue, because I need that line. It's very important. It's our rafter. Of course we need it. I will select these 2 lines, these vertical strokes. I will click on this mirror. I will click on the midpoint here, point up, and click erase, select no. Now I want that line, so I will type the oops command, which is spell oops. There you see it. I'm not making it up, so I will press enter, and it will bring that back. The oops command is when you mistakenly erase an object and continue with your command, and then you remember it, and you don't want to undo all this, because when I press Ctrl Z again to go back to where that line is, I missed this mirror. So, and now I can't do Ctrl Y and go to where these are. I will have to select this and mirror them again. But you get the point. You can just use the oops and continue with your work. But it has some limit though, which I will leave for you to experience. Now we got this, and let's make this diagonal strokes. We only need to do one side and mirror it to this. And for that, you can see a lot of people doing it different ways. You can click here and click here, and then I will press the escape key. I will select the line, click here and click here, escape, click here and click here, hit the escape key. You have to do it to all of them. I wish we can copy what we can, because it is declining and the length varies, their length, as you can see. So of course the diagonal as well will be different size, as you can see. So I will select offset and type 100, press enter, select this in, select this in, select this in. Now I will select trim
trim this portion. I will have this tiny bit left and I don't want that. Okay, I will zoom and erase it and trim it away. For the down one as well, don't forget them. I will trim here, trim this one, this one, this one, this one as well, trim here, and I will hit the escape key. Do it like this so that it gives you the sense of the vertical stud is behind this. Some people do it even way off. It's just a representation. Once the carpenter sees it, he knows what he needs to do. So I'll zoom back a little and select those lines, select mirror, click here, point up, select no. Now we mirror it to the side. Now let's make the ridge cap. The ridge cap will be this little guy. We'll select offset, type 40, press enter, select this line, this one here, and then I will select line. I will click here, point up, and click, select offset and type 150, press enter, one here and one here. Now I will select trim, hold on the shift key and extend it, hold on the shift key as well, extend it here. I will press the escape key, we can flip them to get the shape we want. I will select fillet with the radius of 0 and the multiple option, click here and select this line and this line to get rid of those. Select here and here to do the same. I will press the escape key, select this middle line and erase it. Now if you want, you can, because the rafter will not get into the ridge cap, and then you can trim all this if you want to get this kind of view. Next is to make our pole lines, which will be this. If you want to start it from here, you can do that, or start it from here. The interval is just 9 and 100, and that is what is important. So let's first make one. I will select line, I will click here and then point at 120 degrees and just click. Next I will select offset and type 50, press enter, click here, point to this direction and click. Select the offset again, type 25, press enter, select this point and click. Now select lengthen and type, select delta and type be something like 25, press enter. Come to the middle one, click here, bottom, click to get this kind of a shape. Select the three lines, this, this and this. Now select copy, click here as the base point and point along this 30-degree line. Type A for array or click it down here. We are pros now, you can just type A and press enter. How many times do we want it? Well, we can just count or just eyeball it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's okay, you can always give a higher value and later delete it. We'll just give 9 and then press enter. The interval is 900, remember? So we'll type 900. Make sure you are along that 30 degrees before you start typing. So I'll type 900, press enter, and I got the copy. So I will hit the escape key. Obviously some will be way off because I put larger number. I rather do that and erase them. So now we got this, and now we have to select them all and mirror them to this side or make it here and copy, whichever is easier for you. I'd rather copy. So I will make a window selection to select this one, window to select this, or do we have, or use this lasso selection. This is where it is kind of, now you see we select it quicker, and then select this one. Now select mirror, click here, point up and click, then select no. Now for the ceiling noggins, which will be something like this, we will mount it to the tie beam, this one. So I will select line, let's make this. I will select line, click here, point down, press enter, hit the escape key, select offset, type 50,
select that line, point to this direction and click. Now select it, select copy. I want the middle of it. I will hold on the shift key and right click, click this point and this point to get the middle, point to this direction and type 600, press enter. Now they are 600 apart from the center, so you can select this, select copy with reference to the endpoint, copy one here, and I mistakenly double click my mouse wheel, and if you try to click here it won't fit, so I will just press the escape key. Select this one, select copy, click here, drop it here. You should copy it from the mid, but for this I will bypass that and copy just from the end. Point to this direction, 600, press enter. Select this, select copy with the reference to this point, copy it here once. Will it fit? It will fit perfectly. Wow. The escape key. Now select anyone and copy it here. Hit the escape key. Now select this, select copy, click here as the base point, point to this direction, type 600. You can see the array is aimed at us, we can use that. Oops, it is not aligned, so I'll click on undo. I'm at 0 degrees and type the 600, press enter. Now I got it in place. If we use the array, we could have just type a number to copy it for us, maybe 6 times, and then we can delete it. But let me show you. If you don't use array, you have to select it and keep selecting and clicking on tool. You get to this. Now we got this, and let's think we are kind of done with here, which looks something like this. These are whole hardcore. We are going to put that, don't worry. Now let's get the base of this line of our lintel level. This is our lintel concrete fill, so let's copy that. As always, from this point, from the DPC up, we know it is always. Let's select construction line, select horizontal. It is the same level as the window. Select the top of the window, press the escape key. Now this will be the level, so I will just select line, and we need it mostly here and here. So I will come here, click here to draw a line, press the escape key, press enter to repeat the line command, and click on here and then hit the escape key. Now select this construction line and erase it, even though we'll need it later. And once I got this, the size of this window from elevation, do you know it? Of course we know it. This is the toilet, so this will be from the left elevation. Left elevation, here you are. This is the window. So let's check the height. It will be 600, I know. I just want to show you. It is 600. So since it is 600, I will select offsets and type 600. Press enter. Select this one, point down and click. Select trim. Trim this portion. We'll put a window here. So we will, for this one, what is this? The length of the window. Again, from this one will be, I feel like we can show this window because it doesn't cut it, but in case you just want to do it, this window is not the same as this one. This is from the right elevation. Right elevation, there you are. It will be this window. So the height for that window will be 1500. Hit the escape key. So select offset, type 1500, press enter, select this line, point downward and click, select trim and trim that portion. Now select line, click on the midpoint here to the midpoint here, and then select offset, type 15, press enter, one here, one here. Select the rectangle, click here once, type 100, or let's go with 75, press the tab key and type 50 and then press enter. Now select this, select copy, click here, copy it to this midpoint and then select it, select to move, click here
and move it here. Now I'll select trim and trim these inner ones. Click here and trim them. And now there should be some movements here which we will make if we want. I will select this, select copy, click here, point up. I will do one at an interval of 500, so 500, enter, up again, 1000, enter, and then I'll hit the escape key. I'll select trim. We want only this one, so trim those portions and only trim the inner one, and then you can erase those ones outside. Then I will press the enter key. I will be getting something like this. For this window, you can copy this. I will select copy from this mid here to the mid here. I will drop one here and I will move it down here. And then I will select line, click here to here, and then select offset and I'll set it 15 on both sides, just like this. And now let's drop it on the window LF layer. So we select match property, match the property of this. We'll use a closing selection here. I will click here and select only those windows. And for here, if you want, you can use a window selection. This is the power of selection. Now I'll press the escape key, and if we select this, we can see they are on that layer. Now we got this, and the next thing is to trim these guys because they've been holding my eyes all this way. Trim all these lines up to here because you can see here they are like this. And for the down one, they don't intersect the wall, our hardcore. So the walls should be free like this. Don't worry, we are going to lengthen them. So now once we got this, we can select the lengthen and perhaps lengthen them by, I'll select delta. I'll go with 1000 for now. Press enter. Let me see how it looks. Yeah, it's okay. Select 1000. I will click here once. I can't use FN selection. I have to use the pick selection. I will undo that because I lengthen it up. Make sure you lengthen it down. Down, down, down. Please don't do up because when you do up, you can even see it crosses here. You definitely want it down. And if you do make the mistake, just click on undo to undo that. Now we got this. We only have to make these windows because, and this door, and this one, which I'm very interested to share. We have to close this with this break shape. You can easily make it. I don't even want to try, but it's okay. It's not hard. It's just, I will click here. I will track, like this. And then I will select line and track up a little and click here. And then I will select line again. I will click here and come here to track a tiny bit here. And then I will select the line again. Click here, hover over here, and track a little. And then I will select trim and trim those portions, and I got the shape. But there is a tool on the Express tool that can do that. In case you are using AutoCAD LT, you should be using this because you don't have the Express tab. So I'll come to the Express tab, and under draw panel there is the break command. As you can see, the shape look the same. I will click on the break and read the prompt. It's very important to read the prompt. Specify first point of break line. I will click here. Specify second point of break line. I will click here. Specify location of the break symbol, midpoint here, and I got the shape. Sometimes it will come tiny, like here. I want it to be at least not this big, but between the middle of them. I want it to be that size. So I will select the break command and I will select size. Right now it is 70, perhaps I want 100. I'll press enter. Extension, right now it is 50, and extension is just this one that extended out. So that looks 50. Let me take it up to 75. So for the first point, I will click here, second, I will click here. For the location, I will click here. Now this is what I want. If you're using LT, please make it yourself. This is how you do it. But I like this one, so I will select this one and delete them. Oh, I shouldn't have deleted that one. Now I will select it. I will select copy. Click here as the base point. I will copy one here. And I will copy one here. I can't copy this one because it will be too big for it. So I will have to make it again by clicking here. It's 3 clicks. 1, 2, 3. And we got this. Now for that shape, you remember what shape we are going to use for this one? For the earth, it is the spline command. Choose either one. I will use the spline fit, the first one. I will click somewhere at here. I will click and then just make something that can represent the earth, and then I will click here. Once I'm done, I will just press enter, not the escape key. Now let's copy the windows. But first I will select construction line, vertical. I will click here and I will click here to get the first window, and then I will select this one, select copy. I will pick this bottom here as the base point and copy it to here as the base point. I will just click. Now I will select the construction line again and choose what horizontal. Click here, press the escape key. Now the window should fit exactly inside here, so we will just move it in place. Now that we know it is in place, we can select these lines and delete them, select the window, and we should make a copy of it. The reference of here, click one here and I will click one here. So we got the windows. It is that easy. For that door, we can just copy it. We can copy this door, or we can make a new one, because this is an external door and this one will be an internal door of this bedroom. So we can export that from the tool palette. So I will come to view. There is tool palettes. Just right click here and choose architectural. You will be seeing only the architectural tab. I will scroll down and select this door LF. It even say LF. Just click it and break it inside. You can close the palette if you want. I will select it. Click on this grip. Just make sure you are on 90 and click this top arrow and make sure you are at, just select it, right click, select properties. The width is 900. You can click the drop arrow and just select 900. For the height, click here and choose 21. It will be our height. You can select the door, select move, click this bottom here and drop it right here, because it is exactly along this wall. So that is how it will be. I will close the properties palette, select match properties, property of this door to this door, and I will hit the escape key. Now that we got this remaining, this guy, we are going to have to draw this. It's quite simple. Of course we are not drawing it. Remember the tool palette? You can always come back here and click it, or you can just press Ctrl 3 on your keyboard. You will get it. I'll just click it. Now there is toilet, so I will click on toilet once and break it inside. Now click the toilet, then click on this visibility, meaning there is more, and select this pole chain. Yeah, that is the one I used. Or you can use this front one. You can use this one. Let's go with this one. Or if this one dominates your eyes more, I will go with this one. So I will select it and select move. Or let me use construction. Okay, we don't have it here. Just move it in place. It is exactly around here. We got a basin here. So select it, select move.
click maybe somewhere in the middle down there and drop it. Come here to track and drop it somewhere like here, and then I will hit the escape key. Now for the basin, I can't even remember where I got it, but let's go to Design Center view. There is Design Center. This one is Control 3. Remember to toggle it and bring it back. You can press Control 2 to bring the Design Center, or you can click it here. Now come to the home, or by now you already got used to this. NUS dynamic block, house, blocks, and we are here. And this is where I got the sink. Even the toilet front, you can see it is the same thing with one of them, like this one. You can use this one if you want, but it's not a dynamic block. We are coming to this in less than 20 minutes to explore all this and how you can use it. Select this sink pedestal, click it and drag it inside, and then press Ctrl 2 to close it, or click here to close, click here to close. I will select this. There is a grip down there, so I will click it and not the midpoint, just drag it here, and then I will just click. Press the escape key. Now I will select Match Properties and come to the floor plan. Select the properties of this. Come here and match it to the properties of this, and then I will press Enter. I will zoom back a little, and now the only thing remaining is those hatches. And to do them, we know how to. Let's go there. But first, I will select a layer for all the hatches, specifically for the section view. So layer property is this, or you can always type LA. I always tell you it's not that LA. I'll press Enter. Just click this block layer and click on New to inherit the color and line type property. And I will call it A section hatch and make it the current layer and close this. Now the next thing is to click the hatch here, and let's start with the concrete. So click here, there is a AR architectural concrete, so I will just click that and I will override the layers color to use this white, and then I will click here once, and I got this with the scale of 1. It is looking quite good to me. I will click here and I will click here and here as well. We have the lintel one. We forgot to make this. To make that, I will make it right now by clicking close here. To finish that, and select offset, type 150, press Enter. Select this line, point up and click. Select this line, point up and click. Select the hatch command, match property, zoom back a little, select this hatch to match the property and click on these two areas that we just made, just like this. And then now click on close. I will zoom back a little, and for the hardcore fill, you can select hatch, which will be this one. Click on this drop down. You can expand this like this. It will be gravel, which is this one. Click it and then click once inside here. It is way big, or should I say way small. Let me take this to 10 and then click here. Maybe this looks good for you. I will take it to 15. Yeah, maybe 20. Click here. I will go with this. You can adjust the angle if you want. So I will continue clicking here and clicking here, and that's it for the hardcore. And then I will click on this cross. For the earth fill, I will use the hatch command again, but as always, just make sure to be saving your work. And now for the earth, I will select hatch again. Click here, click and drag this a little. Look for earth. This is the first one, starting with E. I will select that. Then I will click inside here Then I will adjust the scale to something like 10. That's tiny. 25. Enter. Yeah, that looks okay. That's 30. I like 30. Then I will adjust the scale to, let's see, 45. Yeah, I love this. Then I will change the color to gray so it doesn't stand out much. Then I will close it. Now for the walls, this one is compacted, and then for this one, start again. Let's start with the C32. Select that. Select this wall. Inside here, 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 and here. And then for the scale, let's take it down to 1 and see how it looks. Very, very tiny. Let's see, 10. Okay. Change the angle to 0. Yeah. Let's see, 15. Like I've said before, artists are just an indication of the real life material, so you can adjust the scale to how visually they will be. And if you cut a block, you will never see this line, but you'd put it so that it should stand out. Now I will leave it like this. It's okay for me. I will close it. I will press enter to repeat the hands again, and then I will select C37. Then I will click inside here with the angle of 0 and scale of 15. It looks okay for me, so I will click here, and click here. Then I will press enter. It looks good for me. I will select I'll come to the view tab. Under the palette panel, there is tool palette. Once you click it, you will get this palette. I will right click here and select all palettes so that I will get all this tab. They are stuck here because they are too much. You can click there and you will get the list of all of them. Select architecture. You can see in this floor plan we have these trees, which I will make a layer for them. Any grid layer, I will come to layer 0 and click on new A trees, and then I will give them a solid green color. Should be too bright, but that's okay. For the line width, it doesn't really matter since it's a block. It will take, I'll close this and make the tree layer the current layer. Now I will select tree. There is 3 there, metric. If you use imperial, import your own. Up there, I'll click metric and drop 1 tree right here, and then I will select it. It has visibility grip. I'll click this. There are 6 different trees. Choose any elevation one that looks right for you. I'll go with the palm tree here. Click on this grip and come over to the endpoint and snap it and go along. Or there is a command, because right now if I click here and this will mess up with you, I want to just drop it along here, but along the line of course. But if I click, it will snap to the endpoint. Now these are one of the few times, I'll press Ctrl Z, that you will use this kind of O snap, which is the nearest. Where are you? Nearest, there you are. Nearest. It will just, if I select it again, it will just snap anywhere on the line. That's hourglass icon. It's its icon, nearest. So I will just click near wherever I want and just click. So nearest isn't much of a precise snap like on a point you want, but of course it is precise because it keeps me along the line I want. But for now, I will turn it off. I don't like it turned on. Press the escape key. I will select it and I will select copy. Click here and copy it here. Then I will select this line and stretch it out a little. And then I will select the tree and click on this visibility group and change it to another tree. Let me see the evergreen, not the plan one. Select this, the elevation one. No, you don't look good there. See this? Yeah, we'll go with this one. I will select it and move it a little bit here. Now my roof is interfering with this grid, and let me move this elevation down a little. First I will have to turn on those layers so I can select easily. See the use of cursor here? I eyeball it, I know it won't touch that step. So I will select all these guys, select move them horizontally, right click here, move them horizontally. Why are you not moving? I have to select again. Click here, oops, I will click here, make sure everything is fully inside. I'll click on move, click once, let's just move it down by 2000. Make sure it is perfectly straight, please, and then press enter. Now we got this, and we can easily select this and select copy from the middle of here to the mid of here to the mid of all the rest. You can obviously adjust either the tree or the view. This will come off way off because you can see the size of this one is larger than this one, so you can obviously select this and move them in place. Now you can put it for the section if you want, but I won't. Now we'll close the properties palette and the tool palette. Really? Okay, that's kind of make me sad. Okay, for that, to make a side plan, I will turn on all these layers so that I want to move it up a little so I don't miss something, and I will right click and make sure I don't have anything isolated. Then I will click here once, I will click here. Even up to now it is not fully down there, but that's okay. I know how to select everything to get exactly what I need inside. I get a window selection and selected everything. It's just this guy, I will select it. I will select all this. Make sure you select the entire floor plan, and I will move it up like this, and then I will select it again and move it to the side a little bit so it doesn't touch this roof. So now I will turn off the dimension layer, the grid, and this one, the block as well. Zoom in the hatch as well. Now to make a side plan, I will first make the boundary of this. I will select a rectangle, but first I will make sure I'm doing all this on the side layer, so I will turn them off one time. Line type, select layer 0, new layer, A side, and then I will make it white. For the line type, I will give it a solid 13, and then I will press OK. I will click here to make it the current layer, and then I will select rectangle. It's one click bottom here, one click right there at the top. If I come here, I can see it, so I will select offset with the true option. Zoom back a little. I will offset this out first by 600 and then press enter. Next I will extend this 600 one and type 900, and then I will press enter. Then I will select this point and I will type 7 feet, which is 2100, and then I will press enter. Now that I got this, I will press the escape key. I will select the outer rectangle. I will hover over this grip, click it once, then I will point up and type 2100 here, press enter. I will hover over here, click here and type 4800, and then press enter. Now that I got this, let's get to trimming. I will select line, I will select this midpoint here, and then perpendicular here. I'll press the escape key. I will select offset and type 1500, and then I'll press enter. Select point here and click, select point here and click, and then I will hit the escape key. Now I will select rectangle. This will be a swimming pool. I will click here, point to this direction. I want the length to be 4000. Press the tab key here to be 2000, and then press enter. I will select this. I will select move. Click here, just move it inside here, somewhere close, like here. Next, I will select this outer rectangle, this one, and this one. There is explode. I will explode them, meaning I can select this line and erase it. can do that. Then I will select line. I will click here, hover over here, click, come down here and click. Press the escape key. I will select offset with the true option. Click this point to this direction and I will give a distance of 4000 and then I will press enter. And then I will select line, zoom, click on this end of the wall and take it perpendicular to this line and then I will press the escape key. Now we got pretty much everything we want, so I will select fillet with the radius of 0 and the multiple option. I will select this line and this line. Don't select this one, we have to trim this one. And then I will press the escape key. I will select line, click here, point downward here and click. Then I will select the trim those lines, this one, this one, this one and this one. Trim this one as well. Press the escape key and trim the one inside here, one inside here. Press the escape key. Now there is one remaining here, so I will select that and select this line and then delete them. Now that we got this, select offset again, select the true option, select this line, point downward just 900, press enter and then select the line, point downwards and type. It should be 3000, but we will just go with 2400 and then I'll press enter. If you have room, just put 3000. I don't want to move this thing again. I put 2400, so I will select offset with the true option and put the half of the value. I put 24, meaning it will be 1 2. I will press enter. I will select this line. This will be like the road and give it a solid center line, or let me see, hidden 2. I want it to be center line 2. Then I will hit the escape key. I will select that particular line, click on this by layer. I want it to be white, so I will select this. This white is black. I will select this white and then press the escape key. Now I will select the fillet command, select the radius option and give a radius of 900. Press enter. I will select this line and this one. Press enter to repeat. Just select the multiple option. Select here and here and then select this one and this one, and it will erase that line. And I don't want that. Let me just make another one. It's okay. We are quite patient. Select fillet, select this line and this line. It will erase that portion. Now that we got this, let's make sense of all this. For that, I will select the lay off command, zoom, select the inner wall, they will be gone. Select the door, select the window, select the rail, select the step. Now we'll be getting something like this, and I want this to be joined. So I will select this line and this line. There is our join command. We'll just type J, they will be joined. Now we got all this, and I won't waste time telling you they are grass and hats. We'll just put them. Remember our tool palette. We can come to the view tab and click on tool palettes, or we can just type Ctrl T and it will come. I will select car vehicle and drop one here. Come back to the home tab, perhaps close the tool palette, select the car, click on the visibility. We have quite a lot. Just choose any top one. We want it to be top, of course. This is a site, maybe setting. Okay, I don't know, cars, truck. I'll just go with this one. I will click here and drop it here. It will, from the dot, it will just enter and park there. So now that we got this, we can get to hatching, some serious hatching. Select the hatch command, but mind you, this is our building. This rectangle, I didn't explode it, and you can see I strategically doesn't leave any spaces, any gaps, but that's okay. If you make gaps, I will show you how to come back from that. So I will select hatch and then I will click down here and select and look around for grass. I will select this grass. I will click once inside here and then I will be getting this. Click once here as well and then I will be getting all this, which is cool. Now The scale is currently 15. Let me see how the block that will look. 30. Enter. Yeah, I think I will go with this one. And then under here, for the hatch color, I will change it to solid, this kind of green, that green, because this one will be too, I don't know, you can choose the green. That's okay. I will leave the green, but it's just too bright for my eyes. I will just choose this one, but you can choose the other one. Press the escape key. Now we are done with the grasses. I will select hatch again. For our pavement, we can choose, you can choose either the angle one or the architectural H-board, whichever one. We'll use them both. We'll just use them both. I will select the angle one and I will click once inside here, zoom in a little. Right now it is this color, which is green, which is not what I want. I will select that and select white here, so that it will be this color. Press the escape key. It's quite tiny, so I will select it and adjust the scale. I will reduce it to, let's see, 20. Press enter. No, maybe 50. Enter. Yeah, I think I will go with this. Remember, we give 900 here, then this will be 300. Yeah, it makes sense. And if you want it to start from here, because this doesn't look professional, set origin. I will click here so that it will align like this. Or I will start from here. Wherever you prioritize for the hatch to start. It starts here, but it still look off. Maybe you want to prioritize from here. Let's do it again. Set origin. Want it to start here, it will look like something like this. If still doesn't look okay for you, you can adjust the scale and you will get exactly what you want. But it's okay for now. You can keep changing and the angle if you want to fine tune the result. We don't want to waste much time here. That is okay for us. Press the escape key, select the hatch command again. I will click here and then I'll look for something like wood, which will be maybe this ghost wood. I will select that, click here. I will click and then the color is now currently white. You can give it a background if you want. I don't see any background I like here, so I'll click on more colors. And then if it shows you true type color, which are based on RGB, come to the index tab. There is even color books that you can choose, but this is much better for AutoCAD. This is AutoCAD color index. Come to the index color tab and select something that resembles wood. I will go with color 15 and then I will click on OK. Press the escape key. Let me see the effect. Select that. Perhaps you can decrease the transparency. Press escape to see the effect. Now for the swimming pool, first we have to select offset and select the true option. Select the rectangle, point in inside and type something like 75. Press enter. Select the inner one, explode. Select offset and type 300. Select this line, point inside and click. Select point inside and click, maybe 2 steps. Select cycle, click here once and give a radius of 50. Select it, move it somewhere like here. And now to hatch this, first I will select these guys, right click and hide them. I will select hatch, click here, choose anything that resembles swimming pool for you. For me, I will go with something, I don't know, even this or any other thing. You can choose either this hex or cross, whichever one. We can always change it. Let me go with this one. It will look something like this. Of course, it's a swimming pool. I want it to be blue. All this color looks cheap. You can always come to more colors, and from here I'm seeing the preview and choose some color you want. I'll go with this color 170 and then click on OK. It looks something like this. I will increase the transparency to something like 30 and then I will click on close. I will right click, isolate and object isolation to bring those things back. Now we got our little swimming pool, our deck, and then let's make something like a gazebo, which we can do by clicking on the rectangle file. I'll select polygon, give a 6 size, press enter, click once, select circumscribe, point to this direction and give a distance of, let's go with 1200, press enter. Now I will select hatch and give it a solid hatch. Click inside, and if you want you can give it any color, but I will select it and give it, I'll just give it white. We choose white, but it is looking gray. That's because of the transparency. Let's take it down to 0 so it will look white as it should. Select those two objects, you can make them a block, but we are running with time, so I will brought this here like this, representing the gazebo. You can obviously select this and change the color to something, yeah, let's just go with maybe this one, the one below the black color. And then for our main building, first we'll make a text. Click here, select multi-line. I will click here and we'll call it proposed building, and then click away. Now it's too tiny. I will select that, right click, properties, come to hatch, it is 3. I will give it a solid 600, press enter. It will be this big, maybe 400, press enter. Yeah, I will click the grip point a little so that the text will come up, and then I will be getting this. Now I will close this, select it and move it somewhere in the middle, press the escape key. Now I will select the hatch command again and select ANSI 31. We'll select that, drop it here. Of course it will be blue, but I want it to be something like red. And for the scale, I will up that to 50, just looking something like this. For the background, I want it to be none. It's just this white, I want it to be red. The scale is quite, I'm sure you are not seeing this, so I'll select this red and I will up this to 75 to get this, and then click on close. Now that I got this area is grass as well, so I will select hatch. I won't go around looking for grass, I will just select match property and match the property of this grass, yeah, inside this area. Now I'm dead sure you will be having issues with gaps, and I don't want you to go around looking for other tutorials, so I'll be showing you what to do. Now the gap I was talking about is, if I select hatch, I want to hatch a pavement here. If I select hatch and I want to use this ARH bond here, if I click, a close boundary cannot be determined and you get this red grips, blah blah blah. You can continue reading. Now I will zoom back and say okay, it even shows me 2 arrows, and I will click here as well, get the same message, close boundary could not be determined. Now I'll hit the escape key. Sometimes those cycles, red cycles, will still be there. To get rid of them, all you need to do is just type RE for region to regenerate, press enter, and then they will be gone. Now what you do instead is, it's mostly there is a tiny gap, but this one is quite big, it's a big gap. Maybe your intersection like here doesn't meet, and then the hatch will not work because your object is not closed. It's AutoCAD, even 0.00 something gap will not work. So what do you do instead? What you do is you select the hatch, you select your HR bond, and then click down here. There is gap tolerance. Mine is even up to 5000. Normally it should be 0 by default, and you can just increase the value. Now let me close this and check the length of this one. I will click here and click here. It is 900. Okay, it is exactly 900. So I will, instead of typing 900, I will type 899. How about that? And then I'll press enter. press enter again. They don't intersect, so I have 1 unit, 1 millimeter gap. Okay, I will select the hatch command, hit add-on, I will click inside here, and it has, which I expect it to not. Now if it shows you error, all you need to do is just increase the gap tolerance, and it should work. I expect it to not work for sure, so that I can up this value by 1 unit and it will hatch. But since it hatch for me, it's okay. So I will press the escape key. I will select line. I want to join this area because hardly the government will do road for you. Maybe this will be pavement. So select line, join this area, and lastly join this area as well. And then I will select this hatch and just delete it. Let's do it one time. Select hatch, HR bond for the color of the pattern, and then for the color I will just use black. Select that white, and I'll click here, here, and here, and then change the scale to 1 and see the effect. 1, okay. We are coming upgrade. Let's do 10. No, let's do 5. Okay. Let's do 2. Nice. So we'll stick with 2. And then you can obviously rotate it. Let's see 45. Yeah, nice. So we got this. Now I can decide to close. I got what I want. I will select this one, this angle for our pavement of the house, and then I will, under the background color, I will give it a solid gray color, and then I will increase the height to like something like 30 or 35, and then I will close to make it stand out a little. You see how cool that looks? Now for the road, the road continues. We can use the annotation express tool, break line symbol, where it starts, where it ends, where it's the break. And then I got this. You can obviously select, go to size and increase it, but it will take most time, so you already know how to do it from the section. So it should be something like this, and then from here I will go to the hatch command and give it a solid black color. Select solid, make sure it is white, click here and click here, and then close. Now I want to select that white line and it is hard for me to see what I got it. I select it. Mind you, the color for that specific line is this white. Even though they are both showing white, the road is black. Meaning, if I come to the layout and double click inside here and zoom, you can see the road is white, the road is black, and the line is white. So this color, this, even though it says white, it is black, and this is the actual white. It's quite confusing at first, but it's straightforward something. If you like, you won't even get confused, and I want you to be that. Please don't get confused. Now we got our site, but it's not complete without trees of course. And for the trees, we'll go to the view tab. There is our design center. We'll find a lot of things here. Design center, click on home, it will bring you here. Now click on ANUS. Now let's enter design center. Let's go to house. We've already been here, I think. Go to blocks, and we don't have anything to import, so I'll go back. Let's go to home. Let's go to blocks, and we should at least have something we can import that we can use here. Something like this plant, drop it inside. Something like this chair, drop it. We got this. Now we click up. Now what are all these? These are just DWG files, remember? Navigate and go to our AutoCAD beginner course. These are all what we've made so far. I expect your pictures to be more than this. Now if I come down here and click on this style view, do you see? These are just our DWG files. So what I want you to do is click on this PC, enter your local disk, enter program files, Autodesk, your AutoCAD version. I'm using AutoCAD 2024. Enter it. Scroll down. Go to sample, and then we got this. Remember this place? Click on home. Active ANUS Visual Lips. If I come back, you see Active X ANUS Visual Lips is the same thing. Enter ANUS. Enter Design Center. And look what these are. They are just regular DWG files. And now if I click on this like house planner or home, this means I will click this and drag it to my AutoCAD, and then I will drop it at the Files tab. It will warn me that it is just sample and it is read only. I can't make changes, but I still like to open. Yes, please. And then it will open. I will click here to auto hide the tool palette, and perhaps just auto hide it. Take it to the side. And these are just the blocks inside the that home space planner. You can see this lock icon reminding you still can't do anything to these files. ANUS Design Center. What is this? Home. Let's enter home, enter blocks, and then we get the same thing. Look at this bed, it is there, everything is there. So they are just regular DWG files, and you can select them and copy them around to our project. So my point is they are just regular files and with some blocks inserted in them. So I'll just close this. And there is more. You can, which are the same thing as the Design Center, you can import them and study them for your field. Like I said, there is one for electronics, there is more, there is fasteners, there is electric power, there is all of that. For engineering and mechanical arrays, you still have more tools, not just that on the tool palette. So I'll go back to AutoCAD and I will close this. Don't ask me to save. No, I don't want to save this. So that is that. And what's even more amazing with the Design Center, if I come to, now we are on the folder tab. If you click on the open drawings, we only have one open, which is our house design project. If I click on open drawings, we get the same thing, which is really cool. I will click on blocks and it will show us the blocks that are inserted in our project. Let it finish loading. I can't believe we have this much blocks. I expect you to have all of this because I don't use any external blocks. We have our 1200, you can see the previewed one we make. We have even this one for our rotated elevation, and we can simply click and drag it inside just like we would with normal AutoCAD block. Right now it's showing this because it just, I'm running low on battery, and you can see it, you can import it. Design Center is super cool. And not just that, of course, not just that. Focusing on this, let's just finish the business of the day. Go to the home, ANUS Design Center. Let's go to landscaping, because we are doing site plan. So I will click on this clump of trees and import this. And then of course we have to have a north arrow. Import the north arrow, and then there is some stepping stone. We even have a swimming pool. So we will have imported this, and then a tree deciduous. That's enough, and that's enough for all this. And like I say, there is some fasteners for engineers. You can explore this further. You don't have to draw something that AutoCAD already drawn for you. I will close this. Now we could have imported this swimming pool and perhaps scale it down or something, but we don't need it, so I will delete that. I will select the north arrow and bring it somewhere close like here, showing the north arrow. Of course, that is our north arrow at the top, but when we export the drawing, people won't be seeing this. So I will select this tree and copy it somewhere like here. Select this one, copy it perhaps to somewhere like here. I will drop it there, and now I will select this one, click here and drop it to somewhere like here. Then I will come to the home tab, select copy it to the bunch of places. maybe here, not too much. I don't like crowded designs. And copy it maybe somewhere like here, and then you can select this, move and move it to somewhere like here. Select the grip, space, press the space key once, twice. We are not on rotate, so we can rotate it to, if you want something like this, and then drop it there. You can select copy and copy it maybe once or twice, and then hit the escape key. Now this one got behind the hats. You can always select it, draw order, bring to front, hit the escape key. Now we got this, but the trees are still not much. Let's import more trees. We can select this, which is a dynamic block tree, which this one is not dynamic, it only has one grip. This is regular block. But for this one it is dynamic, meaning we can click on this grip and choose the top view and drop one here. We can select copy one palm tree here, one here, maybe one here, and then copy one here, and then change the visibility to other tree. Let's say shrub. Yeah, you can copy shrub to a bunch of places if you want, be somewhere around the pool. And then I will select this palm tree, maybe just change it to deciduous. No, it's the same as this one. Maybe evergreen. Okay, looking cool. It's the same as this one, but it is only one, it's not three. You can copy it, and then I will select this and make a copy, or just change it to other tree, evergreen, something like this. I will just copy this. I will copy one here, maybe one here. I don't want it to be crowded, but it's still crowded. Mind you though, I want this to be on the side plan. They are green because we copy this. So I will click here, select them like this. I know everything is selected, and I will make sure they are on a side layer. Just like now they are white. You can then select them further if you want, or you can make your life easier by turning off this layer and then select this, maybe select similar, select this and this, select similar, it will select the similar, select this one, and then change the color to the green. I don't know why it is disappointing me, but it should change to the green. If it doesn't, that's okay, just leave it. We know how to do it. You just go to the block editor and change, or in the first place import them on the gray layer, but that's okay. Next we will make, we don't know this thing, which is very important, maybe even more important than dimension. Then we'll create a table, and then a really cool tool, this one. We'll touch on xrefs, really important tool, and touch on some things, and then we'll draw our mystery, plot our drawing, show you life-changing shortcuts. I know I've shown a lot of shortcuts, but I have more. I have a lot more to share. For now, make sure you save your drawing. Congratulations once again, you've completed the architectural project chapter. Now we are moving on to the beginner turning pro chapter. This chapter is designed to take your AutoCAD skills to the next level with advanced tools, professional workflows, and a 3D rendered image that brings our project to life. And we are starting with one tool that every architect simply cannot afford to overlook. Now, AutoCAD allows you to import drawings in a way that keeps the imported drawing independent from the current one. A drawing imported in this way is called an external reference, or XREF as they are commonly known. You can think of XREF as a more intelligent block. The professionals use it to collaborate with different disciplines working on the same project at the same time. Let me show you how this works. There is the command. Come to the Insert tab. There is the whole reference panel. You attach using this command, attach. or you just click here, you will get this palette, and using this palette, come up here, click on this arrow, and then you get all the things you can attach, from DWG to images to PDFs and a lot more. We are only going to look at 3 objects, and we are going to start with the DWG one. Now that we got the palette, it could be anywhere in your drawing area right there. Just drag it a little bit here and then click on home. Now this is our file name, house design project. You can see it here, house design project. If I select it, you remember we save it to AutoCAD beginner folder. You can see the file location and the last time you save. Now to show you how this works, first of all, close this. I will close this drawing. I will make a new drawing by clicking on this. By the way, this is the home space planner that I just opened for the blocks. If you're doing everything with me, you can click here and remove it from the list. That way we have our basic drawing and all the drawings we've been doing so far in this course. Now I'll click on this drop down and select browse template. Make sure I select CAD ISO and then I'll click on OK. Now I will select rectangle and make 5000. Press the tab key and I will type 7000. Oh, that's 70. I'll press enter. Now I'll double click on my mouse wheel to zoom extend. Now I got this. Then I will use offset of 230, like I'm making a wall. Then I will just use line and offset it to a reasonable distance. And now I will select the middle one and erase it. It's just to make something look. Now I got just this. Okay, it's just a new drawing called drawing 1, and it's only a room of this size, and we can create a layer for it. We call it pretty unique layer, pretty basic. Click here to call it, no one names a layer like this by the way. We'll call it pretty basic xref layer, or you can name it anytime. I just want to make it unique, and I will give it a solid, I'll give it a cyan color, this one, color 4. Then click on OK. Now I will select the whole thing and give it and take it to the pretty basic layer. So now we got our drawing with just one layer and we didn't save it, so click on save here and you will get this save as dialog box. Make sure you are on your document and you enter our AutoCAD beginner folder, and then let's name it xref example, and this is the name of our DWG. I will click on save so that when I come to document and our beginner folder, there it is, xref example. If I click the table and sort it by name, there it is, xref folder with this icon. Remember, this is the icon of DWG. So now that's it. I will just close this. So now we have our separate DWG files. Now let's enter our house design. I will enter this one, and then I will come down somewhere reasonable like here, and then I will go to the insert tab, the reference panel. I can either click on attach. I will get the selected reference dialog box, just as I would if I click here. You already see our house design. This one is the current one we have open. I click here, attach DWG, and we get the same selected reference dialog box. Now I'll come to document AutoCAD beginner folder, and there it is, xref example. So select it, you will see the preview. Just click on OK. Now you will get this, you will get a little preview, and to not waste much time here because we have a lot to do, scale and rotation, leave them unchecked. For the path, relative is just the most convenient. It's only about maybe 5% of the time that you will use either of these two. We'll go with relative since it took 95% to me only. Insertion point, you want to check this because you don't want it to just snap to the origin. You want to click somewhere like here, attach. Then the reference type, do you want it as attached or as overlay? Both of these will import the drawing as external reference, and the difference between them is just for the attached, it will only be between this drawing and our house project drawing. For the overlay, we can import this and other files, and if we like we can take all of that and export them to another file. Overlay doesn't care about all that. Overlay can only take one external reference. It doesn't care about the nested ones. So we'll stick with attach for now. Click here to show details. It will just show you the path. So, and make sure your factor here is 1. If you're using a period, you will see an inches here, and then we'll just click on OK. And now we got this. So I will just drop it. The first thing you will notice is it fades. It's not bold like our drawings. And if I hover over it, it normally doesn't show you what it is until you click, and then you will get the external reference tab. Press the escape key to deselect that. It will print. Don't mind it that it fades. It just reminds you that it's not part of the drawing, because it's not. Right here on the external reference palette, you can see it, our folder, our drawing with the little attach pin up here at the top left. If you click it, you will see it is loaded. It's not open, it's just loaded. Type, it is attached. As you can see here, it is just attached. So what do you do with this? Well, if I come to the layout, you will see the extent of your drawing. We are coming to this in our next chapter after our mystery. If I zoom, you can see it will plot just like the rest of the drawing. You have to double click inside so that you can freely zoom. If you double click outside, you will only zoom here. So just double click inside and zoom to it, so you can see it just as you would with these ones. So why does it fade? Well, it's because it's an external reference, and you can control the fade by, without even clicking it, by coming to the insert tab on the reference panel. Click on this drop down. By default it is 50. You can decrease it from 0 up to 90, because at 100 you won't see it. So 90, 0 or 50 or any number, it doesn't matter, it will still plot. So I will keep it at 50, and then I'll press enter. Now if you select the external reference, let's start with here on the option panel. It doesn't have much, so we can quickly be done with this. I will click here, the palette will be gone. Click it again, it will come back. That's all it does. Same as this one or this one down here. Manage XREF. If I close the XREF and then click it, it will come back. That's all this does, and perhaps remind you when changes have been made. So with that, select the XREF again. Now let's go to the clipping. What clipping does, it just, if the drawing is too crowded, you want to focus on something, let me click on the create clipping boundary, and then you can see you can click anywhere to move this tooltip, and it has the same option down here on the command line. I will just select the rectangular here, or here I'll just type R and press enter. I will select the rectangular here and then make a box here. So now I clip only that area. That's the only area I'll be seeing on the XREF. Now if I select it and click on this invert clip boundary, it will invert my boundary to show the other area, just not this one. Really handy, I'm telling you, it's really cool. So I will select that and remove the clipping, and then hit the escape key. But you will see sometimes you would, outside the rectangle, make the clipping again. Sometimes you don't want to see this frame. It's okay, just come to the insert tab under the reference panel. There is the frame. Click on this drop down and you can select hide frame. So now you won't be seeing it. Or you can just display it but don't plot the frame. Or you can display and plot the frame. Pretty straightforward. I found this to be the safer one. I mean, you want to see the frame sometimes. But for now, we will select the frame, the clipping, and remove it. So that's it. We already know these buttons. What this does, those two, is they allow you to edit your XREF. At a basic level, you can do three things with XREFs. The first one is you can trace it. Meaning, I can just select line and snap to the points to get exactly that. Mind you, I'm on the site layer, but I want it to be on layer 0. I want to be doing this on layer 0. So now I got this. I can trace over an XREF. Okay, so I can select this. You can see I can snap all because I have the snap on the insert tab on the reference panel. I have my snap on the turn on. So make sure yours is turned on as well. So now that's one. I can trace over it. So I will select this one and erase it. And the other thing you want to do is you can edit it. Meaning I can enter this XREF and edit it. And I can do that in two ways. The first way is I will select it. If I right click, there is edit reference in place. Just as this one, edit reference in place. It's the same thing. And for that to take effect, you have to have the both files close to each other. Like our SREF and our house design, they are on the same folder. You can check here. The folder is completely the same. So if I click on edit in place, it will bring this reference edit dialog box. By default, it will automatically select all nested objects and it will remind me of the path. It's okay, just click on OK. So now we can edit this. Let's mess this up. I will select a cycle and make a cycle here. First, I will make sure I'm on layer 0. Oh, remember the layer we named this? Pretty basic SREF. Select this, which is our pretty basic. This is for the layer, and this one at the bottom is for the whole XREF. Don't worry, just select this one. Set a cycle. Let's make a cycle here. Maybe a polyline. I'll make something like this and perhaps trim these portions. Just any change. It could be something sensible, like I can click on this insert tab and maybe I'm an interior designer and the architect sent me this plan. I can select the bed and import it inside, arrange everything. Or maybe I'm electrical engineer and the architect sent me this to do the electrical wiring. I can import the electrical blocks and join them with my polyline and be done with everything. I'll press enter to end that. You get the point. Just finish everything you want inside it or outside it, doesn't matter. Finish everything, or maybe you assign this to make the layout, the site plan of it. You can do all of that, and then when you are done, just click on save here or press Ctrl S on your keyboard. Once you are done, mind you, we right click and select XREF edit, right? Please don't forget this. If you look up here on the ribbon panel, edit XREF, there is save changes. So you will get this little warning. Yes, we want to save everything. Just click on save. So now it is back to the XREF and we make these changes. If we click, we get this. We can edit it. We have to either click this one or this one. I'll press the escape key. Now that we edit in place, I will save our drawing, this one. Perhaps even close the palette. Close this drawing. Let's open the real XREF example drawing. If I open it, guess what happens? They appear here. You collaborate with others using XREF, working on the same project. And what this means is, let's say about 1.7 people watch this video, and I leave a link in my description with a Google Drive with this file. Okay, 17 people, and you can all make changes. And when I import the drawing, I can see who make the changes and how and what they add. So now that I see this change, this is the main drawing, remember? So if I decide I can select this, no, I don't want this one. I want a polyline here, which is on layer 0. And then I will select a rectangle here and maybe make this one. Say, no, I don't want this. I want this to be an arc like this. For this cycle, maybe you want it smaller. For this bed, maybe you want to move it out there. And then save the drawing. That's it. Then close it. Now we make that change from the original file. Now if we enter our house design project, you can see those changes. And then down here under the manage xref, you will get this balloon notification, which means an xref was modified, meaning from the original we adjust this, we add this, we remove this, and we reduce this. And then you can either click on close. This is a recent feature, by the way, don't worry if you don't see it. Compare xref example, you can click that, and then you will get this thing that shows you this is a ref cloud, a revision cloud, meaning something has been changed. You can click here and see what red color means, what green means, and what the rest of them means. But this one is the revision cloud, which is this one, and it's colored like this. You can click the color and change it so that you know what they mean. And you can click on this arrow to go to the changes. Okay, you move it here. All right, that's the change. Okay, you get the point. And then when you are done, you can just click here, say okay. That's xref with the GWG. The last thing is, if you select it, open reference, meaning it will open that drawing. So I can open the original, and then all right, you can make more changes. I will delete this, and then I will save. Once I save and then go back to here, it will again show me this. We compare. Remember, now we are just going to click on here to close, but we are not seeing the change. Why? We have to reload it, and we can do that by clicking on here to bring the external reference palette, or we can come to the insert and click here to bring it. And next to the xref example, you can see it needs to be reload with this icon, which if you hover over it, it will say refresh. So you can either click here or right click on it and reload. Whichever one, I will reload. Reference has recently changed, whatever. Do you want to compare the changes? No, I don't want to compare, just update it for me. So it reload or refresh it, and then we can see those changes that we make here. We can still delete this one, delete this one, delete them, and then save from the original, and then go back here, and it will still say there is more changes that have been made. I can close that, right click, reload. No, I don't want to view the comparison, and then I can see everything is deleted. You get the point. Now that's how you edit xref. And if everyone is working online, you will always see a balloon. If someone makes change, when you make the change, it doesn't matter, you have to, I will erase all this and leave only one line or one word like this. If it doesn't matter if the person makes change but he doesn't save. So once you see that asterisk, you have to save first before everyone will know you changed something. Once I click on save, that asterisk will be gone, and then if I come back here, I will get a warning. Then I will right click and reload. Do I want to compare? No, I don't want to compare. So it's only this one remaining. So now I will close the original and then select the xref. We all know what this buttons does. So if you no longer want this as an xref, you can right click here and detach it. Unload means it will just go away. You don't want to see it for a moment, and then reload it to bring it back. Pretty straightforward. Detach means it will completely detach it from the drawing. The layers will be gone, everything will be gone. I'll press Ctrl Z to undo that. I will select, right click. You can change from attach to overlay, pretty simple. Bind has two options. Either way, either of the two, they will combine your xref to a block. Now if I click bind, the only difference is the bind option maintains the xref name elements by creating new layers in the current file with the xref file name prefix, meaning this is the file name xref example. So there is the layer, this is the prefix, this is what these binds will do. But for the insert option doesn't attempt to maintain xref's name element but match the name element with the name elements of the same name in the current file. For example, if in this file we have a layer called pretty basic, the insert tab won't create a prefix, it will just merge the layer into one. So right now we want the bind, so I'll just click on bind, and then it will detach it, and if I hover over it, it will say a block reference. So but in doing that, you lost the link of external reference. That's it about DWG. You can say this is not a block and do what you can with a block. I will delete this one. Now if I click here, I can attach a PDF by clicking on here. Attach PDF. I will navigate to my desktop. I have to look for one PDF. I see one bedroom. Revit. I will select that and then I will click on open. Remember this one? This is how you import PDFs in AutoCAD. The path should be relative. Scale rotation should be unchecked. Insertion point checked. Now in here you can only import one page of a PDF. In case the page is not one like here, you can see multiple pages. You just select the one you want and click OK, import it. If you want another one, repeat the process, select another one. Pretty straightforward. Now I have only one page, so I will just click on OK, and then where is it? I'm not even seeing it. I will just click here. There it is. It is just tiny. This is way tiny. Now it is all grayed out and I can see it here, PDF with the attached. If I select, I can see all of its property and its location. It is at the desktop. So this is a PDF, and what you can do with this, of course, you can trace over it. You can, this is the case that you will appreciate the clipping. Maybe you don't want to see this panel, this title block. You can select the XF, and then there is clipping boundary. It is still there, even though we got more options. Create clipping boundary and clip only this area. We want to see only the floor plan. And then if you want to see the title block, you can see it here. Or we want to focus on this one only. If we zoom, you can see it looks kind of our floor plan. That's because yes, it is. I tried doing it in Revit. I know some people will say we are just wasting time that we are doing all this in AutoCAD. Why shouldn't we in Revit? Yeah, it is. I did. Now you can trace it. You can do a lot of things. I will select it. Enable snap, show underlay, pretty straightforward things. You can control the fade here if in case you want to trace it. When you control the fade, and then let's say I select rectangle and I trace this one here. If I select it and show underlay, I will uncheck this, and then everything will go on and say okay, I trace it very well. Okay, let's continue tracing and do whatever you want. You can trace, of course. So I'll select this and erase. I will zoom back. Now if I select the PDF, of course you can view it in monochrome, reduce the contrast, add the fade, display it in monochrome, meaning all the same color. Uncheck this. You can even edit layers in case it has some layers. Close this, and then you can, when you right click, you will see you don't have the bind option to convert it to a block. So you can import this as an object. I will click on import as an object. It will ask me the area I want to import. Maybe I only want this from here to here. And then do I want to detach it or keep it or unload it? You can try all three by first selecting one, see what it does, press Ctrl Z and then select the other one. I will just go with detach. It will detach it and then make it a block, but only that clipping area will be a block. Now if I hover over it, it imports it as an object. It will recognize that this is a polyline, this is a rectangle, this is a polyline as well. You can even double click the text, it will be a multi-line text. You see the edit, pretty cool, really good stuff. It even gets easier if the PDF was made in AutoCAD. It will even recognize the block. But right now this is from Revit, so it only recognizes them as polylines. Really cool. So from here we will just beat our chest and say we did this in AutoCAD and no one will know the difference. So that's it about the PDF. About the images, or I have something to share. With our palette open or click, you know where to open it. Make sure it is open. Now I will select this and delete it. Click attach image. and then go to my desktop. If I select this image, I will be seeing the preview here. This is a sketch. If I click on open, remember the settings. It's just like the PDF. For the scale, make sure it is unchecked and it is 1. I will click on OK and then drop it. And now what this means is you can make a rough sketch, and then most of the time you have to scale it. It doesn't have to be just sketch. It could be the one that you draw with T-square, regular your floor plan, and then from your floor plan you want to convert them into AutoCAD, or you just find a random image online you want to practice drawing floor plans. This is how you do it. But first you have to understand what precision and accuracy means. Now if I select line and turn on auto mode with my OSnap turn on, I click here, and here, and then I come here, I click, and then click here, press enter. Now do you see what I did? This is a precise drawing, but it's not accurate. But if I select line, I click here, I point to this direction and type 1, press enter. I come down 1, press enter. I come here 1, press enter. I go up 1, click, press enter. Now if I select the major, select distance, here and here, it is 1 unit and it is 1 unit all over. Now this is a precise and accurate drawing. But if I select again, I click here and here, it is because we are using 1, we don't have any decimal place, so I will type UN, I will press enter. I will take it to 0 with 3 decimal places. I will select that and click OK, and then I will measure again. This is 0.28. Who puts value like this? This is not accurate. This is just a sketch. Even though it is a rectangle, what I mean by precision is, yes, endpoint to endpoint are connected and it is straight, so it is precise. But this one, it had the endpoint connected and it has exactly 1 unit, meaning this unit can represent a real life, meaning this could be a 1-feet table or a 1-feet chair or something. So this is accurate. What I mean with reference to the image is, when you make your sketch, you measure it with ruler, you know everything is accurate. It represents something in real life. So all you need is to scale this to a distance, to a known distance. Now if I select measure and click here and here, you can see the unit is 0.099. Okay, I'll press the escape key. Just choose any place, any dimension, you know, select scale, select the xref, press enter. For the base point, I will click a known distance. I will click somewhere like here, and then I will select the reference option, specify reference length. I will take it from the distance I want to change. I will click here once and then come here and click. Now this is the distance I want to be. What is the value here? 1900 millimeter, and then I will press enter. I will zoom out. Now you can see it is scaled with reference to here. As long as all you're drawing, you sketch it well, and if this is correctly drawn, this should be 19. So that's okay. You are good to go. You can select the image, reduce the fade so that you can trace very well. Maybe increase the contrast, decrease it. The default is 50, so we'll leave it at 50. You can select line, and then I will select here and click here. I will select the offset command with the true option. I will select this and move it 4000. It's pretty accurate as long as you sketch really well. Type 4000. Okay, maybe from here is 18 as I'm seeing. 18. Okay, 18 will be a little off. Like this, you'll be seeing the dimension and you continue. It will be off a little because it is hand drawn. Of course, it's not precise as AutoCAD. So you can do all that, and you can select the xref and toggle the image off, and then you can see what you've drawn, and then make your changes. Once you are done, you can right click and detach the image. That's it. So I will select this and erase it. Let's import one more image, perhaps something like What do you want to do with this? I will detach it. Click on the attach image. I will select this polish. Click on open. Everything like that. I will click on OK. I will drop it here. It's really tiny. Most of the time, like I told you, you have to scale them. Now, you can scale even a car or anything with curves. Right now, it is too bright. That's why you have the fade, so that you can fade it a little to see your drawing that you will trace. Now, what you can do with a car, remember this is symmetrical by the way, so you only need to make half of this and then make some minor changes, that like the steering wheel that is only on one side. So you can, if you like, you can choose line or polyline. Let me select polyline. Polyline is much better in this case. And then you can zoom and be tracing like this. You have to turn off auto mode. And then I will undo. And then you can auto mode go away. And then you can be clicking with the polyline. Trace it all the way like this. Press the escape key. Or you can use the spline command and be following the curves. Once you are done, press the escape key, select the image, show image. I will click that. Now this is a spline like this, and this is a polyline. But mind you, with the spline you can click to control vertices and change your point, edit them, fine tune them. If I click this, I can maybe make it, or maybe I want this to be a little curve. But for the polyline, you can select it as well, maybe move this one a little. But mind you, with the polyline, you can simply double click it and then make it a spline. Now it is curved. How cool is that? But for the spline, convert to polyline. What is the precision you want? 10? You can experiment. We will go with 10 for now. So if I hover over it, it will be a polyline, but it will have more vertices, meaning these points will be so much. Maybe sometimes you want polyline or something. Once you finish sketching, what I mean is you can select this, select the mirror, select the middle, and mirror it to the side. So you really need to sketch half of it. This is how you sketch things. I don't know if you understand this. You can also attach one image from our course, which will be, if you go to document and our folder, remember the images we saved, we can import one of them. Import, click, and then you can reduce the brightness, and then select cycle and trace. You get the point. You can do this online when you get your practice. So I will select both this and detach them. I see a lot. These are very important tools that I don't see oftentimes. They are not talked about much, but okay, on to the next one. Remember from the external reference we saw something like a cloud? If I click here, I will click here and pin this. It is all because of this guy, ref cloud. If you click, it has three options. Let's look at the rectangular one. If I just click, I will zoom back. I'll just press the escape key and double click on my wheel to zoom extend. So if I zoom here, select the ref cloud. Maybe I want to show, I make a change here. I will click on only this area, and then I will get this kind of an arc. I will select that and erase it. I will select the arc. What you want to do is you want to change the arc length. Right now it is 2000. Wow, that's a lot. Maybe you want something like 75, and just click. We only change the arc length. If I click here, now we got something similar to that one. Okay, you can select that and maybe increase it, regular grip editing, and select that and delete it. The next is the freehand. You can just click once, don't drag, just guide it only around the way you want, and once you get close to it, it will automatically close. It is one object. It is reducing cloud. Now if I send this to anyone, I can add a little text here as note to show them I make a change here. You can use the markup command and do all the rest. We are not going to talk about that in this course. And the last one is you can use the polygon command, and it will be like a wipeout. that you make points like this. Once you are done, you just click on enter. That's it. Now you mostly see this, and that's even how we label things when we are doing assignment. It's no different in AutoCAD. You label a lot of things using the leader command. There is the leader command, very important. Multileader is called in AutoCAD. Now if I select the leader, I just click on this one. If I click on the drop down, you just see more options. Just make sure you select the leader, and then I will click here, and I will zoom a little, and then I will click here. Now I see I'm on the contextual text editor ribbon tab. I will just type roof, meaning this is a roof. I will click away. Now if I zoom back, you can see it's very tiny, and if I zoom, you can see an arrow, a landing, and then a text with an inclining line. But it is way tiny. That's why we need to make our own style of a leader. So I will select this and delete this. Click on the annotation drop down. As equally, you can come to the annotate tab. There is the leader panel. You can click here to open the Multileader style manager. There are two, standard and annotative. We'll just make our own new one. I will just call it our leader. This will be the name of our Multileader style. I will click on continue. It will start with the content. Multileader type, make sure it is mtext. This is the content, and text the default, where we type that roof. For the text height, I will give it a solid 200, and then justification, make sure, maybe if you want a frame, you can check this. Always left, no, sometimes it will be right. For this left attachment, leave it. I know how to show you how it works. For the leader structure, we want maximum of 2 clicks, meaning we will just click for the arrow and for where that inclined line will end. 2 clicks are okay. Now for the landing settings, automatically include landing, yes. Set a landing distance, no. Uncheck this. Scale annotative, don't check anything here. Leader formats, general. Let's start with the straight one. For the type, arrowhead, definitely we want the arrowhead. In this case, we don't want architectural text. Make sure it is arrowhead, and the arrowhead size should be close to our text. So I will type a solid 150 for it, and then I will click on OK. Our current leader is our leader. Current leader style, our leader. That's our leader style. I will click it again to make sure it is correct, and then click on close. Now I will select the multi-leader here, and then I will click, or just anywhere to show this is a roof. I will click here, and then I will click somewhere relatively close. That's it. I pick 2 points, and then this will be the landing, and then I will click here. Then I will type roof. I will click away to finish that. Now let's show this is a roof. We will do it again. Maybe you want to click it from here. Click it. Click somewhere like here. You just one click for the arrow, the second to end the leader, and then the third to define your landing. How long do you want the landing? Maybe somewhere close like here, and then I will say 3. I will click away. Now what you normally see in sections is you would see a description of all the components, meaning you might be seeing something like, if I click here and then maybe click somewhere like here. Lastly, for the landing, where is color tracking? Turn on color tracking and click somewhere like here. Maybe you will see rafter at maybe 1200 millimeter center to center, stuff like this. And then we'll go, you will see something per line, and then you will go, you will see something tie beam, and then you keep going, you will see struts. You keep going, you will see maybe aluminium roofing sheet, maybe roof sheet, and then click away to finish. Now maybe you don't want this to start here, maybe you want it at the middle or this to be at the top. What you do is you select this, right click properties, and then you can change it from here. Under the text group, come down to the left attachment. Right now it is middle of top line. You can change it to maybe middle of bottom line, or you can try all of them to see which one suit what you want. Maybe you want this one middle of text, something like this. And then for that tiny gap between them, maybe you want it to be a little off, so you can do that by increasing this value. Right now it is 2. If I type 10, press enter, the gap increases. If I select, give a way bigger value, something like 100, you can see it increases. Now this is a leader with M text. Let's create one more leader style. I will click here, click on the drop down, come to leader, and then new. I will call this cool leader because it will be cool. I will click on continue. For the content, click on this drop down and select block. You can see we have less options than the M text. Select block, we have only this one, nothing crazy. Click on this drop down, you can select anyone. We'll go with the cycle. We'll only do for the cycle. I will leave the rest for you to explore. Attachment, we will leave the center extent, and then go to the leader structure, 2 clicks, everything like this. This landing setting is just when we click, I can zoom, when we click here and then we are free to define our landing. You can define the landing here. Maybe you just want it to be 500 or 200 or something. You can just make it here. I will uncheck this. For the leader format, everything like this. The only thing we change is just the content. It's just the multi-line text. I will click on OK. Select cool leader, set it as current, close. Now if we select the leader and perhaps I will just click here to end the leader, click to define our text, and then I got this text tag. I got this edit attribute. Remember attributes? I'll just click on OK for now and see what does it want me to change. Now you can see it comes way too tiny with reference to here. So I will select that, double click, and then I can put, okay, maybe I want this to be 1, and then I'll click on OK. Now it is 1. But you can see it is way too tiny, so we can select it, right click, properties, and up this to 150, and then I will press enter. Now it is this big. You can work with the scale, or you can just come to the style, select cool, modify, come to the content and just type the 150 here, or just 100 will do, and then I will just click on OK and close. Now if I make a new leader, I click here, from here I'll just change it to something like 4, and then I'll click on OK. Now I got this. I will select, make another one, I will click maybe here. Let's see if we give 4 digit, click on OK, they fit right inside. Now what you can do is, if you click the drop down of the leader, you can add a leader. Add leader, I will select that, select multi-leader, I select you, and then specify leader arrowhead location. Maybe this is 455, okay, maybe this one is 455 as well, maybe this one as well, maybe that one, maybe this one, maybe that one, and then press enter once I'm done. All the arrows are pointing that they are the same value or the same thing. You can also remove a leader. Select the multi-leader and then specify the leader through. Maybe you want to remove this one, and then press enter. They are gone. You can remove more as well. Select the multi-leader first and then select the leader you want to remove, and then hit enter, and then they are all gone. Click the drop down you want to align. You first select all your leaders like this and then press enter. Select multi-leader to align. I will select this one and then they will come up to align with it. I will just point up straight and all of them will be aligned. It's just because they are not the same scale, that's why they are not lined up. If I use this one, let's say with current style, I will make this 34. I will click on OK. I will make another one. I will call it 12. Click on OK. Now if I select the align and then select all of them, press enter, which one do I want to align them to? Maybe I want to align them to this 34. I will just point up straight and click. Now you can see this one with the same size they are aligned, but this one is just their scale varies, so it makes sense that they wouldn't be aligned. And I can select this and select collect leader, and I want only one leader, so I can select this one. I can select all of them, press enter, And then the first one I started is 12, so they will all collect to the 12 leader. And I collect all these leaders, and then from here, guess what I will do? I will add leader. Once I select the add leader, I can select this one and add the leader to it. This is one. Press enter to enter, add a leader. Maybe I want to add the leader to the 34. I will select it and then keep adding leaders. Press enter to finish. I will select all these ones and delete them. So those are leaders for you. Pretty cool things. We can leave this, or if you want, yeah, we'll just leave them. Okay, let's do a do schedule. Something like this, which is really cool. There is the table. You can just click it. If everything like that, click on OK and drop it. Press the escape key. Press the escape key again. Zoom. This is the table. Or we could just make our own style. Click on the drop down. There it is, table. Or on the Annotate tab. There it is, table. Click either one. Either click here or click here. You get the same thing. I'll just select new, and then we'll call this, you guess it, our table, ST, our table style. I'll click on continue. Now the table should be down. Maybe we don't want it, the title at down there. Click on down to make the title at the top. We'll start with the title. So click on this cell styles and select title, and then come to the general. We will leave everything like this. Make sure it is like this for you. For the text, we want it to be a solid 24. For the text style, we have a text style which will be, we name it text, remember? So select text. For the borders, leave everything like that. That's it. We are done with the title. Next is with the data. For the data, we want it middle center as well. Then everything is okay like this. For the text, 4.5 seems okay. Borders, everything is cool. We are not going to use headers. Oh, let's make them. Select header, which is the one below the title, and then we want it middle centered as well. We want it level. For the text, let's give it a solid maybe 6. I like 7 more. I'll put 7. For the borders, everything like this, and then click on OK. Very simple to make a table. Now we'll select our table ST to be our current table style. Set it to the current. Click on here to close. Maybe I will close this palette, properties palette. I will zoom back. This is our drawing. And now if I click on the annotate, I can see here, from here, our table is the current table style. So if I click the table to make a table, it will inherit our table style. From here, as you can see, table style, our table is our current style. That's it. This is a preview. Of course, we want to be seeing the preview. And then for the insertion behavior, we don't want a window. We just want an insertion point, because we will define the size we want. So for the columns, these ones, we'll just go with 6. It doesn't matter. They are much. I will just show you how to delete them. Column width, we will go with 100. For the row height, we will go with 1 line. That's okay. First row will be title. Second row will be data. For the third as well, I want it to be data. And then I will just click on OK. Now we will drop it somewhere below the front elevation. Remind me in case I forgot. Down there. And then press the escape key. We have to zoom to it first and see what we are doing. The first thing on the title, which is do schedule. Just click once in there and just type do, all caps please, do schedule, and then just click away. Now it is a do schedule, and then click here and it will be symbol. Okay, that will be symbol. Then press the enter key. That will be dimension. Press the enter key. Appearance on plan, we just say appearance on plan. Press the enter key. That will be appearance on elevation. Elevation, press the enter key. Quantity, this will be quantity. Press the enter key. And last, it will be description. It will be description, and then click away. Now we don't want this row. This is a row, as we all know. So select one of the cell under this row. I will select this one, and then under the row column, under the row panel, I will click delete row and then hit the escape key. Now we got this. I will click next to symbol and just type our do symbol. Remember, we have D1, D2, and D3. We put them for a reason. So type D1 there, press the tab key, not the enter key, the tab key to move to the right. It's D2, tab key is D3. And to my eyes, we are done. Now I will click away. We don't want these two extras, so I will select this under the column, delete column. We have another one left, delete that. So we are done with the symbol. For the dimension, as we all know, our D1, if you remember, this one, it is 1200. So come back here, give the people the dimension to do their estimate. So I will type the length first, which will be 1200 millimeter. Turn off your caps, and then X, the height, which will be 21 millimeter. Press the tab key. For the D2, which is 900 millimeter, press the X, and then the height of the door. For the last door, which is 750 millimeter, press the X and type the height of the door, and then that's it. Click away. Now for the appearance of plan, we can import a block. Click the cell up here on the insert panel. There we have block. Click on the block, and then this is where naming your block is really important. Now on plan, how does it appear on plan? I don't know if you remember, but this is a lot for me to remember the blocks. So I will close this one for now. What is it called? D1. Let's go to D1. This is the D1. I will select this door. I will right click, properties, and then under here, miscellaneous, there is the name. It is named do 1200 millimeter. Okay, now I remember. So I will come here under D1, click here, block, and then look for do 1. You can click, you can always see a preview here, so it's okay. For the scale, definitely we want to auto fit it. Rotation will be 0. It is exactly how we want. And for the cell alignment, you want it middle center, and then I will just click on OK. Now it come up tiny like this, so I will, with the cell selected, I will come to the cell height and increase it to a solid 50, and then I will press enter. Now I got this. And then for, I want this to shrink like this, to have this kind of a space. So for that, I will come to the vertical one, because for the horizontal one, it doesn't matter if you put a value even like 10, it won't make any difference. So I will take this back to 1.5. But for the vertical, if I click here, change it to 5, and then press enter, now you can see I'm getting what I want. I'll press the escape key, and now next select the D2. This is where I want to show you something. For the D2, what is the name? What did we name the D2 block? I will select one of the D2. We name it do 900 millimeter. So I will click here, do block, click on this drop down, and then look for do 900 millimeter, which is this. Yes, it is rotated like this, and we obviously we want it like this. It's more convenient that way. Autofill check, we want to rotate it. Let me see if you understand rotate. It's always increment of 90 degrees. It will rotate once 90 degrees to get this result. It will rotate once again 180. Only that way we'll get the look we want. So I will click here and take this to 180, rotate it 180, and we want it middle center, and then I will click. Now if I zoom, what you will find is, yes, it is exactly how I want the view, but it's not in the center. Okay, I will press escape, select the cell again, and then auto fit is a yes, it's not a no. And then the scale is 180. I want it 180. What am I missing? Or should I take the alignment to top right? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Middle center? No. Oh, should I change the margin, the vertical margin, to even 0? Doesn't make any difference. I will bring it back to 1.5 as it was. Do I have to lock the cell, the content? No, I will unlock it. Well, what do you do now? This sucked the patience out of me, because, and as it turns out, this is a glitch from the AutoCAD software, and what you need to do is something a little bit imprecise. What you do is you come to the angle and you just add even a tiny decimal point of degrees. So I will just come to the 180 and just type 180.1 and then I will press enter. Look at that. How in the world will I know that? So that's that about this. So I will change the vertical cell margin to 10 and then I will press enter. What did I give for this one? Oh, it's 5. So take this also to 5 and then I will press enter. For this one as well, it's just a block. I believe this also should be do 750. So this one looking cool. Make sure this is middle center. It's okay if you forgot it at top left. It should be like this. You can change it here, or you can change it alignment here as well, middle center. So now it is in place. Change this one to 5 and then hit enter. Now for the elevation, it's the same thing, but you have to go to the elevation. This is the front elevation. Select your door. What do you name it? Double door LF. I name it double door LF. And then I will select 1. Let me do 1 and then block. You can begin typing if you want. Double. I just like to use the drop down. For D, it will be double door LF. This one. So you can see the preview here. We want it middle center and then I'll click on OK. Now it will come up way tiny. For the cell height, for this one we give it 50. Since this is elevation, it is proportionally much larger in length, so we'll give it 100. Press enter so that it will be something like this. I will select this one, change the cell margin to 5 as well. This one we will change it to, we will look for the door on the elevation. D2, how does D2 look in elevation? This is D2. D2 is named door 900mm LF. Let's check D3. Do we have D3? D3 is inside our building, and even though it is inside, where it is, this is D3 and D3 is not in the elevation. That's why we don't see it. That's why you see me typing something like this, which it's not a good idea to give this to a quantity surveyor. So for the D2, I will look for it. We check the name. It was door 900mm LF, this one. So we need to rotate it at least in 90 degrees. Alignment, middle center, click on OK. It will be like this. We know what to do is 90 just 0.1 and then press enter. This one is a 5. Press enter and that's it. Now here is the cool thing. For the quantity, how many of this door do we have on the floor plan? We already know we only have only 1. So this is not a big case. We only have 1 D1. Okay. So I will zoom to the table and just type the 1 and then click away. Select this, make sure it is middle center. Press the escape key. But for D2, how many do we have? It could be 100. It could be this. It could be a bigger plan. Do you want to go around and be counting them? Probably not. So there is something you can do to get the right value. Come to the View tab. Under the Palettes panel, you have a palette called Count. I will click it. There it is. I will close the properties so I won't confuse you. Then I will try to zoom to the floor plan. Now it will list all the blocks I have in the drawing. What I'm concerned is the D2. And what do I name D2? We name it door 900mm. So it is this one. Right here it is showing me we have 13. So that is D2. It's highlight it. If I zoom back, you can see it highlighted it as green and the count is 13, as I can see here and here as well. But I can only see this like 4 or so. My only concern is how many I have in the floor plan. And if I click here, I always love this zoom in. I will click here to auto hide the palette. Okay, you can use this to see the result. Okay, now I believe you, I have 1. It is inside my floor plan. Next, yeah, this is inside the kitchen. Next, yeah, inside the kitchen. Yeah, we have that door. Next, the bedroom. Yeah, we have that. And next, okay, we made a copy of it. Now I see. This is the only floor plan, but it includes everything. But your main concern in here is here. So what you do is you select this it says space area, and you highlight only the area of the floor plan. Okay, now it says 4. We only have 4 doors. So now that you have 4, you can make a table with the 4 or anything. We just want to know the value. We know the value is 4, so I will click here to close it, and then come to the quantity here and just type 4. So now this 4, we didn't just type it. We have a history with the 4. We have to work our way to find the actual number. So I will click away. I will select this. Make sure it is middle center. Press the escape key. Now we are done with the. You can also check the other blocks you want, like for the D3, which we name it Do 750. You can click that. It includes even the one on the door schedule, because yes, it is a block, remember. But from our plan, we only have 1 here, okay, 2 here, or we can just use the area and highlight our floor plan like this, and then we only have 2. Okay, we have 2, and then you can come here, put the quantity and put 2, click away, select this, and then middle center. For this though, we don't have it, we don't make it because we don't see it. So I want to type go find again, but I'll just leave it blank. You can type it for me. For the description, you want to describe the door. Maybe it's a double hung swing door, purpose made steel, whatever. You can describe the door to tell them what kind of a door. I'll just type double door here. I don't want to type long description. And if you continue typing, and you reach the end, it will create another line. And then when you click, and then it will expand the cell. That's it about the door schedule. And then I will select the door schedule, double click it. I didn't spell the schedule right. Select it, schedule. Okay. And then I want to make this bold, but apparently I can't with this, so I will have to select this text and take it to some other font. I'll take it to this, like Cyber 6 Express 721. This one. I'll just click this one and make it bold. The size is 24, and then I will click away to make the title stand out. You can do the same with these titles to make them stand out, like this one. And then to make this frame, I'm going to only show you for the title. You can select this cell and then edit borders, select that, and then you first check double line. I will select this outline, and then I will give it maybe something like 6. Let me see how 6 looks, and then I'll click on OK. Now press the escape key. Now that way I get this frame that you are seeing. It's pretty easy to use. I'll leave that for you to explore, but you can even do that with, say, this one, the cell borders. You can do it with the side of the cells, these ones. It's really cool. As you can see how I did it with this one. You can try to do it. Now zoom back to see the whole drawing. As you can see, the table is way too tiny. Don't worry, at least we did it. I will close this count palette, come back to the home tab, and next. Now if I just make a line, a straight one, and just a cycle, or you can make literally just anything. I will select this, I'll click here, I will click on the center one to move it here, and then now if I want to make an attribute, I will erase this inner one. If I want to make an attribute, all I need to do is come on the insert tab, or come to the block panel under the home tab, click on the block, slide out. There is define attribute. If I select it, I get this define attribute definition dialog box. Equally, if I come to the insert tab, on the block definition panel, there is define attribute, and then I get the same dialog box. What you want to do is you first put a tag. The tag will be the name of the attribute, and it doesn't want, you can't put space here. So now I will say this is I will call this grid. I'll just call it grid. If I want to put some more descriptive word, I will then use the hyphen or the underscore and then type it. Grid, maybe you want to say grid line. For the prompt is a question. It's like a guide. Maybe you send this drawing to other user. Once he see the prompt, he will then understand more of what you mean with the tag. So for the prompt, I will say, maybe nobody does it more informal like this, but I will say enter maybe grid line here, enter grid number, or enter grid letter. It could be A or B to Z, it could be any number. The default, you can choose what is the default value you want to put. I will just type a capital A, and then for the justification, I want it middle center, and then I want it to be text. Our text style, I want it to be our text style, which is text, if you remember. And then for the text height, I will just give it a solid 150, and then rotation 0, leave everything like that. Insertion point, make sure it is checked. This one, annotative, uncheck it if it is checked, and then click on OK. Next is to specify your point that you want to insert the attribute definition. I will drop it directly on the middle of the cycle. Now it will be at the middle, but what you do next is you make it a block. So I will come to the home tab, click on create block here, as you remember, or the insert tab, there is create block. So I will select that, and then I will call the block name grid, and then I will select the object, this attribute, and this cycle and align. And then for the pick point as my base point, if I like, I will just click here as my base point, and then I will convert it to block, or I will just delete it, and then click on OK. Now it is deleted, but if I come to the home tab or the insert tab, click here, you will see the list of all your blocks. Rather, I mostly use the insert tab on the home here, and then I can click here to drag this to see to have a little room. Do you remember what we named the block? We call it something like grid. There it is. Now if I import this grid, one click, you see it will give us what we've been seeing so far. And the default, we name the block grid, and then the prompt, it says enter grid letter. So the default is A, maybe we want B here, and then click on OK. Now that we got this, or we want D here or Z here, we can just double click it, and then there we have the enhance attribute editor. There is the tag grid line, there is the prompt enter grid letter. The default is A, we change it to B. Now we want it to Z. Pretty funny. And then click on OK. Maybe you want to change the size, it's too tiny, you can double click, go to the text option, from 150 take it to 250, and then click on OK, and it enlarges. You can also click here, edit attribute, select that, and then select the block, and then we get the same enhanced block attribute. It's really cool. Also, you can, there it is, edit attribute, you can also select that. Or if you have multiple, I believe you can click here, but the multiple option is not really friendly, so I suggest you just use the single one. Select the one you want to, and then edit it, or you just simply double click, you will get the same result either way. And if you want to change something about the attribute, you won't believe the command you will be using. I'm not making it up, it's called Batman. There it is, Batman. Also here on the insert tab, manage attributes, Batman, block attribute manager. I can click that, and then I only have one block with attributes, which is our grid line. I can select that, and maybe I want to change how the prompt is prompting. So I will select this and select edit, and then for the prompt I will say enter grid letter. I will add something very well. Enter grid letter very well, and then I will click on OK, and now it will say enter grid letter very well. I add that, so I will apply that and click on OK. Now when I import the grid again, here it will tell me enter grid letter very well, and then we'll enter it very well, enter V, and then click on OK. Now it doesn't stop with just grid lines. I will show you how to use it on a title block later on. So this is attribute for you. I will delete that. And now there is group, which you might think, what is the difference between group and block? Well, for that I will turn off this grid layer and this section layer and this text layer. I want to be left with these blocks. Now you can group anything Now if I want to be moving these things to maintain their place, I will first select them, select everything like this. I can either right click and there is group, I can make a group, or I will click away. There is group big like that, I will just click on group. Now they are grouped with this frame that inbound it. I can click here and move this group here, but look at this. If you turn off the group selection, you can easily edit everything however you want. I will press Ctrl Z to move that back. So you can make the selection on or off with this button and then make your changes. Once you are done, you will just click it back, press the escape key, click it back, and then you will get your frame back, and then from then you will move it back to place where you want. Now this is group and it's something of a temporary thing. It's not like block that you can use it across the rest of your project. And for this frame, if you don't see it, make sure group bounding box is checked. That way you will be seeing the frame. Now even though these are still group, if you select them and move something, only that will be checked. So you have to select this and then use the move and then move them. What I would suggest is leave the group bounding box and then, so that you have this frame and you can move them easily. When you want to edit them, simply uncheck this, press the escape key, make your small adjustment, and then turn it back on. Press the escape key, turn it back on when you are done, and then you get the frame. And then when you want to ungroup it, you can simply come up here and what does it say? Ungroup, and now it is ungroup. As equally, you can press Ctrl Z. You can right click and then come to group here and then ungroup, or you can press Ctrl Z. You can come to the group manager and then give it a name. Do all this. I don't normally use it, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. That's it about the group, and I will ungroup it. Press the escape key. Now zoom back a little and turn on. As always, just make sure to be saving your drawing. Now something that you might also be doing is getting to know the area of your rooms or your spaces, and you can do that using a couple of tools like on the utilities panel, major flyout. There is area, and since all you are concerned is the area, we can continue turning off the layers. Like the block one, we don't need it. This one, the hat as well, and then hit the escape key. Now we'll first start with the easier one, and that will be this toilet. I'll click on the drop down, select area, and then it says specify first point. Oh, we have all these options. Let's start clicking. I will click here first. It doesn't matter, I can click anywhere on the edges, and then here, just like the wipe out, and then I will click here, and lastly I want it to be exactly along that area, so it should be perpendicular. And then I will click. It will continue doing it. Like right now that I'm done, I'll just press enter, and there it is. I'm seeing the values. There is the area, there is the parameter. We'll just click on escape and then come here and click on this command history, and then I will get this little window. Remember it. Now here is the area. Now this area is quite big. It's about 2 million, but 2 million millimeters square. Obviously that will translate to 2.2 meters square if you are going to convert it. Now we know the area of this place, and we can do the same for this room. But what if we want to know the total area of this room, meaning this plus this? Well, click here, use the area command again, and then there is add area, and then I will try to do the same here, the same thing I did. Oops, you have to be logical with clicking your lines, so I definitely have to start here, continue from here, and then I will click here. Once I'm done, I'll just press enter. Then I will continue adding more objects, because first I select add, and I will click. I will continue clicking to define my area, and lastly here I will press enter. Now that I'm done with this is the area I want. I will just hit enter. There is the total area. Escape key on the keyboard, and then either click here or just click F2 on your keyboard. You will get the same result. Now this is our total area, which turns out to be 15 million, which means 15 meter square. So that's how you can add, and you can also subtract by using the add again. If I select area and then select add, and then make this room here perpendicular, then here, and lastly then here, and then I will hit enter. Now if I want to remove this portion, I can use the subtract option here. I will just click subtract, then I will click here and here, drag this until I see perpendicular. I will click and then I will click here. Now I will hit enter, and now that area is subtracted. Only the green area is my area, but mind you, I'm just doing this quick and this place doesn't meet, meaning I didn't snap to the wall, instead I snap to the door. But it's just to demonstrate for you. I will hit the escape key now that I got the values and check the total area. Here it is 2 million. Now there is more ways to do this. Like you can quickly do this by just clicking the rectangle command, click here and then click here. The rectangle itself is a boundary. If I select the rectangle and then right click, go to properties, a rectangle can be defined by an area. See the area, I already got it. Now if I select it and then click on this calculator, if it is like this, come to unit conversion, click here and then scroll down, unit type. Of course we want area, from millimeters, square millimeters to square meters. Value to convert, just select this, double click on it and select copy and then just click here, and there you have it, 2.214. Click here and then you will see it at the top, which you can easily select it and copy it, Ctrl C, and close your palette. Select the major, select area, you see the object option. If you select the object and then select just the rectangle, you will see the same area value here, and when you press escape on the command area as well. But not always rooms are like this, are rectangular. Like in this case we have an angle, and you definitely can't use a rectangle to get your desired look. So something like this, what's left with this place. So what you do instead is you can of course use a polyline and trace that place all over. You can continue tracing. I will just stop here. If I don't want to trace, I will delete this polyline. I can just block these openings, just the door openings. I will block this one and then I will block this one, and lastly I will click here to perpendicular or this endpoint and then block this, so that I have a closed boundary. Then I can use the boundary command with the polyline option, click the pick option and then click just this area and then press the enter key, and now I can select the polyline, which I can see the area, or I can use the area command and select this. So I will delete this and I will delete this two line. Let us just find the area of one place. I will show you how to do it and then we'll get to the next topic. Now let's do it for the whole living area. What is the total area? I will select the area command here. I will first click here and then click here and click here, and lastly first track here and then go straight until you see that intersection or perpendicular, and then just click, and once you're done just press enter. Now that is the value. I don't know about you, but I don't want to always be converting inside my head. So what I will do is I will click to reveal this, and then I will just double click this text and then press Ctrl C on my keyboard. There is our calculator. I will just click that and then I'll bring it into the drawing area. Come to unit conversion. It's the same cal. I can enlarge the palette like this. It's the same calculator, only three options. Unit conversions, click here to reveal the option. Unit type, it is area, from square millimeter to square meter, and then I will just click here and paste our value, and then you got this value. Now all you need is to click it and then come over here, which says return conversion to calculator input area, which means it will bring it here. And then I can easily select that, copy, close this thing, come to my layer, turn on the A text layer. Maybe I want to drop it like this one. So for the whole living, I will double click this text. You will see some people doing it like this. Come to the end, press enter. For the format, I will click on the center justification. This living as well should be centered. Now I will paste the value here. Depends if you want that level of precision, but I want it just one decimal place like this. And then you can just type M2, but that 2 is in a superscript yet. And how you do it is, I have two ways. You can either come to symbol, there is squared, click that and then you get it. 300 meters square, or I will delete that and type 2. And then hold down the shift key and my left arrow to select the 2, and there is superscript or underscript or subscript. Select the superscript, do the same thing, they will both give you the same result, just as there is more values like the degree or the zoom, like the degree or any value you are equally thinking about, you will find it here. Even if you don't find it, you can click on the symbol, click on other, and then it will bring this character map, which you can scroll and look around for your text. You can obviously change the font to any font, and then you get your desired character. I will close this. Only this quiet is okay for us here. I'll just click away. That's how you easily find your areas. Either using the area command, you can add and subtract, or use a polyline, or use a boundary, or even use a hatch. Hatch also gives you your area. Like if I select this hatch, it will tell me the area, which is this. So you can also use hatch. Now close this properties palette. Now everything blocks. That's because they are very important. And a little spoiler, it is the number 1 on my shortcut and tricks list. You will always use blocks, but what you will mostly find is the blocks, you always have to modify them a little to get what you want. Now I will turn everything back. Definitely I will turn off the A side layer. Yeah. Now, like for this dining, we add this chair and we went to the block editor. When you have a quick revision here, a block definition is just a way to combine objects into one single definition, so which you can be reusing multiple times. And to edit a block, let me just copy this one, this door. I will select that door, select copy, and copy it here. Now, if I want to edit this door, I have only 3 options. They are not more than that for now. What I mean by a block is a definition. We click on create block, remember? We define, you can see block definition variables. We define the block, or should I say the object, with first a name. Like this one, we will say it is to 900 millimeter, and then remaining 2, we then select the object. We select all these arcs and rectangles, and then we specify a base point. That's it. That is block definition. We define these entities, these objects, to form one single symbol, which is a door. Now, to edit a block, like you can copy it, you can rotate it, but you can't like add to it, enter the block. Say perhaps you want to increase this rectangle, or you want to delete this line. You can't do that like we did for this dining. To edit a block definition, the first method is there, which says block editor, or the insert tab. There it is quite big, block editor. If I click that, it will prompt me to select the block I want to use. I don't know about you, but I don't like scrolling through lots of blocks, especially when I have hundreds of them in a project. What I will advise, and what you will mostly find yourself doing, is you select the block, you right click, there is block editor. Now I will click block editor. Now we've been here before. This is a topic of its own. I will make a course on it, on how to make a dynamic block. Now from here you can redefine your block, you can edit it. Meaning you can individually select this, stretch it out, maybe select this one, stretch it out a little, maybe add some things. You can mess this up, and then when you click on close, you can save the changes and it will apply to everything. I don't want to do that. Come back to the block editor. This is where you edit your block. You give it parameter which are only not more than 10, and then you give the parameters some action and all the rest. Click on close and then save changes. Yeah, I will save the changes, and then this is how the door will become, but it will also redefine all the rest of the same instances of the block. Sometimes we want that, but for this case we didn't do anything sensible, so we don't want that. So I will come up here and click on undo and undo all that like this, and then save changes. Now everything is back to normal. Now that's how you edit a block using the block editor. The second one is using the XREF edit. You select this, right click, there is edit block in place, or insert tab under reference, there is edit reference. Come back to the home tab with the block selected, right click, edit block in place. We'll click that. With all this, just click on OK, and now we can edit it like an external reference. It's less intimidating like the block editor, that you have a gray background and all that things. Now you can make your changes. Let's say you want to add a door threshold, you can do that. You just select line, maybe it's like this, and then once you come here, just click and then press enter. Now you got this. Or any changes you can make, just click on save. Yeah, don't forget to click on the save. It is far at the end, and that's okay. I will click on OK, and now all of them get that change. Now I obviously don't want this, so I will press Ctrl Z to undo all that, and then save again. Okay. Now the last method is to explode the block. Explode. Select this block, press enter. Now I explode the block. Now it is just regular object, and then I will make my changes. Maybe I want to select line, click. I finish making my changes. This is what I want to add to the door. So I will then redefine the block, meaning I will come to the insert tab, create block. I will first select the object. It doesn't matter, you can do this, you can start with anyone and then pick a point. Maybe I want here this time, not here. I select the object, I pick a point, and then for the name, I want to ensure the name are the same. So I believe it was to 900 millimeter, and I make sure it is convert to block. Then you will be getting this which says though 900 millimeter is already defined, whatever. Yes, we want to redefine the block. Then select redefine block, and now they will still be changed because we pick a different base point. That's why they are shifted. So I will press Ctrl Z once, Ctrl Z again, Ctrl Z to the point where they are just objects like this. Come back to the home tab. Now they are block and this one isn't. So that's how you edit. That's the 3 ways you can edit a block. And if you are watching this from other place where you use bathtubs a lot, this is how you can edit your bathtub to fit your place. So the last thing we'll be talking about with blocks is the view tab, and then the design center. Click on the home, and then ANUS, design center, and then house designer, blocks. There is the bathtub, which is the first one. So I'll bring that in and then close the design center. Now I will drop it in. Now since we imported this on layer 0, we can actually turn off this layer, the text layer, the hatch layer, Even the door layer, I don't care for this case. Even the hatch layer, the dimension, this one. Now if you have your bathtub from the design center or any other place and you want to fit it inside here, you can easily do that using either of the methods I've shown you. But I will suggest using the in place, using the ref edit. So select the bathtub. I will just right click and then select edit in place. Yeah, just click on OK, and then you can now that they are regular object, I can easily select them like this and then use stretch. Click here and click perpendicular to it, and then now I stretch it. If I want to stretch it this way as well, I can select this, stretch, click here, point up a little and click, and then you can reduce it like this. But more of the case, this is a correct size. All the blocks from design center from AutoCAD are standardized, so only the stretch you can stretch. I don't suggest to stretch it this way, the width. Like this is okay, just click on and click on OK. Now it exactly fits the toilet, but we don't do that. But it's not in the design as it won't fit, so I will select that and erase it. I will turn on all the blocks back. We'll click the layer off and click 1-3 to turn off the side layer. Now here is a cool command. It's not fine on the ribbon. It will show you how much time you spend on a drawing. I always see comments of I spend 2 hours drawing this, drawing that. Now let's check how many hours I've been doing. We've been doing all this. The command is easy. It's called time. So just type TIME, time. There it is with the clock icon. I'll just click on time and then click on this display, and there it is. What? I've spent 14 hours on this. Wow. Total editing time 14 hours. I've created it on that date or at that time, all of this. But of course this won't be 14 hours for you. I will chop things out. But do tell us in the comment how much time does it take you to create your whole project. It could be less than this, it could be higher than this, but that's okay. I will just press the escape key to deselect that. Now there is always more to do, but let's check each tab, and I will add one thing to you that I think will be a game changer. Like on the home tab, there is this quick select. This one is just select all, it will select everything. We can do that using Ctrl A. There is this quick select. If I click it, I will have this dialog box. And then if I want to select, let's say only the 900mm dose, I can say instead of entire drawing, I will use this select object, and then I will highlight, only focus on this area, press enter. Now that I got the area, select object, I want it to be just multiple option. And then for the property I want is object type. Since they are a block, I will select block reference. And then for the block reference, I will just select layer. And then for the layer, I will just say the layer should be a dome. You can change the operator to be equal or not equal, or select all that. I'll just click on OK. And then once everything is selected, I can just use the move or whatever I want to use, and I will move those blocks. How cool is that? I will press the undo to undo that. You can quickly select anything in your drawing using the quick selection command up here. Now for the insert tab, of course I'm talking about AI, the free version of course. Now let's make and import 2 drawings from AI to import in our project so that we can print it. And for that, as always, make sure to be saving your drawing. We will make an image of our front elevation. Come to your front elevation. Mine is looking like this. Maybe I messed up the the wipeout when I was using it, explaining something. So I will select all those and let me draw them to back, and then they are like this. And I will select the window and the door and really send them to back so that they will be at the back of the wipeout. Now that I got this, let's export this front elevation. You can export from the model space by clicking on this plot. We notice you have multiple drawing layers open, whatever. Just continue with a single plot for now. For the plotter / printer, let's use publish to JPEG.pc3. And then for the paper size, scroll up and select a solid FHD, which is full HD 1920 by 1080 pixels. Select that. And then for the area to plot, click this, use a window and select only this. Now I will preview and see what we've selected. It is down there, which is okay. And then I will exit the preview. I will right click and exit the preview, redefine my selection. You can see we have this dead space, so I can redefine it to say something like this. And then I will click here to center it, click here, make sure it fits to the paper, and then click on landscape to orient it like this. Now if we preview, it will be something like this. So I will then just right click and then click on plot, or I will right click and exit this preview and just click on plot here. Now take it to the document and go to our AutoCAD beginner course and then give it a name. Let's say front LF, and then click on save. Now it is doing it in the background, and you can see it down here on the command on the status bar. It is working. In just a minute it will be done, and when it's done you will see the button notification. As always, I'll close that, navigate to our folder, and there is our front LF. I will open it and it's looking something like this. So now let's take it to, as of now, the best AI for architecture. Now this is of course the Prom AI, and over 2 million people are using this and we are not included. Now it has a lot of features which we will see in a moment. Now we'll click on just get started, sign into your Google account, and once you're signed in, this is what you will be seeing. We are using the free trial, by the way, and it uses coins to generate your image, meaning each image we generate is somehow of 0.1 coin. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Now it has a lot of features, but the one we are concerned here is the sketch rendering. You can click it here or here, depends on when you are using this. They are upgrading every now and then. I will click on sketch rendering, and then from here you can upload your files. But before uploading, when you are on the discover and remix, you can hover over some drawings and see, like this one, and see from what they are taken towards. So this was the original and AI made it like this. You can continue experimenting like this one. It was initially like this and AI enhanced it to something like this. So you should at least make some effort, and we did. So there is our front LF. I will just drag this to the Prom AI sketch rendering and then just drop it. There is our file without anything. And how you do this is just 4 steps. You just drop your picture and then you either give it a prompt or you choose a reference file, which means a reference of a building that you want your sketch to look alike, or you just choose a style. Let's use no prompt, no reference image. For the options, choose V2. For the style, we'll go with realistic. For the scene, we should at least go to architecture and choose something, but we'll click on none. For the mode, detail is the best one. You can experiment, of course. For the creativity, it just adds some things to your design to make it look good. That's sometimes good, but in our case, I mean in the case of architectural designs, we precisely make those lines, so we don't want AI to alter our geometry. So you will always keep this on a lower value, maybe something less than 15. You can give it a negative prompt and perspective lighting, which are all advanced settings, which I will leave for you to explore. It's AI, anyone can use it. And then you have these premium options, which really makes a difference. You are limited to generating 3 images per generation, and with only these minimal settings, I will click on generate and see what the AI will do. My point is 10, now it is 9.7, so each image take up 0.1 coin. And then this is what it does without any prompt or any setting, but that's okay. Let's now give it a prompt of what we want. You can type this or copy it or give it your own prompt, and then give it only a prompt, and with that change, let me generate again. It's really funny. And now I got all this. I like this, by the way, but let me show you something. From the scene, you can come to the scene, and mostly people go to architecture here or click here, but give the same result. Choose a building type, perhaps something like a villa, and then for the building style, choose anyone. But for our designs, mostly what you will see people using is design like this, but our design is a gable roof, and we are under minimalistic, so let's go to American style. It is from there we will see houses with gable like ours. So you want to pick a style that is close to your design, something that will let the AI mimic the design. Like now, if I select this modern classic balance, I add it, and then for the environment, I want it to be day, and then I have all this selected. I change the scene. Now I will generate again and see what it will give. Remember that roof was black and it tried to mimic this style to this. So normally you like do maybe 50 or 30 or 40% of the work, and then you select a reference that AutoCAD will take and take you up to 110. Now what separates this from AI with the rest of the AIs? It is specialized for architects and designers, and its extensive use of editing and selecting objects. Now I like this once more, and as you can see, we are only limited to 3 generations for a free trial. If you're using subscription, you can increase this to a larger number. And as you can see, if this was our only image that it generated, they won't look cool. And since we got 3 options, this is worse, by the way. Why put grass on my wall? I like this or this. We can go with either one. I like the background of this more, so I will click on that, and then here is how it looks. Now we can edit it. There is edit. I can use the erase and replace option. Then it will now open a new tab. It will load, don't worry for it, don't click anything. And with this, you can easily select object using the auto select. I will select this wall, and if you want to remove the selection, you can use the erase this portion. You can of course hover over the erase and then increase or decrease the size so that you can do it in one go like this. And you can either generate or give it a prompt, turn this area to describe what you want, or you can do a retouch, meaning to regenerate that area and enhance it. Again, if you have a premium, it will be much better. Now I will generate again with the retouch, and it gave me this worse result, which I don't like. I don't like this. Yeah, this is much better. Now I love this, so I will select this, click on yes. Again, if you have generated more than 3 images, maybe the 7th image will be much better for you. Now I will select the quick select again, select this portion, and then select remove, and then generate. Let us see what it will do. Now we have this, which is really not true, so I will cancel this, and then instead of remove, I will say replace, and then give it a prompt. Replace with ground with grass, and then I will generate. And then once it's done, you will get this cool result. And so far it's only this AI that will give you this level of editing. Now I got this. You are not here, you can help me choose the best one. I will just go with this one, and then I will click on keep. And then now that I got this, I can simply download it or upscale. I will click on upscale, which will enhance it with all of the tools in the Prom AI. Before it finish its thing, you can read what the upscale will do. It will just enhance your project further and make it smoother and just more good. I will leave everything as is and then generate one. I'll just click on continue, and then we got this result which I can enter it, and this is the image we are able to generate. I can use the slider to show the before and after so that you will see what the upscaler does. It just makes the drawing much better. Or you can view it side by side. Come back, large image. Now I want to save it. Again, if you're using premium, you can upscale again or download full image, but unfortunately we are using free version. We can only go with this, which is not a bit less than a full HD. I will click on download, and now I will take it to our folder, AutoCAD beginner course, and then this will name it Prom AI image or something like that, and then click on save. Now it is saved to my drawing. Unfortunately, I'll come back to this tab and then click here to close this. But unfortunately, you can import like multiple images. You can only import like your sketch, maybe something like this. I will click this one to show you an example. You can import your sketches like this. When you make your 3D, you want to render it. This is really handy. Or you can just make rough sketches with pencil like this. I believe it's pencil. You can make this and then you can import it, and AI will further render it for you in the best way you can imagine. There is more tools. You can even convert your images to a 3D model. There is more to experiment with this AI, but for now we'll try the free Gemini AI to generate something that looks like a 3D model. So just search Google Gemini, enter it, log into your account, and make sure you are using the Thinking Tree Pro, or you are from 2030 something, maybe 2034. You can probably there will be more, so you can use anyone. Now we already have a front elevation. Let's select plot, select continue, select publish web to JPEG, full HD display, select the window. I want you to select the right elevation, this one, highlight it like this, center it, and make it a landscape. We can preview this, and it will be looking something like this. Now I will just right click and just plot it. Make sure you put it in the beginner folder, and it will be right LF. And now just click on save. It will be going, and we have to wait for it to finish, and I have to wait for it to finish. We've already done the front. Now the right is going. Now remaining the roof plan and the side plan. Meaning I will come to the layer, select layer 1, select the last layer, which is this one, select everything, and then click on layer 0, which means it will turn everything off. Click on this turn off current layer to turn even the layer 0. Now the only layer I want to be seen is this A side, so select that A side, click on this on icon and turn it on. Click on close. Now we are having this, and our publish is done, which means if we come to our drawing, we have our right elevation, which will be this one. As you can see, we forgot this, but that's okay. We will expect the AI to figure that out. Now we have our side plan, which we will use to guide the AI. So I will plot again, continue to plot single sheet. Again, use published web, is full HD. We want a window, and then highlight everything inside this side plan. And now center it. This time we want it portrait because it is portrait. We can preview that. It looks okay. I'll just right click and plot this. We will call it side plan, and then I will click on save. Now it will be doing in the background, and now I want to turn all the layers back on and turn off only the A side layer. Now lastly, we will plot the roof plan, which right now we can't, because as your plotting is going, you can't plot, so you have to wait just a minute. The plotting is done, and if you go to check the result, there is the site plan, which looks something like this, but that's okay because we have our north arrow and we have our route. It will guide the AI. Now let's just do for the roof, and that's it. Again, JPEG, Full HD, window, center it. You can see from the preview which is better, which take more space. So portrait seems to be the winner. We'll use it like this. Right click, plot, call it roof, and then save. And now that the plotting is done, we can check it. Now we have the side plan, the roof plan, the right elevation, and lastly front elevation. Now we have 4 items. Just ask your AI. I will start it a little high to get out my name. Now I will prompt it to, now I will give it this prompt, which is very basic, and the quality of your prompt equals the quality of your output. So you can give it this prompt, or you can change it to something better. Then with your 4 images selected, just drag them to the AI. Let it process a little. Once that's done, I will just click on submit. And then we are able to get this from just 4 pictures and 1 prompt. I will enter the image. It maintains the swimming pool, the geometry, our fence, our windows. I'm really impressed. I will just come up here and click the download full size. Of course, Gemini generated image. Yeah, I like it like that. I will just erase this thing. I don't know what it is, and then click on save. It is a solid 7 MB. That's a lot. We'll open that, and then we are able to generate this image, which is really heavy. I love this. Next is to import those images. Of course, save your drawing. So now I will import the AI image. Of course, insert, attach, then go to our folder, AutoCAD beginner tutorial, and I'm going to change the view here to thumbnails so that I will see better. I will start by importing the from AI image, this one. I'll open it. For the scale, I'm going to check that. So let's open. I will drop it somewhere like here. Yeah, right now it is tiny. If I select it, select scale, and then select the object, press enter, pick a base point anywhere this time, then type times this by 100. I think I will be getting somehow of the same result, which I can check. Not that it matters. Yeah, it's workable. It's quite the right size. I'll just drop it right there. I will import the Gemini image, which really, I can't tell you how impressed I am. I've never been impressed with AI like this. The image is quite big. It will make the drawing file really heavy. I will drop it somewhere like here so that it will have room when we scale it. I will zoom to it really tiny, and then I will select scale. I will select the drawing, press enter. I will just pick here, reference, click here, and click here, and then take it to 150, and then press enter. Now I'll zoom back. So this is the right size. This one is even wrong. No one reminded me. Scale, select this, press enter, pick here, reference, pick here to here. You shouldn't be 230. You should be 150. So this is the right size, without a doubt. If I take it, let me say from here that we believe is the ground to exactly here, and then select the image, reduce the fade, and then right click, send it to back, glue order, send to back. It should at least try to be in place. So you can see the prompt AI really try to leave everything in place. So I will take the image away and then reduce the brightness to 0 because we want to see it. We are not going to trace it. And I will move this up. Not that it matters to move it. And now because this image is 7 MB, I will create a layer. 7 megabyte is a lot. I will create a layer and call them AI. I'll just call them AI. And then I will do everything like that. I will select the two images, come to the layer drop down and take them to the AI layer. And then I will just click. What I will do is I will click the drop down, come to the AI, and instead of turning them off, which only turns their visibility off, I will freeze them. Freeze has more effect than turning off. If I freeze it, it will turn them off, just like this one would, but the biggest difference is when I type regen to regenerate the drawing and then press enter, it's generating here. AutoCAD will ignore the layers that are frozen, but the layers that are turned off will regenerate even though they are not visible. So in this case, I don't want the drawing to be regenerating a 7 megabyte image. That's why I create a separate layer for them and freeze that layer. Congratulations once again, and now let's enter the next chapter, which will be the shortest one, and then plot our whole drawing and get to the tips, tricks, and shortcuts. For that, we don't have to create a new file. Do you know how to draw a star? Well, this is the mystery drawing. We are going to draw this. And let's begin with the bigger cycle. Now we'll select cycle. I will click somewhere like here and then point it and give it a solid 1000. Press enter. I will zoom. Then select offset. Select the true option. We'll select this. Point inside to 200. Enter. Select this. Point inside 200. Enter. Select this. Point inside 200. Enter, and then press the escape key. Now to draw the star at the middle, we use the polygon command. I will select that. Currently it is 4 sides, but let's check the image. We have how many edges? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the edges should be 5. Press enter. Spacebar center of polygon. Just hover and then click the center. Now this is where we definitely want inscribe instead of circumscribe. So I will select the first one and then check the image. There is one straight up. So I will turn on the auto mode and then point straight up and select this quadrant. And now the next thing is you select line and make sure on all those 5 points you have an H that represents your star line. So let's try to do it. It's okay if you don't get it right the first time. We'll click here once, turn off auto mode definitely for this one. You just connect the edges. So I click, then here, then here, then here, then here. And you can even try to click some places. You can see I already clicked them, so there is no point clicking them again. I'll press the escape key. Now it might not be obvious to you, but we already make the star. The polygon is just to guide us. So I will select the polygon, which is a polyline of course, and delete that. And you shouldn't use fillet, instead use trim and trim the portions inside it like this. Press the escape key. Now not just this star, if you see any other star and you want to draw it, just count the points and then come to polygon, enter the sides, maybe it's 10, press enter and you get this, and then from here you select line. You definitely must get it wrong the first time. You select line and you just connect, you just keep connecting points, continue until you get your star. So I will delete that. This one is okay for us. Now I will make a layer for this because you will see why in a minute. I will click layer, I will click the new, and then I will call the layer of course, cap, and then press Z, and then turn off the caps if you want. Yeah, caps. So I will click away and close that. Now I will select this and take it to the cap layer. Press the escape key. Go back to the layer property. Where is the cap? Select that. Click on new layer and call it cap hatch, and then make it the current layer, and then close the palette. Now select the hatch command and let's start with the reds. So it is 1 and 2. Let's do that. Select solid color, pick any color you want. I will go with the vibrant red here, and then I will click inside here, and I will click inside here, and then I will close. It's because of island detection this one doesn't do what is okay. It's better you make them separate. I'll press enter to repeat the command and then click inside here. Island detection, click on option. There is your island detection. If you click on this drop down, there are 4 of them. Of course, you can experiment both to save time. This seems to be the normal one. Even this normal is not normal. You can try to experiment. It's a try and error process. Just try it. I will stick with the outer island detection and then click on close. And now let's do for the whites. So I will click that, the hatch command, change the color to something that resembles this. This isn't white, it's something of a gray. So I will select that. Instead of this white, I will select the upper one, that color, and then click here once. Press enter to finish, press enter to repeat the command, and then click inside here. Then press enter. Next, select the hatch. The inner cycle is blue. Let's do that. Click on this drop down, select the blue color here. Click here, 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 and here. And then I will close. Now it doesn't look quite right. That's because of the outline of the shape of the shield, and the cycles looks like a polygon. You can fix that by typing RE to regenerate the drawing. It got smoother a little. Now click on the layer drop down, turn off the cap layer, those lines, remember them, turn them off, and then we get this. Type region again, press enter to smooth them out. Now they are looking like this, which is much better. But to make this white pop, I will go back and change the color to the white. Press the escape key, select this one, make it white as well. Then hit the escape key. Right now it pops better. Now I will turn back on the cap to show you a command you should know from the beginning. I saved this command for this one specifically. It's the array command. By default, you use the array command more than the polar array command, but most people doesn't take advantage of the polar. That's why I've been showing you all along. Now the rectangular array, pretty straightforward. Select it, and then select your object, press enter, and then this is what you get. It copies user rows and columns. Of course, this is an assembly, so let's make more shield. Now we currently have 4 columns and then 3 rows. You can of course make more columns. I'll try 50, press enter, and then I got 50. For this I will go 30, and there they are. Wow, this will slow down my PC. I will turn them back to 15, press enter. This one, turn it back to 20, enter. Now you can put a value here up to 100,000. And when you think about it, this is the command you use when you are drawing like a classroom with chairs and desks on the classroom, and then you can use the rectangular array to make a copy of them. You are doing an auditorium or something like that. But for that, maybe you want the spacing between the columns here to be a certain number. You can change it right here. Right now it is 3000, and if you don't like it to be 3000, you can change it here. Let's change it. I will give this a solid 5000 and then press enter. You can see this space got pushed. Now for the rows, which is here to here, if you want a specific size, you can put that. I will go 1, 5, then press enter. They will come down, all of them. Probably going higher will be a better choice. I will go 4,000, press enter, and then they shift like that. And when you have this much array, I think it will be a bad idea if you don't make them associative, meaning when you click once on them, you will select all of them. So make sure to use associative. And that's just it about arrays. This one is for 3D. And then I will click on close. Now if I select one array, all of them will be selected. And then using this grip, I can easily move them. And when you finish making it and you click it, you get more options, which you can edit the source, any source. I will click on the edit source, and then it will say select item in array, anyone. I will select this one. It will warn you like this. Just click on OK, and then zoom to it, make any change. Like let me select this red hatch, and then change the red to yellow, and then close the hatch. Now all of them reflect the change. Now I will save the changes. Please, if you don't have a powerful PC, don't even try this, because I don't know if you're hearing my PC right now. So it's quite CPU demanding. So because it is hatch and you make multiple copies of it, of course it will be hard on your CPU. So I'll press Ctrl Z to undo that, Ctrl Z to undo that until it is back to the red color. Or just click here to discharge the changes. We'll click that, or if you want to make the changes, click on save changes. That's it, like editing an Excel. Now I will zoom back, select the array, change the item number to something reasonable, 3, enter, make this 5, enter, and then close the array. And you can, when you select the array, is because our grip is blue, that's why. But you have this grip, which when you click, you can adjust the size between them easily here. Most people use this. I use this a lot. You click this grip to adjust the size of the rows. You click this one. You click this one to adjust the size, the spacing of the columns. Now for the upper one, if I click it, I can continue adding more rows. Really cool and handy. I will click that, press the escape key. You can do the same for this one. When you click, you will have one grip on the second column that you can adjust the spacing, and on the last one you will have one grip to make more copies of the array. Now I will select this array and come to the home and explode it. Now this will be when you don't tick that associative, meaning when you select one, you only select just a hatch. It's no longer an array since I explode it. This has the same effect with associative turn off. So now I will select all of them and then hold down the shift key, click once, deselect this, and then erase them. Now the last array which come up in 2017 is when you don't want the array to be cycle, you don't want the array to be rectangle, you just want it to follow a path. That path could be a spline or a line, and the line can have an arc, something like this. I will then press enter. Now click on the array drop down. There is path array. Select that. Select your object. Always read the prompt. Select object. Select the object. Press enter. Select the path curve. I will select this. And now it is giving me this, and I'm having them chopped up here, which is okay to fix. The important thing I want to show you in this is between the major on the properties panel. Click the drop down between the major and the divide. And if I select the divide, I can put how many items I want. Right now it is 27. I will just type, I just want 10 of them. I will press enter. Now I will have 10 of them with their spacing at 33,000. and that's the divide or the measure, which will allow you to just type the distance between them. Maybe you just want them, instead of 8,000, you just want them to be half of that, to be 4,000, and then you press enter, and then they will just be at that space. It's because we have this steep curve. Normally you won't be having this. That is because I just randomly click on points, and then you can click on this align items, which will follow the path like this. It's an easy tool, and you can always experiment, or you can turn it on to get this shape, and then you can just make it non-associative and make your changes if you want. You can experiment with all of them. They are really easy to use, and when you close, you select it. You can of course move it around, but you don't normally do that with the path array. You'd rather select it and make your changes up here on this contextual array ribbon tab. Same thing with this one. Now I will select this and explode it because I want my original. I will explode everything and just select all of them, hold on the shift key and deselect my own, and then right click, erase. Same thing goes with this one. You just select polar array. Now it is the default one, sorry, path array. I will select that, select my object, which is cap, press enter and assemble them on this path. I will select this and automatically I get it from this. And then you can have more than one row, of course. If you want, maybe I won't go something crazy, I will just go 3, and then I will have something like this. If you want the hatch to be on the line, of course you have to take your original first to place here. Now I'll press the escape key and press Ctrl Z. Maybe what you want is something like this. From this center, make sure you take it to this place. Then you select the path array. You then select your object, press enter, and then select your path. Then you'll be getting something like this. You can adjust the spacing between the items or add more rows like this. The spacing between the rows, you can easily change that. Maybe you want 5,000 or 500, no, 5,000. You'll be getting something like this. Or you can easily change anything and you get your desired result. I will just close and then press Ctrl Z, select this, press enter. There is only one cap. Now I will turn off. You can see the lines. It doesn't make it cool as when we turn them off. It is this one versus this one, which is better to your eyes. Now that we are done with this, fix this one thing, and then we will get to the paper space. That one thing is this guy. Now it is colored. That is because at some point we change our visual style. Click there. There is our visual style. Whichever style you selected, this one, they will be showing you this kind of UCS. So you just click here and make sure it is 2D wireframe, not even wireframe, the first one. Click that and your UCS is back to normal. Now save your drawing. Let's get to paper space. Congratulations once again. You've completed the Captain Shield chapter. Now we are moving on to the layout chapter. This is where your project comes together. You will learn how to present your drawings professionally using viewports, scaling, title blocks, cover sheet, and everything you need to produce a polished drawing set. And we are starting with the layout basic on export one page PDF. Now to get to the paper space, we've already been there. Just click on anyone. I'll click on layout 2 and zoom back a little. And this is what you will be seeing. Now you make your drawing here. You spend maybe 90% of your time here, and then to output your drawing, the best way is to use the paper space. And in the paper space, you can have multiple layouts, which inside each layout is just one paper. Think of the layout as just your sheets. As easy as that. Now inside each layout, you will have your paper, but what is very important is this little rectangle in the middle, which is a viewport. Now a viewport is just a window from the paper space here into our model space. Now zoom back on cap here to see the whole drawing, or just double click to zoom extend. Now this is our model space, but it is only because of the viewport we are able to zoom, we are able to see through the paper space into the model space. Now I will guess this is what you will see when you click your layout. Double click here and turn on grid. Now I'm very sure if this is the first time you click on the layout, this is what you will be seeing. By default, it will zoom to the extent of your drawing and you will be seeing this grid. Don't worry, the grid by default will not plot. You will not see it when you plot. It is just an aid. And right now, since we didn't use it, you can turn it off so that you won't feel overwhelmed. And the thing with paper space and the viewport, this rectangle, which you can easily click on the center grid to move it, or you can use the move command here to move it. You can use the copy, of course, to select it. Press enter. You can copy the viewport, of course. You can copy it. You can stretch it. But using this stretch is really a work around too much. You can easily select the viewport and use these grips to stretch them easily like this. So think of the viewport as rectangle, but a more intelligent rectangle. So I will select these two and delete them, because whenever you see this dot line, this dash line, whatever is outside of it will not print. This represents the margin of the printer, meaning even though this is your paper, only what is inside this border will get plotted or will get printed. And what you mostly see people do is right when they get to the layout, they first select this viewport, right click and delete and erase it. They rather make their own, and that's totally fine, because when you are in the layout, you get this contextual layout ribbon tab. You just click that, select the rectangle here, or click the drop down, select the rectangle, and you can easily make the viewport. I will double click inside. It's because I turn off my grid. Make sure you turn off yours. Double click outside. Now if I zoom back a notch, I'm just zooming back in the paper space. If I want to zoom into the drawing, as we all know, you just double click inside, zoom to what you want, and that's it. When you double click outside, you are back to where you are. Now it may be quite confusing at first to know whether you are in the paper space or inside the model. Here are about 4 to 5 ways you can know which space you are. This is a trick, by the way, that will show you where you are. The number one way to get into the model space is by double clicking. You double click and then look at your cursor. You are inside the model space now. You can zoom. You are in the model space. And then if you move your cursor, once you leave that viewport, it becomes a normal cursor. But once you get it back, just like this, even if you take it out, when you zoom, you will be zooming to that area. Take it up, you will be zooming to that area. So if you want to get back, the best way is just to double click outside. Double click to go in. You can use this model or paper space icon on the status bar, and then you are back to the paper space, which you can zoom back on your paper to see your effect. And how you can tell whether you are in the paper space or layout space is, first look at this icon. It is a triangle. The icons are not the same as the model space one, but when you double click inside, look at it, it is gone because you have the model space UCS showing here. The next thing you will notice when you are in the model space is, apart from the UCS, is the border of the viewport. Look at it when I enter. Right now it is thin, but when I click, it is thick. I will click outside. Now these are some key things you should really know if you want to get comfortable with outputting your designs. Now it's really important to understand this. Now if we come up here and try to plot, it will give us this. We notice you have multiple layouts. Meaning we have layout 1 and layout 2. So it is suggesting we plot them together. But you don't know how to plot one sheet as a PDF because I didn't show you yet. So I will cancel this, cancel the plot dialog box, right click here, and then come up here and delete layout 1. Just click on OK. Now we have only one layout. Now if we click the plot again, it will just go straight because we have only one layout. And the best thing to do is to right click, rename, give it a descriptive name. I will call it flow plan. This will be our flow plan sheet, and then click away. Now you can double click inside, zoom to your flow plan, maybe something like this. It doesn't matter. Do it like this, and then you can adjust the viewport because right now we are not seeing the grids. So I will take it up so that you can see the grid, and then press the escape key. Now you can either right click here and there is plot, click, you will get this same result, or you can just click it up here, you will get the same plot flow plan, meaning the layout. Now if you want to plot a PDF, you just click on this drop down. You have about 4 to 5 options. General, the high quality AutoCAD PDF. The best one I've tested and most people use is the DWG to PDF.PC3, this one. So select that, and for the size of the paper, the default, this one is A4. Maybe that's what you want, maybe it is A3. You can easily select that. Now we'll go with the A4, which is currently portrait. We can preview that to see how it looks. It is something like this. It looks okay to me. I'll just right click and exit, and then I will just click on OK. Take it to our AutoCAD beginner. It will inherit the name of our file, house design project, and the name of our layout, which is flow plan. So I'll just click on save, and it will say the printer, whatever is doing in the background, which will be something like this. It will pop off any moment from now. There it is. In a minute it will be done. Now the plotting is done, and all you do is just go to the folder and check it's document, and then AutoCAD beginner and house design. It will inherit the name. I'll just double click to open the PDF. I will close this, and as you can see, we get our PDF that I can now easily zoom in to see all the cool details. Now we got a PDF, and if you look at it, it looks just like the layout. So what this means is what you see here is what you will get on your PDF. So now that we know how to make a PDF, let's do it accurately, because this one is not to scale. So I will close the PDF, close this one, and let's understand the concept. Now you should understand scale. Probably most of you know, but for those 1 to 5 of us that don't know, in the model space, this is the golden rule of AutoCAD. You draw things in their real life scale. If you have, right now you can see I'm having this. This is when you will appreciate region. Type RE, press enter, and they became how they should, a cycle. Now, when you have something at the length of 11,000, you select your line and you type 11,000 and then press enter, press enter. Now that line is 11,000 length, millimeter. If you have a line of 1 kilometer, which will be 1,000,030, more 3 zeros, 1, 2, 3, press enter again. Now that is a line of 1 kilometer. You type it 1 kilometer. If it is 50 kilometers, you type it 50 kilometers. You get the point. You just draw object at their real life scale, which means scale 1:1. But this space is unlimited. It's limitless. But layout space is limited. It is limited to just a paper size. And there is no way on an A4 paper you can fit, what is our value, 11,000 millimeter. There is just no way. That's why they created scale, which means you specify a value and say that value, and say maybe 10 of that value or 100 of that value only equals 1. Now I'm having this ruler on my hand, which is, or the normal ruler, you know, with centimeters and millimeters. That ruler is actually to scale. Now the scale I'm talking about is when you select the viewport, you get this scale of the selected viewport. Now click it. This is the scale I'm talking about. 1:100. Perhaps yours will be up here, or just any scale. 1:100 meaning hundreds of that unit only equals 1 in the paper space. So now when we select this viewport, by the way, if you don't select the viewport, you won't be getting the scale, but when you select it, you will get it here, and you can also change it here as well. Click it, you will get the same scale, so don't worry. Now click here and select maybe 1:100, and this is 1:100 scale. What this means is, even when you think you are not using scale, you are using scale, because most of our rulers, if you have a ruler with millimeters and centimeter, you can check it with the real scale rule on 1:100, and you'll find they will fit, they will match exactly. Because if you check the ruler, your unit, you have only 10 centimeter, which in reality, if you want to draw, I will zoom here, even this toilet, this tiny toilet of 600, and your ruler is 30 units or 15 millimeter, meaning you will have, maybe you will need 50 more rulers. All that got terminated with the scale. So right now, therefore 600 becomes 6 here. So we scale them down. And what this means is when we make it a PDF or an image, right now we are focusing on PDF, you can, and when you print it on paper, you take your ruler to say this place from here to here, you will get exact unit which will be in the place of 8.3 centimeter or millimeter on your ruler when you print it on paper. Now this one, it is to scale, and this is perfect. Well, this is the PDF. What I want you to remember is, of course, we didn't see the grid, but we see this viewport, and I don't know if you want to be seeing this. So now that we understand scale, and if I select the viewport and take it to other scale, maybe like 50, it will zoom to 50, and if I press the escape key, this paper A4 cannot take this size. An A4 paper cannot take this size of a drawing at a scale of 1:50. And when you get something like this, you either select, change your scale, press the escape key, or maybe create a custom scale somewhere between 50 and 100, maybe scale of 1:75, or you just change your paper, which is what we will do, because we will be having our title block and all that. So now what you normally see people do when they come here, like I say, is they select this and delete it. But we are going to delete it, but first let me show you a concept that will make your life easier. If you click on the plot to make it a PDF again, you will have to select the PDF, select paper size, and change a lot of settings. To save yourself the time, there is, when you right click here, there is what we call a page setup manager, this one. If I select that, right now I have only one layout, which is the floor plan, and I can see the properties. The plotter is none, the paper size is this one, which is a portrait A4 size. Just click on modify, and then take it to DWG to PDF, and then select A3, this one with the bigger value at the beginning, which means a landscape one, and then make sure this is selected to layout, and then that's it. That's the main change we want to make, and then click on OK. Now you can see floor plan layout, the plotter is DWG to PDF, the device name is DWG whatever to PC3, and the plot size is A3, this one. So of course it makes sense, since this is A3, the viewport will get shrink down to something like this. So now that you got this, that's why people decided to mostly select this and delete it and make their own by clicking here, select rectangle and click to make them, or you can just type MV and then you will get MView. If you select that, specify corner of viewport, click and click, you will get the same result. But for now, since we are all beginners, let's stick with the ribbon. So click on rectangle, click here once, click here, and then double click inside, zoom to the floor plan, double click outside, select it, change the scale to 1:100. We'll be getting something like this, and it's kind of, we can see if we can create a custom scale, but just for the sake of creating a custom scale, select the viewport so that you can see it. Click here and then select custom. Now these are the only scale, so click on add. This is the name, give it a name, meaning the name you want to be seen here. So I will name it 1:150 because you don't have 1:150. You have to be creating them. So that paper units, that this will be 1, and then drawing units, so this will be 1:50. Now this is the real scale, mind you. This is just the representation of the name here. So just click on OK and you will see the scale here. Right now it is the second one. Click on OK. Now if you select this, there is a 1:150 that we create. It will zoom back like this, which is even worse. And if you take it to 1:50, it will zoom close like this. So you want something in between 50 and 100, which is again easy to make. You just select custom, add 1:, the scale of 75 is a standard one, so you can use that, and then you change the scale here 75 and then click on OK. There it is. Close that, select the viewport, right click here, 1:75, and then you make this scale, which you can deselect, zoom back a little, and now come to the output tab. Don't worry, we'll spend all the time here, and then click on preview. So this is what you will see when you plot it and you view it in the PDF like this. So back to AutoCAD. Now we are seeing this grid, we are not seeing the upper one. I will right click and exit. Come back to the layout tab. Now when you have that, you just click and expand this viewport. Now we are seeing it here, but we will still not be seeing it. Why? If I come here and preview, because it cuts off. Click here to exit the preview because of this margin that we talk about. What you do here is you select it and then move it down. Just make sure they are inside the margin. So now when we come to preview, or a long process is to click here, plot, and then come to preview. You will both get the same result, and then you will be seeing this. Now it is fully inside, but this line, sometimes you want to see it, sometimes you don't want to see it. This is the viewport line, so I will close the preview. We don't want to plot it inside. If you want, you can just click on OK, but we already did this. So let's understand how the signs of it. I will cancel because I don't want to plot. Now to hide this viewport, we use drafters use a clever method, which is to take this on a layer that will not plot, and we have a layer with that property by default. That layer, there is only one layer that by default it is set to not plot. If you click the layer properties, come under plot, you will see it gray. That is the depth points layer. I don't know if we talk about depth point, but depth point is when you make a dimension. You pick 2 points, you make a dimension. You see that guy? That one, that is depth point. And they create themselves by default. So I will select this dimension and delete it. And normally you don't want that point to be plotting. That is why by default AutoCAD to make that layer and then make the layer to not plot, because they are mostly under your object. We can't see them, so there is no point in plotting them. Select the viewport first, click the drop down and take it to depth points. So now the current layer is cap hearts. If we select the viewport, now we can see the viewport is on depth points layer. So now I can close this palette, the layer properties palette. Now if I go to the output and then click on preview, you can see the depth point, of course. But if you don't have a dimension in your drawing, you won't be having a depth point layer. So instead, what you do is very simple. Click on layer property, select any layer and just click on new and just call it viewports, and then click on this plot so that you will get this minus icon, meaning everything on this layer will not plot. So now if I close the palette, click on this depth point, currently it is on depth point, click on this viewport and take it to viewports layer, this one, which is also won't plot. Output, preview, you can still see it, you won't be seeing the viewport. Now that is one. Viewport is everything. Viewport is everything to the paper space. It is everything. And by nature of AutoCAD and the CAD process, you only need to make one thing and then we will copy it. So all the work will be on the floor plan, and we get to roof plan, we will just be copying. I will even let you finish everything. So you only understand this once, and that is it. So now we know about scale and we know about viewport. And now that we can, let me see the preview, we have this. Let's make the title block to make this look more professional. I will close this, go back to the home tab, or any tab, just this one. I think you will feel more at home. To make the title block, some people say it is a mistake to draw the title block here. You better draw it here. I don't think that is any problem, because at the end of the day, you should make it a block and you should come up here and insert the title block. So you can make your title block anywhere. Now this is an A3 size, which if I right click here and go to the page setup, remember we go to modify and adjust things here. That is how we get these properties, this paper length, this paper size, which is 420 by 297, which is an A3. So if you want to make your title block for A3 size, you just type that value, select the rectangle, which is here, and I don't know, I don't like drawing here, but that's okay. Let me just do the rectangle here. And for the horizontal, it's 420, and then press the tab key and type 297 and then press enter. Now if you select this, select move and move it here, you will see it is exactly the size of the sheet. So now I will move it away. Now that you know that all we are concerned is making our title block inside here. We can do that here, but I just don't feel good doing it here. I rather make it on the model space. So I can either select this and move it to the model space, where I will just delete it. It's not hard to make. Model space. Let's make the same rectangle. I will click here once, click 420, press the tab key, 297, press enter. And now when you think of scale, is this is the paper that all this drawing will fit. And it's quite tiny, and that magic is only possible because of scaling. We scale them down so that they can fit inside this tiny paper. Don't worry, this is the real paper size. So now how you design the title block is, now this is how the title block will be, or even something better. Now only going to make this. So now let's start with the dimension, and since we have like this outer rectangle, the next one is for us to know the distance between here, which will be our margin for the paper. So we'll be using 13, as you can see here. So select offset 13 millimeter, and then select this point inside and just click. Now even though polyline, because this is a polyline and we don't have to trim it, even though polyline is really cool, this is one of the cases you no longer need a polyline. Like right now we only want to make this area, we want to make this boundary, which the distance here is only, they are the same here, the distance is 6. So if you want to make this, select offset and type 6, press enter. When I select this, point inside and click. I don't want all these unnecessary lines, so I will press Ctrl Z or click up here. Immediately when you get the second one, you can just select the first one and simply explode it. Now I got individual lines, which if I select the offset and type my 6, press enter, select this, point in, I will be getting only this. So from that 6, I will select the new line, point to this, click, it is 6 as well. Select this point and type 74, press enter, and then we get this. Select, point to this direction and type 6 again, and then we get this. And now at the top, select, point down and click 6. Select this down one, point down and click, we get 6. Then press the escape key. Now select fillet, select radius, give a radius of 3, and then select this line, the inner one, and this one. Press enter to repeat the fillet, type M for multiple options, select the inner ones to get this inner shape, like this and like this, and then press the escape key. Now that you get this, select the offset again, type 6, press enter, select this line, point inside and click, select this, point inside and click. Now press the escape key. Now select the fillet command, let's clear things up a little. Select the radius option, type 3 and then press enter. Select the multiple option, select this inner one, this one, this and this, this and this, and last 3, this and this, and then we get this inner shape. Now select the outer one, this one and this one, this one and this one, and it is looking good already. Now select this one and this one, and lastly this and this. Now our title block will reside inside here. Now select here and here to fillet it, this one and this one, here and here, here and here. Now we got our title block. You can always, if you want to see the effect, you can select this, press Ctrl C on your keyboard to copy, or there is copy, click on the flyout, select copy with base point and just click here, and that's it. Come to the layout, press Ctrl V, and then from that base point we pick, you can click relatively, you don't have any snap here, so you will just click somewhere close, and then we will be getting this. Don't worry with this viewport line, because when you come to output preview, this is the only thing we'll be seeing. As you can see, we won't be seeing this line at the bottom, but that's fine. I want us to be having as much problems as possible, so that when you see them, you don't have to go and search for another tutorial. Now the thing is, this will be our title block and it is looking good here, and that is what matters. So I will right click, exit the preview, either press Ctrl Z to undo the copy of our title block, come back to the model space. Now that you fully understand what we are doing, let's make the tiny little components of our title block. Let's make this, and we will start with this one, which takes up the project date, scale and sheet. Now what to notice is the distance between them is just 33 units. So, and for this one it is 27, then we have 40, then we have 50, and lastly we have 97. It's not the last, then we have 24. So let's make that. Select offset, select the true option, select this, point it up, 27, press enter, select this, point it up, 3, press enter, select this, point it up, 40, press enter, select this, point it up, 3, press enter, select that, point it up, 50, press enter, select that, point it up, 3, press enter, select that, point it up, 97, enter, and we get our area to fill. And now what we are left to do is this filleting, which if we check, the radius is 3 all around. So let's do that. Select fillet. Now if we then change trim and we just get started and select this line and this line, we will lose all this line. So press Ctrl Z, select fillet, select radius, make sure it is 3, make sure you select the multiple option and then select trim, select no trim, and now select this line and this one. Now do it for all the rest. Now when you are done, just select trim and trim portions like this. And then when you are done with done also, now let's get to the filling the gaps, creating the lines, making these lines, which is really simple. The line spaces will be 9. So I will select offset, select 9, press enter, select this line up, select this up. Or if you want to do it, you can always select line from the middle to middle, because we make a fillet here, else I would have used that line, and then select divide, select this line and say divide it into 3, press enter. Now you will be getting those points in case you are making your own, because this one I come up with those units. So I will select trim and extend this and this. This one doesn't matter, we are going to erase it anyways. We are going to erase it, as you can see. So the distance here is 40. So select offset, type 40 as your distance, select this line, point to this direction and click. Select the trim, extend this and then extend this and then trim this portion. Now we got this. The next one is 9 as well. 1, 2, 3. That's all you need to make. It's 9, it's 1, 2 and 3, and that's it. You can easily then hold on the shift key and extend them and then make this line, which is a 24 distance. Just select offset, type 24, press enter, select this line, point here and click, and then you just trim this portion and you extend this portion. The next one, we just leave it like that. We go up here, which we have 16, 42, 16. That's easy. Just select that, which is 16, enter. Select this one, click, select this one and type 42, press enter, and that's it. For this one, we know it is 9. So just select the offset again, give 9, and they are 1, 2. They are only 2. Select that, up and up, and then select trim those lines, and then extend those ones, just like this. And up here you have the section for general notes. Doesn't matter, you can just make a text here. Now, just like when you have a book, there is where they put name and date and subject perhaps. So those are like defaults, they will never change. So those ones you can make them. This time let's start from the top. Let's start with the general note, and for that we will make a new text style. Click on the annotated drop down, select text style, select new, and we'll call it title block. They are together, title block text, and then just click on OK. And the changes we are going to make is click on this drop down and select a nice font. I will just select Calibre or just any font. I will show some fonts, probably you are seeing them now. If you want to be a little stylish, those are the names for the fonts. So I'll leave it at regular, and the height I will leave it at 0, and then I will just click on apply, and then it is my current text style, and then I will click on close. Now I'll click on this drop down and select multi-line text, and then don't worry about this. I will just click on this radius center point, or just anywhere close, and just click here, and then I will type general note and then click away. Now the text is really big, so I will select that, double click it, just click once and press Ctrl A to select all of it and give it 6. Make it bold, click here to make it bold, and then once you are done, click outside. And then for whatever reason it refused to change height, that's okay. Right click, there is properties, and then come to the text height and change it to 6 and then press enter. Now it is exactly in place. Press the escape key. If you want, you can change the text to maybe 5, press enter, and then for the justification, make it center, middle center like this. Then hit the escape key. And now for this text, let's make them. They are very simple. You just select the multi-line and then click on this corner. And before you click the opposite corner, you can change the height. Right now it is 150 to something like 2.5 or even 2. Press enter and then change the justification to MC, middle center. And if you want to make any other changes, you can make it here and then click here. Now I will just type NO for number and then click away. Right now it will be at the middle and like this. Now I will select that and then I will select copy, click here and copy it here. Press the escape key. Now this will be date, so double click that and type date and then click away. Now select the date and then select copy, click here and drop it here. Press the escape key. And now we got this. Change the justification to top left like this and then select this and drag it to this perpendicular, so just that we know it fits inside, and then simply take it back to middle center like this and then just double click it and type revision/issue and then click away once you are done. Of course you can continue making all of them. It is just the firm name, the design by, and all this. Let's make it but in a fast mode. Also, by the way, they are mostly in small, they are not mostly caps, so you can take them down by using the lowercase here. Or if you want to make it deadly in the middle, you can just be not lazy and just click here, make the settings again. For the height, the default 2.5. For the justification, middle center, and then just click here. And when you type and then click away, it will be deadly in the center, and then from here you can easily just copy it. So when you are done with all this, the firm name, project name and address, all this project, the scale and sheet, then for your logo or anything that looks similar to this, you just import the image. Right now I will go to attach, insert, attach, and then look for my image. I know it is on the desktop and there it is, AutoCAD logo. I will just select that and then click on open, specify insertion point, everything like that, and then click on OK. Now where it is either bigger or smaller, so I will drop it here. Right now it is quite small, that's okay. I will just select it and then select scale and scale it proportionally. I will click here, I will select the reference option, I will click here once and then click at the end of the picture or below and then make it as big as I want, or something like this. I can select it, and then if it is a PNG, you can click on this background transparency and then you will only be seeing the actual image. Only PNGs can do that. Of course, if you have logo, you already know this. So I will select this and move it into place however I want. And then for this text style, you can make it anything you want. But you just have to make a new text style and say new and just say logo. All you need to do is just select your font. I will go with stylus here, stylus, this one. And then for the text height, I will just put it will be 5.5, and then I will just click on apply and close. And then I will select the multi-line, click here to make a little box and type name of your company or anything. And now I'm putting the name of this channel and I will move it down like this. Now if you don't want to see the frame, of course insert the reference, click this and select height frame, and then it will be gone. Now this will always be the default, always, like when you buy a new book, like I said before. But the project will change, the design by will change, the project name will change. So here is how some people do. Some people from here, they just copy it, select copy with base point, and then select the base point, which will be here, and then press the escape key. Now I will close this property palette. I will come to the floor plan, and then I can either click it or just click on paste or type Ctrl V on your keyboard, and then I will try to paste it in place like this. Now some people do it like this, and then they just select text, drawn by, of course, select from here to here, and just type like this is drawn by. Or before you type, it's better to just select the first corner and then select the height. You want the height to not be more than 2. Press enter for the justification, middle left, and then click here and just begin typing. Drawn by, I'll just say tutorial views. Is that how you spell views? I will just click away, and then this text will be in place. And then you just copy this around and put all the values. And if you come to plot, preview, this is what will be seen. There is the text. No one is going to know, and there is nothing wrong with it. Okay, it's just that there are more efficient ways of doing this. Now I press Ctrl Z to undo the text and then undo the copy of the title block. Now we are going to use, remember, attributes. We are going to make this a block, but even more than that, we are going to make it an attributed block. Remember, when you import an attribute, it lets you put some values. That is what we'll make. For now, just make sure to save your drawing. So now that we finished the title block, let's make it a block. As we know from the door, if I just have this rectangle and then I create a block, I will call it the title block, and I will select the object. It's only this rectangle. Hit enter. Pick point, I will just pick here, and then I will close it. Now I will come to the insert, and there it is, tape, and just insert it. And now if I make a copy of this instance of block like this, and then select one block, right click, edit block in place, I will OK that, and then I will select text, and then I will begin typing. I will just say like note, I will say note all dimensions used in this drawing are in millimeter. If I do it like this and then click away, just like for the general note here. So now when I finish that and then click on save here, click on OK. Now all of this will reflect here, and what this means is we will just make more copies. Like this one is just our floor plan, so layer 1 will be our roof plan, 2 will be front elevation, this will be back or right elevation, like that. And I don't know if you want to be putting something that is constant, something like the note will be constant, and maybe the farm name, definitely this will be constant, it will never change. The project name will never change. The design, all this will never change across the floor plan and the roof plan. The things that will change, the sheet name or the sheet number, and then the project title, which will be, this one will be floor plan, the other one will be roof plan. Now our concern is those that won't change across the layout. Now if we make it a block and then from here we insert the title block like this, we frame it, and then we come here and insert it like this to all the layout, and then when we select and right click and edit in place, and when we make changes let's see, let me copy this down, then double click this, and let's say the farm name is the name of this YouTube channel, maybe e-tutorial, and then I will just click away. I will click on save. Yeah, okay. That now there is the e-tutorial. Now if I go to the layout one, I can still see the e-tutorial. So you have to make it a block, because if it isn't a block, your changes will only remain in one place. You can see them, they update here, and wherever you have that title block in this drawing will update that change. So that is why we'll be creating the block, and even more so an attributed block, because for the areas that will be changing, we can easily just use attributes. Here is how we do it. But first, I will click this layout one, hold on the shift key and click the last one, right click, press OK, so that I can easily delete them. You don't press on this new, there is an easier way of going about it. But for now, let's just create the block. Once we create this, we are as good as done. Now to create the attribute, as always, it is either here, define attribute, or on the insert tab, define attribute. I'll click that. For the tag, let's start with project title. For the tag, this will be project. For the prompt, we will say project title. You can give it more description, but I will leave it at these two words. And then for the default, we will say front elevation, like that. Then for the text justification, I like it left, or is there middle left? Now let's just go with left. Logo style, text style, we'll go with our title block text. And then for the text height, let's change this to 4. If it still looks big, we can come back and change it. Now leave those changes. Now make sure yours look exactly like mine, and then just click on OK. And now I will zoom into the project area, and right now I'm getting a lot of snapping, so I will turn off all snap, or you can simply override that by holding down Shift A, so that you won't be getting the snap. I will just click somewhere like here, and I will define another attribute, which will be the sheet. The attribute will be called, the tag will be sheet, the prompt will be the sheet number, and then the default will be like A101. I will talk more about this when we come to editing it, don't worry, just put it like that. Sheet number for architectural plans. For the text justification, I will leave it at left. For the text style, title block, and then click on OK, and I will drop it here. So now we got our title block with some text and with 2 attributes. We can do one for the scale, because the scale will be changing. So one last attribute, define attribute, scale, prompt, scale, default 1:100, and with that, at left, click on OK, and then drop it somewhere like here. And now we got 3 attributes with some regular text and our title block. So let's make it a block. On the insert tab, block definition panel, there is create block. Click on the flyout and select create block. This will definitely be title block, because this is an A3 size, so we'll call it to be descriptive. It's not necessary, it's just to be descriptive. It will be A3 landscape, like this. Now we put the name. Next, select the object, click here and click here, press enter. 85 objects selected, and then pick point. I will click here. I don't want to delete it, just convert it to block, and then click on OK. And now when we import the block, we can just change this attribute. Right now I'll just click on OK, leave them like that. You see the default, this one says front elevation, and what I notice is this won't take the front elevation. Remember, we put 4, so you don't have to. So if you make something like this, like in this instance, I want to reduce this 2 and then enlarge this one. So I will select Batman Block Attribute Manager. I will click that and then select block. I will click here and then select this block. Now I have the attributes listed. So with that, I can easily just start with the project. For the project, I will go to edit, go to text. I will text the height down to 3. That's it. Then I will just click on OK. Next, for the scale, this one, edit, take it down to 3. That's it. Lastly, for the sheet, let's make it a little bit bigger. Select the sheet, edit, make it 5.5, and then click on OK. Apply. You can see them. Nice. And then click on OK. Now we edit the attribute, and this is now an intelligent block. So what we do is we come back to our floor plan and come to the insert. But before that, let's create a layer for the title block. I will click on layer, select new layer. I will call this title block, and then I will make it the current layer. I will close that. We're not even going to use that because we will insert it from here. Just make sure title block is your current layer. So I will click on this drop down. It is going alphabetically, so just go to your T and see it, title block. I will click that, and then I will drop it somewhere close here. And once I click it to insert, let's just click on OK. We will change this in a minute. Now if we go to the preview, we got our title block, but we don't get our borderline. I'm very happy this happened. Now I will right click, and if you see our margin, it is just off a little. How do you go about this? And you can see from here it is fine, it is okay. So what you need to do is right click, go to the page setup manager, right click, page setup manager to be back here. Oh, there it is, page setup manager. Click that and let's modify this. Click on modify. We initially selected ISO A3, so click on this drop down and there is ISO expand A3. So select the one with the bigger number at the first, which will be the landscape one, and then click on OK and close. Now you can see the margin, it got pushed a little, so when we click on the preview, it will be fully inside. Now we are not seeing the bottom one. Let's go back and check why. That is because, by the way, this is for the viewport. So now we can see it is not inside. That is because, let me turn off the viewport layer so that you won't get confused. Now I turn the viewport layer off. So now this is the border of the title block. So right now we are not seeing the bottom one because, of course, it is not inside the margin line, but the up one is inside. That is because when we change it, the title block moved down a little. As you can see, there is space here. So as easy as selecting the title block, click it up and drop it here, and then press the escape key. Now zoom back a little, and now it is inside. Bottom is inside. Let's check the preview because what we see here is what we get on the PDF. Now the title block is fully inside, but it crossed our grid bubble. That's okay. Just right click, exit, come back to the layout, just click on the drop down, turn on the viewport layer so that you can see it, the viewport boundary, double click inside the viewport, don't zoom. You can see our scale is 1:75. Now if I zoom even a notch, I lose the scale. It doesn't matter if I zoom back, it still won't change. So what you do is you select your scale, which is 1:75. Now this is 1:75, and then you lock it by clicking on this lock icon. Click on it, and now if I zoom, I will be zooming on the paper space even though I'm in the paper state, and then you can easily lock that. So now I will unlock it. Instead of zooming, I will just pan by holding down the wheel and move it up a little just so that it doesn't cross the grid bubble, and then I will lock the layer so that I can't pan and I can't zoom by mistake. So I will double click outside to get back to the paper space, because right now you can see this got thicker, our cursor changes. So double click outside. Now in paper space, let's check the preview, output tab, preview. Right now our floor plan is inside, the title block is there, everything seems to be in place. So I will close the preview. Well, not everything, like I saw something. Yeah, this one, you see this one, it got cut. So I will close that. Why? Because we need to straight the viewport. Just click here, straight the viewport. So right now when we preview that, you can see this. Now let's edit the title block, only the attribute. When you just double click, you will get the enhance attribute editor. Now what is our project title name? It is, come to project, it is front elevation. In this instance it is correct, so I will leave that. Next, sheet number A10. No, this will be A102, because our A101 will be our site plan. So I will click on apply. You can see the A2 here. And then lastly, for the scale, right now it is 1:100, which is wrong because it is 1:75. Apply that, you can see it there, and then click on OK. Because when we select the viewport, you can see the scale is 1:75. So now we get our floor plan. You only need to make these 3 changes, don't worry. Now when we go to the preview, this is what we'll be getting. So what do we want to change in the floor plan? We can make more changes, but for now let's make the rest of the layouts. For that, I will come to the layout contextual ribbon tab, which if you are in the model, you won't be seeing it. It's not even possible. You have to be on the paper space, then you'll be seeing the layout tab, contextual tab. Now to make a new layout, you can either click here, new layout, you have from template and just new layout. When you click, it will prompt you to enter the name. You can either accept layout 1 or you just type a name, press enter, select, click on new. The default will be layout 2. If you want to accept that, press enter, or if you want to change it, maybe you want roof plan, and then press enter, you will get the roof plan layout. Both of them, instead of seeing this, you will only see the extent of your drawing by default, something like this. You click this, you will just see the extent with one viewport like this. So now when we right click either one of these two, like the roof one, if I right click it and select page setup manager, each layout will have its own page setup. Like our floor plan, when we click it, you can see the plotter is DWG to PDF. Remember, we selected that, and then the plot size, our paper size is A3, which is 420 by 297, which we even changed it to expand. Remember that. And then for the layout one, it is the default Microsoft Print to PDF, which we didn't select that. And the plot size is A4 landscape. The roof is the same as well, and even if we create 100, they will be like this. So we don't want either of that. What we want is, I will select these two, I will right click and then delete them. Because I don't know if you want to go around and right click here and go to page setup manager, modify this, take this to DWG to PDF, select your paper size again, expand A3, this one, and then click on OK. And then import the title block and then resize this. I don't know if you want to be doing that, so we rather just select these two and then delete them. We just make a copy of this, that's it. And before we make the copy, let's make some changes, which will be, let's go to the page setup manager and see if we can make some changes. Now this is okay, we'll never change this, we'll never change this as well, the plot scale as well. Make sure this is 1:1 scale, because everything should be 1:1 scale. You only scale your viewport. This rectangle, this is the only thing you should be scaling, 1:75. If I deselect it, you won't even see the scale. So that is the only thing you will think about on a beginner level, scaling from a layout. So modify, make sure the scale is 1:1. If it's anything other than that, you won't be getting the result you want. So everything is okay in this area, and then for this area, this is plot style table paint assignment. I love this, and as much as I love it, I'd like to talk about it. I will leave it when we finish everything. For the quality, this is for 3D. For the plot option, we want to plot object language. Yeah, plot with plot styles. Even though we don't have one, you can either, yeah, let's just leave it. Plot paper space last. Yeah, plot transparency. I can't remember if we did we did something with transparency when we reduced the transparency of the hatch from the side plan, remember? So I will turn this on. So the only thing we add is just the plot transparency, which is okay. So let's click on OK, then click on close. Now, how do you copy this? You do it in two ways, and you will appreciate both of them when you come to your project. I will right click on this, and there is move or copy. I will click that, and then I will select this, the flow plan layout, and click on create a copy and check this create a copy box. I will click on OK, and now I get a flow plan too. So this is the duplicate. You can't even tell the difference. So what I do now is I just right click, rename, and this will be roof plan. And then I will click OK. So now I'm a little bit descriptive with my name. So now I know this will be the floor plan, this will be the roof plan. Get into the roof plan, double click inside here, untick the turn off the lock command, this one, so that we can pan to see another view. Turn off the lock. Now inside the viewport, I will just pan to where my roof is, which is here. So I will drop it here. I will pan here just to see the roof. If something is showing like this, don't worry. Just get your roof in the middle. Like, let me even mess this up like this, and then double click outside. So now that I got this, I can select the viewport and just change the scale to fit only my roof plan, and then I can use move. So at the viewport, press enter and easily move it in place how I want. You won't be seeing this line because they are on the viewport or depth point layer, which will never show on print. So when we preview, it will be looking something like this. So I'll right click and exit this preview. Of course, double click the block, change this front elevation to, this will be roof plan. I will apply that, and then I'll click on OK. And the scale is 1:75, and the sheet will be 103. Apply and OK that. I'll get back to the floor plan. This is in front elevation. You are floor plan. So floor plan it is. Apply and OK that. Now this is roof plan at a scale of 1:75. Is it? Yeah, it is. Make sure you lock it. And if you mistakenly zoom, just set the scale again and lock it. So everything looks okay like this. And now to make the, let's say, the front elevation, of course you can come up here, right click, move or copy, select either one you want to make the copy of. Maybe it's the floor plan, maybe it's the roof plan. I will select the floor plan, and then I will click on create a copy. Then I will just press OK. And again, I got floor plan with the 2 in the bracket. I will select that, right click, rename, or you can easily just double click and call it front LF like this, and then I'll just click away, press the escape key. Now I'm in the front LF layout. I will just double click inside here, turn off the lock, and then I will mess up the scale right now and zoom to where my front elevation is, which is this one. So I will click on the drop down and select my scale 1:75. It will be looking something like this. Now if you want this scale to be at the bottom, you can just come to the customize and make them decline as they should. Maybe select the 151. You know this should be below 100, so select it, move down to 100, this one, between 100 and 50, just like this. Click on OK. So now when you click here, they go as they should. So you can easily select your one is 275. Now that I've selected it, I will double click outside to the paper space. I will select this and then reduce the viewport just so that like this. Now I will be seeing this, give me it in a table, and I don't want to be seeing it. Just select this and drop it here. But if the table is somewhere here, then you have to come here to your model space and manually just move it from there to somewhere like here. It's as easy as that. So right now I can easily just bypass that and cut it like this. So now that I got this, and you can totally change the scale. Maybe this is too little for you, you feel like you have more space, you can try other scale. Maybe one is 50 feet, okay, one is 51 feet, one is 100, will even be smaller. So one is 75 seems to be the right winner. And if you feel like you don't want to waste space, that's okay. And then first move it. You can move it up a little, turn off the author mode, move it up a little, and then select copy, select the viewport, press enter, and make the copy of the viewport like this. And then you can double click and go to another view, like this back elevation. Maybe you want it. I will drop it here and then double click outside. Now if I click, it is 1:75. I will lock the layer, I will lock the viewport. And now I get this. If you want to align them, construction line vertical, just click on this, hit enter. So right now they are not aligned because, as we know, the front and the back, they share the same width. So if I select horizontal, vertical again and click here, they must align perfectly. So what you do is just select the viewport and then select move, click here, move it here, as simple as that. Now you can see they are aligned. It doesn't matter about this viewport, you won't even see it anyways. So I will select this and erase it, this viewport, because when you come to output preview, you won't even be seeing it. But if it is hurting your eye, you can easily just stretch it. Right now you will be seeing that tree. I don't think you want that. Don't worry about it, just leave it. I'll press Ctrl Z to get it back like this. Now you get two elevations on one sheet, which means you can get the left and right elevations as well. Let's see that. So I will right click and either make a copy of this like how we do here. Select the front LF, make a copy of it, click OK. Now you got front LF2, or I will select this one and delete it. The other way you can make the copy is by just clicking this, hold down the control key and then move it either here or here. You will see that triangle pointing down, and then release the left click on your mouse and then it will be there. As easy as that. So select that, double click it, this will be right, LF, and you can erase this too, or you can just type everything from the beginning. So this will be the right LF. For this one, since it has the front and back, you can rename it to something that, okay, you can put a slash. So I believe you can put an underscore or just a dash, front back LF, and then I will click away this one as well. You can go dash right left LF and then click away. So right now they are the same because we just make a copy. Make sure you're on the right left LF, select the front, move it so that you get the, let's start with the right, you get the right elevation like this in place, and then I will click away, click inside this, oops, turn off the lock and then move it to see the left LF, just like this, and then I'll double click outside. And now I got this. Let me check the preview if there is any error. Right now maybe a tiny bit. I don't see my rail, I don't see this, and I'm not seeing this one. Why is that? Let's go fix that. It must be from the model space. And when we come to check the problem, I can see the wipeout is there. If I select that, let me first try to erase it. And there is nothing there, so definitely it's just because we lose the new wall post. So I will press Ctrl Z to bring back the wipeout, and all you need is just to make a copy of the new wall post. So select one, just select copy. In case you have the problem, I pray and hope it is just only me. So I will drop one here and drop one here, and lastly fix this by I will first drop this one and then move this in place. Let me try to select this wipeout, delete it. Yeah, that one is there. So for this one, I will just select it, right click, draw order. I will send it back. This one as well. This should be wipeout. I will select that, draw order, send back. Now they are looking okay from the model space. Let me check them on the paper space, output, preview. Looking okay. So looking all right. So now we are done with the elevation, and then for the section, which one will be easy to make a copy of, because we only have one section. Let me make the copy of the roof. So I will select the roof, hold on the Control key and make a copy of this. Right click, you will be section, and then click away. I'll double click inside here, turn off the lock and zoom to my section like this. Look at our title block, but right now it is big here. Now position it in place and take the scale to 1:75 and then click away. If there is anything that is inside, just reduce your viewport. Now let's check it in the preview. This is what we'll be getting when we plot, or should I say publish. So it is looking okay. I will exit this. What is remaining? Now what is remaining is the site plan, I believe. So click on one layout, maybe the floor plan, and then make a copy of the floor plan, and Control key, make a copy of it. We'll call this site plan and then click away. Now there is just no way that the site plan and the floor plan will be the same scale. What I mean is, right now we're on the site plan layout. I will select this viewport and double click inside, turn off the lock, and once I'm inside this viewport, I will click on this drop down and turn on the A site layer. Press the escape key. Now it will get chopped up like this. So I will turn on the layer property, and if it is auto hide, just come over here. I will just drop it, and right now I'd rather select all the layers by pressing Ctrl A to select all of them. And notice we have VP freeze, we have VP color, and VP whatever, VP BP meaning the viewport. Under the VP freeze and the column, click on this icon VP freeze. I will click that, and all of them, now if I close this, it will be blank, and that is what I want. So I will click on this drop down. All of them are freeze. The only one I don't want to freeze will be the A site. So I will check this. So it is the only thing I'll be seeing. Now this is what I was telling you. There is just no way a site plan will fit at a scale of 1:75. Let's try 100. I still doubt that. Now I'll try to pan. You can see it won't take it. So let's take it to 1:150, and it seems to take it. Now the scale is 1:150, which is looking okay. But if you can find something between 1:100 and 1:50, I think it will be okay. Right now I can't think of a standard scale. Okay, we have 1:125. You can go ahead and click here, customize and create it. But right now I don't think I have much time, so I will leave that to you. I will select one is 150 and make sure it is in place like this and double click outside. Now don't worry, if you go to the rest of the layout, they will still be there. So for the floor plan, I don't know why it is like that, but let me fix it. I will just double click inside, click on this turn layer off, and then just select the site, and then I will double click outside. Now I got this. As always, make sure to be saving your drawing. Now back to the site plan. I found that it is gone. I will select the viewport, click here, and it's because first I turn it off, so turn it back on. Don't worry, it is back. And if I zoom, everything is looking just okay. And for some people, you will be seeing these grasses not like this. You can easily change this by selecting the hatch and give it a background color. Right now it is none. You can give it something like this. Maybe you can reduce the transparency a little bit. And right now when you go to your site plan, it will look more like you get this greeny site plan, which is cool. It makes the car pop, it makes this side, it makes everything look good actually. So right now I'm happy with this. What else is remaining, I believe, is just our table. This one, if you don't like seeing this, as always, RE to regenerate, and they should look right. So I say you can go ahead and make description of them. So right now it is just the table, and I don't see captain. Okay, here is captain. So go back to the layout and check what will be easier for the table. Right now I will just select the site and make the copy of the site, and then I will double click it. I will call each table and click away. Now the goal for the table is, let me select the viewport and check. Okay, now the goal for the table is just to be legible. So right now I don't think we are much worried about scale. I will double click here and then zoom back, and I still won't be seeing anything because we freeze every layer. So I'll double click outside. Maybe even making a copy outside will be much work. So I'll delete this and make a copy from like section. So I'll select the section and make a copy from it, and then I will name this to be the table, or should I say do schedule, and then click away. Now click the do schedule and double click inside here and go to the location of your table, which in my case is this one. Right now if I try to give a scale of 1:75 like all of them, it will be like this. Maybe the scale should be perhaps 1:1. 1:1 is big, maybe 1:2 will look better. Yeah, 1:2. If you don't want to use the scale, I think is you are allowed here. You can maybe use zoom, Z, enter for zoom, and then use window and click here to like zoom it a little bit. And if I go to the output preview, I will be getting something like this. You can see the space here doesn't equal here. You can easily adjust that by just moving it a little bit like this. Check the preview. It is looking quite right like this. Is it? Now what is remaining is I will make the copy of the do schedule. I will call this cap and then click away. Under the cap layout, double click inside the viewport. Yeah, if you click inside here, you can just click on this blue. So I'll double click inside the viewport and I'll zoom back to where cap is. And I don't think we need a scale for this one. So we just want it to be visible. Like here, I think it can be visible here. I'll double click outside and extend so that we can see the full thing. It won't fit, so I will double click. Z for zoom, W for window, and use with the help of my crosshair. I will zoom it like this so that it can fit inside here. So this one is totally not to scale because if we try to scale to select the viewport, you can see the scale is something like this. And let me see if we try to give it 1:50, no, be 1:2. Whoa, 1:5. Okay, 1:10, 1:8. Yeah, 1:8 looks right for me. So I will press the escape key. Okay, turns out we have a scale for you. You are 1:8. So for the scale, you can change that, and as well as the project, you just double click. This one is section, and you just apply and okay that. You can see it there. What I just want to tell you about the sheet is, first of all, you can arrange this. The first one will be the side, which you can easily move like this. You should first have the side, then the floor plan, side floor plan followed by roof plan, then your front LF, your right and left LF, then your section, then your door schedule, like that. The side plan will be, this will be the one like this, and then the floor plan will be 2, the roof plan will be 3. Yeah, the front elevation will be 201, and then apply and okay that. The right elevation will be, the number should be each be for the elevations, because right now we have 2 of them on one sheet. That is why they are like that, but this should be 202. Yeah, so the code for 1 is for plans. Right now we are viewing this from the top. Why is the floor plan always messed up? Select the viewport, double click inside it, click on the drop down. Instead of turn off the A side, what you want to do is to freeze it from this viewport. So click on this freeze. Oh, it's not this step, it's the A side, and then it will be gone. That way, when you come to the A side, it will still be there, because yeah, I remember what I did, because when you turn it off here, it will of course turn off there. So right now I don't know what this black is. Maybe it is left elevation. Yeah, maybe it's this side plan. You don't want to see that. So all you need to do is just select the viewport and cut that off like that. The section are, instead of 1, they are the 3. Section 301, and then when you have multiple section, it will be 302, 303, 306, like that. You keep going. And then next section we have side, we have detail. You can make the detail, is pretty easy. Select the section, make a copy of it. We will call this detail. This makes up the core sheet for architectural project. So the detail one is a no-brainer, it's a must. So the detail, for the detail, all you need to do is just double click inside the viewport and zoom to the area, to one area you want to show the detail of. In this case, I will zoom to somewhere like this foundation, and for that I will change the scale. Let's try 1:30, something more smaller. 1:25, okay. 1:10, no, maybe it will work. For now I will just stick with 1:20, and then double click outside. Now for detailing, you can select the viewport and shrink it down to something like this. It's just to show the detail. You can bring it down to something like this and put it in the middle, so that now when we go to the preview, it will be looking something like this. Or you can select cycle, click somewhere like here, and then I will then click, and then I will then point to this direction and click somewhere like, say somewhere like here, and now I will go to the layout, and then I will make this the viewport, this cycle. I will select the clip. I will then select the viewport, which is this rectangle. Then it is prompting me select clip in object. Then I will select this cycle, so it will be in this cycle. Right now, if I scale this, this will behave like a viewport. I hope you understand that. So right now I can easily select this and move it like in the center. If you want to know the true center, you can do a little walk around. You just select line and you just click from here to here, and then you get your midpoint, something like this. So you do the same for this one, and then you just do that. So I will select these lines. Okay, oops. We'll select this and erase it. Select this one and erase it. Now this will be your detail, and if you want to detail it, you can easily do that here as well. But mind you, this is paper space. So instead of typing 200 unit for your text, you put the real value, which mostly is 2.5 millimeter to 3 millimeter. So you can use a leader. Select make sure our leader is the current one, then select the leader. Right now it is snapping to that point, and I don't think I want that. Hold down Shift A. I will click here and then click here. Specify the landing. Okay, I will turn on the author mode for this one, and perhaps click here. And this will be, before typing, I will take this to 2 and then take it to 2. Press enter. 2, enter. I don't know why it's not changing, but it will change on the properties. So right now I will just type 150 mm flow and then just click away. Right now it is quite big because it is 150. It is almost as big as our paper. So we have to scale it down by first select the text, right click, properties, text height. On that text group, there is the height. Take it to 2. Press enter. Right now it is like that, or maybe take it to 3. Take it to 3 and then press enter. Perhaps close and for the arrow, you are not seeing it because it is quite, the leader is too short for it. To see it, just right click, properties, go to the leader arrow. The arrow here size is 150. Take it to 3 as well. Then I believe you should be seeing it. Now if you want, you can just use one leader, and to make all the rest, I will make this perhaps like this. Double click this, and then you can just press enter and go 3 millimeter hardcore, something like that. And your foundation wall 230 millimeter reinforced foundation wall or something like that, and then I can click away. Now if you want the text to be at the middle, that is when you will select this, go to the properties again, and under the left attachment, and you just select, you change it to whatever fits, middle of bottom line, middle of text. Maybe this is what you want, and you can continue with your detailing. Now we got all the set, and there will always be something to add. I think it's better I stop here, and if you have any questions, you can do it in the comment. Right now let's just put the default text, which will be consistent or will remain constant in all the layouts. I'm talking about maybe the farm name and address, the project name. For that, select the block, right click and edit. You can either edit it in place or you go to the block editor, whichever one you choose. The block editor, this place, you just come to the home tab, select the text and make your changes here. I think it's a little confusing for a beginner, so I will list the changes and select this, right click, edit block in place, and then click on OK. So right now we will edit it. Select the block, right click, edit block in place, click on OK. It doesn't seem to be working. Object reference missing, perhaps something from the XF. Nothing seems to be missing. Everything is loaded. It's just the logo, our Gemini. Oh, I forgot the Gemini. I forgot the AI. Thank God this happened. I will have to select the cap, make a copy of the cap, double click this. This will be 3D. Double click inside here. I will zoom back, click on this drop down. How can I even forget the AIs? Unfreeze that layer, the AI, and then I will zoom right to this 3D. We will start with this 3D, I will just use a zoom window, Z enter, W enter, and then give it a little room. Yeah, like this. And then I will double click outside. Now we got this cool 3D of our model. Now make a copy of this. This will be 2D, and then double click inside it and perhaps pan where it is. Okay, there it is. Z enter, W enter, and then highlight this area to zoom to it, and then I will double click outside. Now we totally got this. And for this ones, I don't think perhaps we need a title block for it. That's okay. If you don't need the title block, you can easily just select it and erase it and perhaps enlarging the image. That's okay. But I will leave it for now to remain consistent. Now normally these are taken to the front even before the side plan, so that they will like hook you, they will like give you the visualization. And right now let's make the copy of the 3D, and for this one I will delete the title block. I will delete even this one. What I will do here is I will just create a rectangle like this. I will select offset, I will select the true option, I will select the rectangle, push it in a little. Don't worry, you can totally do this however you want. I allow you for this. Select multi-line. I will click from here to here. I will make sure I'm using the title block text, and then I will type our project, which is house design. I will just call it 1 bedroom house design, and then I will select everything and bold it. Then I will click away. Next I will select the text, right click, properties. The alignment is top left. I will make it middle center, and then for the text size right now it is 4. Let me see how 30 will look. 30 is like that, which is okay. I will just drag it into this center. Now we have our text middle house. I will double click this and delete that S. You can go ahead and customize this however you want. Maybe I want this to be a little bigger by a little 32. We'll increase that and then just close this. So I think right now this will be like our cover page. I'll just type cover. So this is how our PDF will look. But if I preview this floor plan on the output tab, preview, you can see this line type. It is that is not showing. This one too is not showing. Press the escape key, come back to the model space. When you go to the floor plan, you can see they are dash lines like this. So to make all of this appear, so now all you need to do is type PSLT, press enter. From 1 take it to 0. Now if you are not seeing the effect, that's okay. Let's check the LT scale. Type LTS and just press enter. Right now it is 10. Try to take it down to 1 and then RE to regenerate, and you might be seeing the effect a little bit. The only thing you even need to change is just the PSLT scale. It should just be 0 and press enter, and your LT scale, the global one, should be 10, and that's it. Just refresh and everything will look okay like that. Now let's first publish the drawing, and then I will show you how to put out a drawing in different formats. By different formats, I mean like this, there is no hatch. Like this, there is hatch and there is line width. Like this, there is hatch, it is colored. And like this, there is no hatch. Everything is black and white, but just the window. How did I do it? And this, even the windows, now everything is black. Now I got black hatch. I will show you this, but first, let's make a comprehensive PDF that will show all these layouts. And to do that, you don't use the plot command. If you click plot here or here, click the top one, it will show you this Now this makes a lot of sense. We notice you have multiple layouts. Yes, we have a lot. Batch plot, aka publish, is available for plotting multiple sheets at once. What do you want to do? Do you want to plot only the floor plan or everything? Right now we are going to learn more about batch plot. We don't need this, so you can either click try batch plot here, click that, and then you will get the publish dialog box. Really cool. Check the name, publish dialog box, and then you get your list. Close that. Do you want to save the list? No. Just press on cancel. Do you want to save? No. Close that. Now if I come to the batch plot here under the output tab, click that, I will get the same result just as I would if I come to the application menu, print, there is batch plot, click that, I will still get the same thing just as I would. And then even when I hover over the project name on the files tab and then hover any layout, you can navigate through here if you want. Under any layout there is publish. When I click that, I will get the same publish. So right now, select the cover. Let's come here, print batch plot, and then we get the publish. But before that, please, I will advise you to first save your drawing because you will regret not doing that. So I will click on save and print batch plot. Sheet list, we don't have one yet. Sheet list meaning how you arrange the scenes. Don't worry, I will show you in a minute if we have time. Publish to plotter name, publish to we want a PDF. Yeah, like this. Preset, we want DWG to PDF. Automatically load drawings. Okay, the first thing you want to do from this list is you will see an outcast, which is the model space. We don't want that. Select that and click on this remove sheet. It will be gone. We save ourselves some work by arranging this from here. Right now this is how they will appear when we plot the PDF in one at once. We'll get the cover, the 3D and the side just like we arrange them down here on the layout. Cover being the first, cap being the last. You can see them down here, cover here and cap here. Now if they are not arranged, it's okay. You can easily just select it like the cap. There you have move up. You can move it up to wherever you want. And I'll move it down back to its original place. Now the sheets are exactly how we want. So if you don't see this, just probably like this, you can click it to show these details. Precision, you can leave it at none or select anyone. We definitely want to check publishing background because it will take a little time. Open in view when done. Yeah, I will check this immediately. When it finishes, it will just open for you. Publish option, you can click that. You normally don't change anything here, and changing the vector quality from 600 to 4000, I don't see much difference, but you can try to experiment. And the line override, you can either mask them or leave them as override. You can always come back and check the difference. What I will want you to do though is when we click on this save, is because we can save this sheet list by easily clicking here. Take it to our AutoCAD beginner course. It will inherit the name of our file with an extension of DSD extension name, which stands for drawing set description. So just click on save and we save our sheet list, meaning when we come back anytime we can click on this sheet list and it will show us exactly this settings and this sheet arranged like this. So with everything set like this, I will just click on publish. Let's publish our drawing. Navigate to your folder, AutoCAD beginner course. Have we already make a PDF? Okay, we make a PDF of our floor plan, a single layout. This one is multiple layouts, so you can change the name if you want. I will just leave it as house design project and just select, and it will load a little and it will start in the background. As you can see, always in background, I will close that. It is doing its thing down there, and the plotting is done. Let's go check it, but I think I check it to open immediately when it's done. Lazy computer. Navigate to your document and AutoCAD beginner course. There is our file. Let's check the size. It's a solid 5.42 megabytes. Okay, double click this to open it, and here is what we have. This is, and this is what we have. Let me zoom out, and we are having all this files like this. Wow. What I noticed is we didn't edit the title block. I probably got carried away, so let's do that quickly. Yeah, okay. Back to AutoCAD and editing our title block. Unfortunately, I don't think we can with the edit block in place. It will just create more complications, like we are missing an raster image. This one or which one? We already have them loaded in, so I will just let it, and we will do it in the block editor. So we'll do it here, and for that I will just select text, text. I will zoom to the project name, and if I want, I think I can make a copy of this. I will select copy. I will click once, point downward, and click, select this. The project name is one bedroom house design, maybe something like this, and then I can just click away. Then I will select this and perhaps move it a tiny bit like so, then leave it like that. If I want to bold this, because normally they are bold, if I remember correctly, I will bold this and then click away, and then select this, make it bold. It's this area. Save changes you have made. Okay, close that. Just select all of them and just make them bold, and this creates some complications. Mind you, we have two contextual ribbon tabs open, the text and the block editor. This one is for the text, this one is for the cross editor. So you either click on this to close the text or just click away. This one is for the block editor. It means we are done with editing the block, and we are not right now, so I will just click on cancel, and then I will select this and click on here, hold on my control key, turn off auto mode. Holding down my control key, I will just click it here, double click this single text, designed by, I will just put your name or something. I will just put e-tutorial. Okay, let me just put my name. That is my name, and then I will copy it here. Who checked the design? Well, I know who did. I will select this and type e-tutorial, the name of this channel. I mean, you check the name. If I make any mistake, is probably because you didn't correct me. So you make changes like this. The farm name, maybe do I have any e-tutorial? I will select this and copy it here. Maybe this is the farm name. I currently have two selected. Press the escape key, double click this, and just type the farm name, maybe, and its location. The location, maybe it's Africa, whatever. Just type. It's Norway, Miami, or Delhi, Mumbai, anywhere. Just type it. For the date, select that, make the copy of the date. I will hold down Shift A to override the snap, and then I will change the date to today's date, which is 11/27/2025, and then I will click away. You can use fields for this one. We didn't cover field in this. So right now I make these changes, and I will come back to the block editor, either save my changes or just click on this close, and then save the changes here and close automatically. Save the changes to title block A3 landscape, whatever, and then I make these changes, and you can see the date appear, they appear here. And if I go to all the title blocks, all the layouts, the change will appear. Right now it is not showing on our PDF, so I'll close the PDF. Make sure you close the PDF. It's important you do that. So this is the change I want to make. Then that is the only change. And then maybe if you want to see, let me reopen the PDF. Maybe if you want to see two borders, you can do that by selecting the block again. Let's see, do we have a tiny space? Let me get a sense of the space. I will click here, we point up a little. I have like 2 millimeter. Okay, I will select the block, go to the block editor, and then select offset, and I will give an offset distance of 2. Press enter. I will select this line, point outside, and click. Do the same for all those 4 lines, and then I will select fillet with the radius of 3. Okay, press enter. Select the multiple option and select these 2 lines and this and the rest of them, just like here. And lastly this one and this one, and then save your changes, and then we will be getting 2 lines. Let me see the preview how it will look. Yeah, now we got 2 lines, and then exit. Now come here, as always, save the drawing again, click here, print, batch plot. Right now we have to select this and remove it. If you have to move something, you have to do that, but we already have our sheet. So click on this drop down, you will see the DSD file. So click that and it will give you this one, almost are currently in place. What do you want to do? We'll select the first one, then we get this, just cancel that, and then you get your full list of whatever change you make. Make sure this is PDF, DWG to PDF, publish in background. Those are the core settings. So I will just click on publish, go to our beginner folder, select the house design project. We want to overwrite it. Make sure you close the PDF, else you will run into some issues. So I will select that, click on, yeah, do you want to replace it? Yes, I do. So in just a moment it will start processing in the background, and let's see what we get. Now the plotting is done. Let's go check. I will refresh, and even if there is any problem we won't do it again. So right now we have the cover like this, and everything is showing up like this. Everything looks cool, and the coolest part is you can turn off the layers if you layer them correctly, like we did. Like right now, if I select any layer, let's just say this A window, let me zoom, let us see. If I turn off the A window layer, they will go away. And where is the block? A block, yeah, A blocks, yeah, all of them will go away. So layers are really cool. You can see how important they are. You can turn off the grids, can turn off even the section line. It is gone. Where is the dimension, the dim? All of them can go. Don't know why those are left out. Maybe they are on the wrong layer, perhaps layer 0. Yeah, they are on layer 0, just like that. For the door, you can turn them off. Where is the hatch? A hatch. Just search around the hatch and try turning off every layer. So right now let's go and learn about how you can output in monochrome and some grayscales, and let's get to the tricks, because all of this we are not even up to the tricks, because what I'll be showing you right now is how to not hate AutoCAD basically. So I will close this, and we are back to AutoCAD. I will close this. Just come to the floor plan. This is where we will only be plotting this floor plan. And what you do basically is you just, if I come to the model space and check the section for the floor plan section, it is on the A wall section. Okay, and right now it is this type of hatch. You can take it to solid. It could be any solid. So if I click the floor plan, right now I got this, but mind you, the hatch could be any color. Like right now, if I select the hatch and change the color to say this gray or any red or blue, like right here, as easy as that, you just select this and you go to plot without changing anything. Just click on OK and go to the AutoCAD beginner. come to the end before the PDF extension and just type gray hats and just save it. Right now I don't want to do it, it will take time, but do that and you will see the result. The next is, if I click on this preview, this is exactly how it will look in the PDF, in case you are wondering. So I will exit, and for the pen assignment, what they do is they basically allow you to output your drawing in multiple ways, or output your multiple drawings in one way or in one look. Like right now there are some pre-made plot styles, and let's check some of them. Like the monochrome, it will just make your whole drawing black. Right now this text is showing blue because I think I messed it up a little by clicking on here to edit. Click on the blue color, you can see the color, it is use object color, and when you select all of the rest, they are set to black. There are 255 of them, all of them are set to black, and only mine, I changed this to blue to be use object color, so you change this to black as well, and then click on save and close and preview, and everything in your drawing will be completely black, just like this. I will exit it, and we have the grayscale, which basically will take the shade of your color and enhance some while decrease some based on their luminosity. I will be showing what I mean right now on the screen. I believe the darkest is blue and the lightest is yellow, so you have to be careful if you want to be using the grayscale. It's really cool to emphasize on some colors, like you want your walls to be blue and your furniture and blocks to be yellow or cyan or any other color that have lighter luminosity. And if you want to use some screen, you can use that. 100 screen is the same as AutoCAD, and let's see how 50 looks. 50 will it's just like putting a fork on your drawing or some screen on it, and it's really cool maybe when you want to trace some things. And that's it about, let us just plot one, maybe the grayscale. I want to use the grayscale, and I will preview that, and that is how it will look. But that's okay, I'm not even going to print it. And if you don't want the hatch, all you need to do is you just select the viewport, click on here, where is the A wall hatch, you just click on this freeze, not this one, you just want to freeze it on only this viewport. So you just click on this freeze, A wall hatch. Why is it not gone? Select the viewport again, A wall hatch, you are freeze. And probably if that happens to you, just come to the model space, select it here, and then there it is, A wall hatch. Just turn it off and then go back to your floor plan. You can see it is turned off. Right now if you click on plot, you will, if it wants you, it's okay, just click on continue as single, select your monochrome, you can preview that, and it will look something like this, which is okay. And that's probably it. I will just plot this PDF. I will click on plot, it will be a PDF, take it to the A beginner, and I will call this black or monochrome, but black has more power, so I will just say black and click on save. It will finish things in the background, and what this means is you can continue your work if you have some other work. And the plotting, when it's done, you can just go and look for it. It is the one with the black, this one. You can easily open that, and it will be a PDF like this, which you can zoom, which it has a layer you can turn off. You can turn all the layers off if you want. The text, where are you? There is more to show you, but I will save that for the next course or for my upcoming videos. If you want to know about something and I think it's very important, just drop it. I will make a video for that. Just make sure to save your drawing. Now, I don't know if you have any question so that we can answer it and get to the tips and shortcuts. those two functions are very important. And I mean, you can't consider yourself like an intermediate user without knowing these three tools. You are right, which are annotation, annotative objects. Let me start answering the first one. To make a story building, all you need is to make a copy of your floor plan. This is the original. You just copy one to the side. This is the first floor. That's it. And then all you do is again put construction line and align the windows, and you just add 3000. Like in this instance, I will just utilize using my stretch like this. So the stretch, normally the floor will be 3000 height, so I'll just type 3000, enter. And for the windows as well, I will select copy and move them up 3000, then hit the escape key. Now this is a story building, and now this will be the first floor. Now this will be the ground floor, and this will be the first floor, and really it will just be a copy of the ground floor. That's literally just it, with some minor changes, of course, in the internal partition or even the external ones. So it's nothing hard. Now I just press Ctrl Z to undo all that. Now the other one is, now to understand annotative object, I will use only one example, but they are just very important, because when I go to any annotation style, like right now, if I click on the text style, you can see this symbol which means annotative. Even our title block text, if I select that, once I take this annotative, now this text will be annotative and it will have this scale symbol, which means the style is annotative. I will untick this. This one comes by default. Every style will have at least one annotative style that comes with it. Even the table, even the leader. And when I select any hatch, let me select this roof hatch, there is associative and there is annotative with that scale that correspond to this. Don't mix them together, annotative and associative. I already explained associative, which, in case you forget, basically means they will just associate with other. Once you change something, they will follow it. But with associative turn off, everything is individual, and if you make change, it will not update. So annotative is there, annotative is in hatch, of course, and annotative is with blocks and a lot more. Now I will show you with the text. I'm 101% sure you'll understand how to apply it to the rest of them. Now we'll create an annotative text style. So I will click on the text style. I have my text style dialog box. I will click on new. I will call it, let me make it unique, understanding anno text, and then I will click on OK. Now there it is, understanding anno text. I will select that, and the font I choose Calibre, font style regular, and I will check annotative. Once I check it, I see it right there. Then for the height, if you go online and check the standard height for text, mostly it's about 2 mm to 3 mm, either 2 or 2.5 or 3 mm. That is what you mostly see for general notes. So right now I will give the standard, like, let's be on the safe side and give it a solid 2.5. You only select the Calibre, the font name, just tick font and give a height. This time we're giving a height and just set to current. The current style has been modified. Do you want to save changes? Yes, please. Now our current style is understanding anno text. I will click on close. Now I will click on this drop down and select multiline. And how you use the annotation is like you are seeing right now. Like our floor plan, we plot it at, remember, scale of 1:75. So I will choose 1:75, and then I will click on OK. I will zoom to this floor plan. We are going to reference everything to this text only, I will click here and here, and I will type Anno front LF, or just type any text. Let me just finish it, elevation. And then if yours is showing you 0 here as well, just select the text, click on the drop down and select 2.5 and just click away. So right now you can see I have an Anno front LF's annotation text, and I can tell because when I hover my mouse over it, I will get that mark that shows me that is an annotative object. If I hover over the text or anything, I won't be seeing that mark, only an annotative object. And if I select this text and right click and select properties, under the text group, the text height is 250. Press the escape key. I will select this one. The text height is 2.5 only. Okay, don't worry if you are not getting it right just yet, because you would eventually, don't worry. So what this means is, first I want you to mark this symbol, this scale symbol. The icon is at, it represent like the edge of our traditional scale rule. Now let's focus on this one, and if you are not seeing them, just click on the customization here and make sure you tick all 3 of this so that we can see them. Now this one, most people without having annotative object, they just come here and change their scale, and that's completely wrong, because this isn't the scale for your drawing. If I hover over it, what does it say? Annotation scale of the current view, meaning annotation scale will only affect annotative objects like this one. It won't affect any other thing else. What you want to scale, like I said before, is only your viewport. Right now you can see I'm not seeing the annotation scale, which I can click and change, but once I select the viewport, that's our guy, you can see its icon is like this. If I hover over it, scale of the selected viewport, click here and change your scale. This is the only scale you want to be changing. Now I will go back to the model space. So what does this mean? I'm glad you asked. Now I will select cap and make a copy of this cap layer, cap layout, and under the layout too, I will just give it Anno so that we can just differentiate them. And I will select this viewport and I will just delete it. I will close this. Now under the layout dialog box launcher, click that and you will get this viewports dialog box. Same thing, you can just type viewports from there. It is viewports. Once you click that, you will get the same dialog box, but I think it's better you stick with clicking on the layout, click on the dialog box launcher. Now let me show you how to create multiple viewports. I will click on 2 vertical so that I can have 2 vertical viewports, and for the vertical spacing I will try something like 2 to have a space between them here. For the setup, 2D, everything like that, I will just click on OK. Now specify first corner, so I will zoom in. I will click somewhere like here. For the second corner, I will click somewhere like here. Now I automatically have a viewport with 2 mm difference between them. That's not the point, but at least you know how to make 2 viewports. Okay, I will double click inside this and go straight to that text, just like this. Now I will click on this scale and select scale 1:75. Okay, that is what we get. I will double click outside. Now this viewport is at a scale of 1:75. I'll double click outside. I will zoom here and zoom to the same text, and then I will click here and select 1:100. And now I'm getting this. I will double click outside. Now here is the thing. We are not seeing our Anno front LF text. Why? Because we don't set a scale for that. Now if I select this viewport, we can see it is scale of 1:75, which correspond to this 1:75 of our annotation scale. If I come back to the Anno and select this, it's 1:100. So we don't set a scale for this annotation of 1:100, but I can use this button, the middle one, to add scale to object automatically. I will click that, and from scale 1:75 I will take it to 1:100. So you can see it changes to this, it enlarges a little. So now if I go back to the arrow, you can see I can see the text. Okay, maybe you don't understand, maybe you do, but let's do one more thing. I will select these two and I will delete them. Layout, dialog box launcher, for viewports, select 4 equal so that we can have 4 equal viewports. The spacing between them, I will now increase that to 3 or even 5, and then I will click on OK. I will specify my first corner here, the second one will be somewhere around here. Now I have 4 equal viewports. That's okay. I will double click inside this and zoom to our text like this, and since I'm inside this viewport, I can just take this one to 1:75. Okay, I will click on this one, I will take it to 1:100, and then go to our front left. Yeah, there it is. Now I will click this, zoom to our text and give it 1:150. It will be something like this, and you can tell our text is gone. Why? Because we don't set a scale of 1:50 for this one. And you don't have to, if you don't want to be using this, because once you have more annotative objects, if you click this, all of them will have that scale added to it. What I mean is when I select this and right click, properties, annotative, you can see the text annotative, yes. If I select the upper one, you can see annotative, no. Okay, so I will press escape and select the second one. If I click on the annotative scale and click on this one, you can see I have 2 scale under this. Okay, I can add, so I will add 150 to it, and then click on OK and click on OK here. So now when we go back to Anno, we can see the text is back, it pops up here. I will double click inside this and take this one to 1:50, but first I will zoom to the front so that with reference to that it will zoom. So I will select 1:50, yes, and you can see it is gone, and now we all know why. Come back to the model, either turn on this and change the scale here, or you can just select the text you want and add a scale to it. What scale did you add? 1:50. So I have 4 scale attached to only this text. Then I will click on OK. Go back to Anno, and now we can see the text. I will close this one for a moment. Now here is what I want to show you. Now do you notice the difference? The annotation scale, it remains consistent across all the viewports. You can't even tell. They are all the same size. What is not the same size is our front elevation font. Do you see it? This one is bigger, this one is the smallest, followed by this one, then this one gets bigger. It's not consistent. Why is that? The professionals use annotative objects, meaning you just set a general height or general number to your annotative object. It could be dimension. You want your dimension to stay consistent across different scale of viewports, or your text, you want them to remain consistent, because as you can see, our text is not looking professional across multiple viewports like this. Now what this guy does is, as we already saw from the Google, the standard text height is 2.5. It's not 250. It's because I know we'll be using a scale of 1:100. That is why I times that 2.5 by 100 to get the 250. But that will no longer be true if we ended up using a scale of 1:75 like we do on all the rest of this. If I select this, you can see it is 1:75. So I'm saying this, our text is not correct. Our text height is not correct on a 1:75 scale. We set up our text to be used only on 1:100. To make our text the right size for a scale of 1:75, we have to use the calculator and say instead of 2.5 times 100, which equals 250, that is why we put this 250 here. but since our scale is not 1:100, so we shouldn't be timesing it by 1:100. Instead, we will times our general height 2.5 times 75 and then click on OK. So our text should be 187.5. So here the scale is 1:75. This text should be this value, and for this scale, which is scale of 100, of course, that is why it looks good here, like it tries to match with this one. And for this one, 1:50, that means we should take our 2.5 height and times this by 50 and then click on OK. This should be the text height for a viewport of 1:50 scale. So I will, and then lastly for this one, which is a scale of 1:150, yeah, so it should be 2.5 times 150, 375, 1 feet 3 inches. So what this means is this text should, here we should put 375, and only then I will press enter, and only then it should look right on this 1:150 layer. You can see the text, it got bigger and it moves like this. I will select this and move this a little so that it will be on one line. Now you can see the font almost got the same, but for here they are no longer the same. So instead of doing all this calculation, all you do is just take a deep breath. It's when you make your annotative. Once you make this annotative, you check it, you just put your standard text height. You know the standard is just 2.5 or 3 millimeter. You just put that here and then just click on the scale you want to use and just tick the scale you want to use. If they are more than that, just select the text, come to the add and add more scales. All you want to do is the annotation scale, it should match with the viewport scale. That is the only thing. Those are annotative objects, and that is the professional way of doing things, because you can see everything has annotative style for it. And for this show annotative objects, it just means once you set a scale that the annotative doesn't have, you shouldn't be seeing it. And if I select the annotative, you can see it has this weird scale. Is this weird thing? It's like it has variation of those numbers, 375, those 150, those values that with times it does the calculation for you. So with one click you can see it makes multiple copies of this text with different height based on this scale. So whichever scale you choose here, it will show you the right size. So it does the calculation for you. You might wonder why people are not using this. It's because, as you can see, I probably take a long time to explain it to you, but right now you understand, and that's literally it. They hit road in 2008, and up to now I don't see most people using it, but they are extremely important. Lastly, what this does is, right now I know I don't set any scale to like 1:8. So once I have to untick the middle one, because I don't want this to have 1:8 scale. So first I will untick this and I will set 1:8. Okay, I said 1:8. I untick the middle one because I don't want it to inherit this, and then I will uncheck this. What this does is you won't be seeing the text, because the text doesn't have, if I turn the annotation on, because when I go to the text I don't add 1:8 to it, so I won't be seeing that text. That is what this button does. By default, I think if you uncheck this for you, it won't change. You have to, let me show you this. I will try to hover over it. I don't click it, and then I'll press F1 and then it will directly take me to it. It is context sensitive, the help dialog box. So now you can see it is linked to an anno visible system variable. So I will click on this on the anno visible variable, and then 0 means all that and 1 means all that. So I will just minimize this for now and type the anno visible. There it is, anno visible. I will select that. What you want is you want it to be 0. Press enter to accept that. In case you click you click here and this text doesn't disappear, just type the anno visible, there it is, and change the system variable from 1 to 0 or vice versa. And that's all those 3 buttons. That's just what they do. But if you don't have annotation scale, just please leave this thing at 1 and just finish your drawing. Create your layout, select your viewport, and then select your scale here. That's it about annotative object. Let's get to our shortcuts. Congratulations, one last time you've completed the layout chapter. Now we are moving on to the shortcuts and tricks chapter. Think of this as a bonus section packed with practical tips that will help you work faster, smarter, and more efficiently in AutoCAD. I have 10 shortcuts and tricks to share with you. So let's start with the very first one. The number one is making your block library, and for that we'll head over to some free website that offers an unlimited block. I have 4 sites to show you and they are completely free. Let's start with the first one. The first one is free cards, and you get these ads. Don't bother about them. Once you enter the website, this is what you will be seeing. This is the home. Those are the blocks, the recent one. Maybe what you want is a furniture block. You can come to furniture and then you will see some individual blocks. Now what I want to show you is this will be a regular DWG file with only one block in it. What I would suggest is, of course, you can download this and experiment, but what I would suggest is use this collection. Select collection, scroll down, and this way you have a collection of multiple blocks, like hundreds of them. Right now let us download one block collection so that I can show you how to go about it. Of course, I see an aeroplane free. This is transportation blocks, and you can see this one with trees. This is just landscape. Of course, you have furniture and bathroom and people, but for now I like this aeroplane. I'll just download it for the airport. I'll click on this view or the icon. They will both give you the same result, which means they will take you here. And what you want to download is not PDF, it's DWG, the regular AutoCAD file. So click on DWG to
hello everyone,
and the art is finished. So I'll just click on this close. Then once I click that, it will be loading, and that's it. I get my file. So right now we can take it to our beginner course, but I will right click here and make a new folder. I will call this blocks, just blocks or blocks library, and then I will click on open and then enter the folder, and then I will click on save, and it is done. It is a solid 4 MB, which is a lot. I'll click on here to show me in folder. I'll click on this or this one to toggle your view. You can see it is our regular DWG file inside our AutoCAD beginner course like this. So enter the block, select the transport. I will drag this to one of AutoCAD, to your AutoCAD, and then keep dragging it to the files tab, and then I will release it here like this. As you can see, it is from FreeCAD's website. Of course, I'm advertising for you. So, and it has only 2 layers. I will press the escape key. Now once you can check around for any kinds of the things you find on airports and all that. And all you do is, right now these are not blocks and they should be block. There should be a block. Now if you want to use it, if you want to use any of this, you can just select it like this, because you can go around selecting individual lines. Use your window selection to select things. Click on this copy with a base point. Pick anywhere as a base point, preferably somewhere close. Come to your house design or any of your projects, just open it and then click on this drop down, select paste, and then paste it here. Now you have this car which will fit in our elevation like this, but this should be a block, so you can just paste it as a block. Paste as a block, click, and this becomes a block, so that you can make a copies of it and once you make a change, of course they will all appear. For a collection, this is a mistake, by the way. It shouldn't be separate lines. They have their reason for doing that, I know, but all of this should be a block. That's literally it. You just download and drag things and make them a block yourself. Just make sure the current layer is 0 when you are making your block to avoid complication. Next, I will finish downloading this. I will go back. You can continue exploring all the others, download them and see. Right now, let's go to the next site. This one is DWG free, which is good. Right now, this is their home. Once I click here, this is their home at the moment. It will change, of course, in the future. So you can as well select maybe your architecture, course it is free, arts everywhere, and you can download. I'm doing a tutorial, stop with the arts, and download all this and download anything you want. Like this one, there are hatches. This one has as well. Maybe you just want something in the kitchen. Just go to the kitchen and you can see most things in elevations, in plans. You got collection of blocks, and even on this side, I will suggest is this block library. And this way you will have a lot of things. You have hospital equipment, you have Arabic women, which is nice. You can download that. Let us download one thing. I want to show you something with it. And if you're into electrical or civil, just go to your category, like the electrical symbol. You have a lot of them like this. Click on symbol. You got a lot of this symbol. You don't want to go around and be making this. So right now I will just stick with the block library and let's download one and see how these look. Maybe let's download the tree. I will click on this tree and then there they are. They already tell me there are 437 trees. You can see the size is a solid 4 MB. So I'll click on this dialog, this one without watching any ads. So I'll just save it, and in just a moment it is done. I will open this inside my block. I will right click and refresh. There is the tree. I will right click this and extract. Once it's finished extracting, I will enter the folder. There is the CAD block. I will drag this, of course, to my AutoCAD. Select either one to open it and just drop it here. Or you can just click on open here or open here. Stick with this open. You can just click on open and then navigate to your document. Go around and select our folder, AutoCAD, beginner course, enter blocks, enter this folder and then select your block and open it. You can do this way, but you can see it's a little bit not straightforward. That's why I prefer to just drag it inside. So go to this one. We already finished with this one. Maybe I will not close it yet. For this one, you can see it is default to the layout, which is nice. I'll come back to the model space. There they are. Yeah, they don't put their website. This one is DWG free. So let's see how the blocks are. Let me see this one. Okay. Yeah. Now when I hover over this one, you can see they are block reference. I hover this block reference. So all of these are blocks. Let me click on these properties. Now there is nothing selected. If I select it, you can see it is block reference. Now if I select all of them, and then they are 137. Let's check, are they telling the truth? 137. Good, they are telling the truth. We have 137 selected, and then I'll click on this drop down and you can see block reference are only 430. So which means, and there is one ellipse, which is okay. So just so you know, at least there are 7 of these that are not blocks. So in case you happen to select those, that's okay. Now I'll just choose one tree. Maybe I want the palm tree. I will just select this one and use this copy with base point. Of course, this is the base point. I will click this, go to my project and then paste. It is already a block. You can just use paste. And you can paste this and you will have this in right here, which you can easily represent on your site plan. So instead of the regular AutoCAD block, we are not limited to only those. We have our own new one now, which looks finer than the AutoCAD. So you can use any of this. Next, let's go to another website. Now the next one is CAD Blocks. You can search that CAD Blocks, which is their home at the moment, and you can either just search your block. Maybe you just want a sofa or anything, but they have a collection. You can just select either one, anyone among this. Let us try maybe those, and you can see this. You might think they are not much, but when you click, let us click this one, but when I click to view this one, you can see they are 135. It's not only these things that you are seeing, so they are quite a lot. So let's download this by clicking here, download CAD Blocks, wait for a minute, and then you will be seeing this. From here you can just, if you like, remove all these CAD Blocks, whatever, and then you just have do elevations. And then I will just click on save, and it is done. I will click here. It will take me to that folder which is do block. You can delete this one since you already have it. We'll select this one and extract it to the folder. Now that we have this, if you like, you can erase this. Enter this one, select this, drag it to one of those, and then drop it on the files tab. And now we got this. We say it is from CAD Blocks. And yeah, they are blocks, they are separate lines. So same thing, just copy what you want. Maybe something that will be hard to do. This one is from AutoCAD. We can't tell because we know this one is definitely from AutoCAD, or they trace it or something. Yeah, so I will select this, copy with a base point, enter our project, paste. What? Didn't the copy take place? Okay. We'll select this, copy with a base point. I didn't select the base point. And then go back to our project, paste. There it is. Just paste in your elevations. You can always check the measurement distance. You want this maybe to be 900 exactly like this one. So I will click from here to here. It's 700. Yes, if you want this to be 900, that's easy. Select a line, click here. Go into this direction. I want user to be 900. Press enter. That means I want it to be up to here, which is okay. And depending on the design of the thing, you have to decide. So I can select this, right click, edit block in place. Just click on OK. And right now I can edit it. Just select stretch, and it depends from where you want to stretch it. Maybe you want it from the middle. So select all those, press enter, click here, and take it to this endpoint. So now you stretch your thing like this, and you can see from this one it doesn't look right. And what you can do with this is press Ctrl Z, or you can just go easy and just trace it from here and just go stretch, perhaps something like this, and then select this, select move, pick this midpoint, drag this midpoint, and drop it exactly where they intersect. Then you will be having something like this. And then I will save the changes and then click on OK. But if you don't feel like doing this much edit, easy, just look for another door. And even from here you can just check. This one is 900. Just pick this one. I believe they make it to be the same size. This I believe should be 900. I think. Yeah, this one and 900. Just pick the door from the right column. You don't have to edit. 900 as well. And the one we pick, since we pick it here, let's check this one. So this one are like 700. You can just experiment. They are quite easy. Now let's go to the next and last site. Now the next one is First in Architecture, FIA, and this is their home, and they do more than just blocks. So you have to navigate to CAD Blocks and select the one you want. And now let's explore something like furniture. I'll click on furniture, and this guy has more intelligent blocks. I'm telling you, they are high quality. So let's select any one. Perhaps I will go with something like wardrobe. I will click on this one, and then you get this unlimited wardrobe, which you normally see people use on socials. Do you see what I'm telling you? They are high quality. He even differentiates metric and imperial, which is really cool of him or them. I will download these CAD blocks. in metric. Try to use imperial if you are using that. Yeah, of course. And of course, let's click. And even before the ad finish, and the ad didn't finish, and I'm back here. I have to click it again. Watch ad. Then I'll click on this close. It will take me to another one, and there is my file. CAD blocks, wardrobe. Maybe all you need is wardrobe to be consistent with your thing. You already know where you download it. I'll just click on save, and I believe it should be done. I will open it in folder and extract it with the same name. And there it is, wardrobe. You can erase the zip one, enter the wardrobe, what is inside here. Okay, and then select this, and we will drag it to one of our file and drop it on the files tab, and you get this nice thing. They are not in the middle, it's okay. You can select them and move them wherever you want. So now when we hover over them, you can even see they have a link to them. It means they are from that site. Now that we have this, you can again copy it to your floor plans. You only see this in floor plans. It will be a little time consuming to be making this for something that is not that important. So I will select this and copy it to base point. I will select the base point, enter my project, paste, and then I can take it to somewhere that we have this block, which is, let me turn off the A site layer. I'll click this and somewhere like here, and then drop it here. You can select this space to rotate it like this, and then move it to somewhere like here, and of course right click, edit block in place, okay that, and then you can just select this line and offset using the true and drag it to just here, and just select trim this portion and this portion, and just select this and delete them. Maybe this one and as well should go, this ones should go as well. Maybe only this one I want. What are you? So I will trim this ones, delete the remaining one, and then make sure to save. Okay, and right now this conform to my area. Sadly, I'll have to select this and delete it, but instead of making this, import the block and just edit it a little. So right now you get the point. You can just experiment any blocks you want. I'm actually working on one. It will be looking something like this. I don't know about you, but when I see more drawings, they somehow intimidate me a little. I want them as few as possible. If I type the command time to check how much time I spend on this thing, it's around 4 days, 5 hours, 4 days, which is 96 hours, roughly 100 hours, and I'm not yet done. This is how it works. Like for this one, it's all dining, they are too much for me. I make them something like this. You can just select the one you want, anyone. From here, edge theta, you got it. You want to scale it, even though I don't recommend because I draw them to scale. You can scale it up or down if you want to cheat. You want a 6 one, there you go. So you don't need too much of blocks. All you need is one. Not only that, even these beds, you don't need all of them because I replaced them with just this. With one click, with one block, you can switch between any one. Like for this one, for the side, mirror it, flip it, whichever way you want. That means I don't need all this. So I either make 2 more blocks into one, or I make one block a really special one, like the door. And for this door, if I click on this grip, I can take it anywhere and just snap it. No problem. Can easily use the grip, move it where I want, flip it whichever direction I want, adjust the wall how I want, stretch it how I want. Maybe on this wall it will still work, just flip however you want. Here as well, same with this one, also same with this one. Just take it, flip it either way, stretch it out however you want. Want to trim them? Just one click. Okay, go. And I have even an elevation door which can stretch the height. What I love about it is if I'm stretching it, it's like humans. It is grown and it's becoming more beautiful. Look at this. quite beautiful. Now, not only that, for the fittings, because I want this to be a little architectural library for your projects. Like for the toilets, you don't need too much. Like this one that is different, can change to a front, can change to a side, flip the side, however you want. Same with the basin, change it to the side, remove this guy a little, take it anywhere you want. Same with the stove, you don't need too much, only one and switch between a 4 bonus or a 6 or the elevations in just one click. Not only that, I've got cars. You can select the car. If you want, you can rotate it whatever direction, whatever angle you want. Or you want a side view, you can flip it, of course. You want a front and back view, they're all there. Same with this bad boy. There is the top, rotate it however you want. Not only that, I got trees. Trees with the elevation, of course. If you want to stretch only the height, you can do that. Want to scale it, so the grid, enter 3 times, and you can scale it up. Same with this tree, the elevation will be this cool tree. Same with this one, the elevation is looking amazing like this. There will be more. I'm still working on them, but I will anyways upload the course. But I don't want this to take much time because this is premium. I spent 100 hours on this and I have like half of that more to go. They will premium, of course, because it takes more time to make than the course. And the goal is, if you want to buy it, it will for sure, God knows how it will help with your productivity and your future project. Link to them will be in the description. Don't waste like too much time because this isn't free. But remember, first I show you how to get billion free blocks. So back to the course. Now the next shortcut is rename. And what rename is, whatever you name, meaning whatever you type, you give it a name when creating it, you can easily rename it. Something like the layer. Of course, when we type a layer, we give it a name, a roof, a what. When we make a text style or dim style, we type a name. Like when we type understanding annotations, we name it. When we type dim, we do that. Like all the rest, just type the command rename and you can just rename anything. Like our block, like this do 900, maybe you want to change it, do 900 millimeter, which is this one. If I select this and click on properties, I can see the name here, do 900 millimeter. So now when I type rename and select this and select blocks and I go to do 900 millimeter, the old name is this and then the new name will say do 900 millimeter flow plan, and then I will click on OK. Right now if I select the door, you can see the name changes and it has the flow plan. Just as I will just right click, recent input, rename. You can select maybe your text style. Maybe I will select this text style, the one that we say understanding annotation annotates. I will select that. This is the old, the new one will say we understood annotates. Something like this. So I'll just click on OK. And now if I go to the annotation, you can see it changes to we understood annotate. So the rename is pretty cool. You can change anything that can be renamed, which are only these things. The next is when I select a line and maybe here, and I happen to have a lot of O snaps, I can easily type the tab key and I will be switching between the O snaps. So right now it is showing me that endpoint. If I press the tab key again, maybe it's showing the one at the bottom. Press again, they will be switching to different places. Now I'm not even at the midpoint. Now I'm at the endpoint, but when I press the tab key, it will cycle through. Now it shows me the midpoint. Once I click, it will just start from that midpoint. How cool is that? And then I can continue. And to stop the line, I start there. If I want to stop it to somewhere complex, yeah, maybe somewhere like here, I will just continue pressing the tab key and it will toggle to any possible O snap. Maybe you want it from that middle, click from there and then continue. Just use the tab key to toggle through the possible O snaps around an area your cursor is. The next one is a lifesaver. Maybe you want to lie. I know this should be 900, so I can double click this. I can edit the text and just say this is 9,000, and then I will click away. Press the escape key. You see this one? So we didn't change this one, so it is like this. And so you can either double click to change the text, or you can select the dimension and then scroll down to text where it says text override. Select that and type the 9,000 and then press enter. Now that will be 9,000, and that will give headache to everyone. Now if you go around and continue making your dimension or continue your working, but you want that value, here is the shortcut. Double click the text, double click the text again, just type the alligator sign which is next to your M key on Windows, I don't know for Mac, and I will get the value back. I will do that again. I will double click this dimension, I will zoom, I will double click the text, and I will type the first alligator. Once I type the second alligator, the opposite one, it will automatically go back to the original value. The next step is among the, I have 3 tips for dimension. This is the first one. The second one is I will select this and see on which dimension style they reside. The dim style is dim. Okay, that's cool. Annotate dim style. I select dim. I click on modify. I will go straight to primary units, and I will type under suffix. I will put mm. You can put any value. Understand what I mean? So I only put mm on the suffix. Click on OK and close this. And right now I got those 8,000 millimeter value. You will notice we don't have that 3-digit separator. Go back to the annotation, modify primary units. Instead of your unit to be decimal, just select window desktop. Only make that change. Click on OK, close, and now you can see that separator. Now this is looking really cool. And the next step is the purge command. Don't mind my accent. Purge. You find it either on the manage tab, there it is, purge, or you come to the application menu, drawing utilities, purge, there it is. I will click on that, and what this does is it removes this element. You can see blocks, layers, and the rest of them that they are not currently in use and they are taking up your space. Now I will save this drawing, which is house design project, and then I will navigate to our folder AutoCAD beginner course. If I check the house design project DWG file, you can see the size is 88 kilobyte KB, and what purge does is it will remove element that you don't see, like blocks. Remember when we are talking about tool palettes, which we import lots of blocks. Like right now, if I scroll, we import these bolts and this road intersection that we don't really need. This swimming pool is not even in our project, but it still resides in the database of our drawing. So what purge does, it removes things like that. And when you use single line, I click once, I specify the height, I click again, I specify the rotation angle, I finish my typing using the single line. And what you do is, to end the command, you just press enter twice. Enter once, enter twice. That's it. You are finished with the single line command. Now I get this tiny thing. That's not important. That's not the point. The point is when you use a single line and you type in, some people click away, and then you make this empty text that has nothing, and then they press escape key. What happens to this thing? This means that it is an empty text with nothing inside, and you can't select it. It's not visible. Purge removes things like that, and it reduces your file size. We already checked it. It is 888. Application menu, drawing utilities, purge. This time around, we'll just select everything. Just click here to select everything, and then you can adjust the setting. Sometimes you want to purge maybe only one element. I'll just select everything and select purge all, and then it will want me always you don't want to be skipping, you don't want to be using object. As this project we have a lot of things to purge, I will just select purge all check elements. And now that it's paused, let's see what it does. I will close that now. I will click on the insert tab, and instantly I can see we no longer have the block, any block that is not in our drawing area. Of course, we have the north arrow, but you can see those bolts and whatever, they are gone. And if you have any layer that doesn't have object inside them, they will be gone as well. I forgot we could have come to the layers, and you will see there are more than that. But after the purge, they are just gone. Purge is really important. Let's see the file size. This is the file size. I will try to refresh if there is any change. Right now there isn't, but normally you should be seeing it reduces your file size because you no longer have some block definitions. Next is the change space command, and it doesn't work here. It works only on the, let me get to section. It works only on the layout, this area. I'll close this palette, and what it does is sometimes you might want to draw this line inside here. Hit the escape key, double click outside. Now if I zoom back and in, you can see that line reside inside the viewport. I can't select it. Whatever I do, I can't select it. I have to double click inside the viewport, then I can select it. Now I'll double click outside. Sometimes you want to draw that line and you will forget to enter the viewport and just draw the line on the paper space like this, which means this line, if I select it, it is on the paper space. It's not inside the model like this one. So if you want to take this inside, all you need to do is just click on the modify panel, drop down under the home tab, click that, there is change space, select that, and then select the object and then press enter. Now it is taken inside the viewport. I will double click outside. Now just like this, when I click it, now this one as well, I can click it. I have to double click inside and then only then I can select them. Press the escape key, double click outside, or maybe you want them outside. Then what you do is you double click inside here, modify change space, select your objects like this and press enter. Now I can select them, they are outside, but I can select my section because it is inside the viewport. You get the point. So right now I can easily select these two like this and delete them. That is change space. The next trick is, it is the command you don't want to ignore, is overkill. What overkill does is, remember when I tell you when you make a line of, let me turn on auto mode, when you make a line of, say, let me go with 2000, press enter again, and then you just want a line to start from here, maybe at 500, and then it goes down. Normally we use tracking, like right now if I track 500, press enter and then point down. So now I only have 2 lines, but let me make a copy of this to the side. But if I want to make that like most beginners do, I click here and then point to this direction by 500, press enter and then I point down. I get the same result, but instead of 2 objects, I get 3 objects with this line, this one and this one. So what do you do with this? Normally if you make this, you can easily forget this. Then when you finish your drawing, and sometimes you might be doing this, and sometimes you might do this by mistake, of course, and then what you do is you click on the modify panel drop down under the home tab. There is our guy overkill, which deletes duplicate object. You can find it here or on the manage tab. There it is, duplicate, sorry, overkill. I will select that and I will select the object, this guys, and then I'll just press enter. Normally this precision is normally okay and you can adjust the setting, but let's leave the default and just click on OK. Right now if I click here, you can see that line is gone. So it's really handy. You want to be doing that. What this means is if I make a, let me turn off auto mode and perhaps turn on product tracking. I make a line here, press enter again to repeat the line command. I make another line here, press enter. By mistake, I again make another line here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. With the use of the overkill, I select all those guys, press enter. Without changing anything, just click on OK. Now I have only 2 lines, that one and this one only. If I select this one and delete it, you can see all of them are gone. So merge your line into one. Delete the duplicate. Which one is the duplicate? I'm glad you asked. Which one do you have already? It is this one. And then you begin adding more lines to this poor line. So of course these tiny ones are the duplicate. They are the one that will be gone. So select those, overkill, and OK that. And then you have only 2 lines, which if we delete this, you can see that one, it is gone. Press the Ctrl Z. The next step is converting a single line text to a multi-line text. Here is what I mean. Click on the text, single line. I will click once. I already have a height. I will just press enter to begin typing. Now if I type, let me say we are enter. I go another we enter. Whatever, enter. You finish typing all your things like that, and then press enter again to end the command. I will zoom to the text, and now when I come to editing it, because I use a single line, so single line, as we all know, doesn't give you format to edit. Even though they look like they are all the same, they are separate lines. So when I double click, even though we make them in at one time, you can see they are all just separate single lines. So I can double click this and I can only just edit the text, meaning I can only add text to it. I can't like change the font to make it bold. If I want to change it, I'm only limited to, I'll just press the escape key, or let me make more changes. I finish editing it. I come to the end, press enter to finish that, press the escape key. Now if I want to edit it, maybe the height, I have to use the properties palette and then change it from here. Like the text height, it's because it is annotative object, that's why we can change the text height. But you normally edit single line text here. But for a multi-line, if this was a multi-line, meaning we click on this multi-line like we all know, and then make our text, we are something, and then this one you click away, you don't press enter. No matter how much you press enter, it won't finish. So this one you click away. That's why most people are confusing the two. So for this one, when I double click to edit it, you can see I already got this, which I can make extensive adjustments, like make it bold, change the text, import a symbol, and all that, even a dictionary, check spell, everything. So if I truly want to convert this to this, then there is a command for it on the express tool on the ribbon, and there is convert to in text. I will click that, and then it prompts me to select object. So I will maybe select all this, or select only one if you want, and then I'll just click on enter. And right now they are all converted to multi-line. If I hover over them, you can see now they are M text. If I double click, I get this, which is really cool. Express tool, like I said before, is not on AutoCAD LT. But for the next step, it doesn't matter if you're using the full version or AutoCAD LT, because AutoCAD does crashes. And when that happens, you have 2 options. This is our folder. I will refresh this, and you can see with each DWG file, you have like 2 files. The first one is the DWG, and then the second you have DWG, but with an extension of BAK, which means backup. And then the backup is just when you last saved your drawing, and it's really important. And when your computer crashes, you might want to come to this backup and rename it to DWG. Here is what I mean. Or you can easily use the drawing utilities. Come down a little, there is drawing recovery manager. I will select that, and right now I have DWG project, so I will click on this, and as you can see I have 3 backups. Now let me create a crash to show you what I mean. Now zoom back, and how do I create a crash? Because your Windows might crash, AutoCAD might crash, and also your battery might run low and suddenly shut down. Maybe you are using a desktop, there may be a sudden cut off of power, or you might block your PC from subscribing to this channel. Either of the here is what you do when your file crashes. Like that. Now I will try to go to my task manager, and I will select AutoCAD, and I will end the text, which will force AutoCAD to close. So I will try to open AutoCAD and see if it will warn me. And just like that, AutoCAD doesn't even warn me on whether I saved my drawing. Really disappointed. I will open the drawing. That's why you always want to be saving your work. So right now I forgot the changes we make, but you can always use the drawing utilities. Come down here, open your file. You have 3 here. The first one, you can check when was it last saved, 1:54 AM, and then for the backup 1:16, and then for this one it is 2 AM. This is the latest one. It's because we don't do any drawing, but from my original file 1:54 to this temporary file, which is an interval of almost 14 minutes, we can do a lot in 14 minutes. I can make this floor plan, this roof plan in 14 minutes, and if I didn't save that, it will really hurt one's feeling. So what you do is you just select this, the backup, and then you click on open, and then AutoCAD will open the file beside it for you, and then you can see we stopped here. But when I go back to our original one, where are those lines? I can't seem to find them anywhere. So this is an old version. The new version is this one with our text that we make example of text. Remind me of this express tool to convert. Now this is the latest one. So this one is old. So what do? You just select this, you click on save, and then you go to your file, document beginner course, and then you select the original file, and then you click on save. It will prompt you for this, which is exactly what we want, and then click on yes to replace the file. But right now it is saying for editing session this drawing is currently open, so we can close this file. Close, you save. You are not even the latest one, we won't save you. So you want this one with this dollar sign and all that, click on the save again, select the original folder with that name we want to replace it. Click on save, replace, yes, and right now you can see it got replaced. This is now our file with the latest changes. So when your computer crashes, this is what you, by default, if it truly crashes, it shows you this icon, it shows you this window, and you will know what to do. And once it shows you that and you already open AutoCAD, they will instantly show you the drawing recovery like this, and then they will open it for you, and then you check which one is the latest one, and then you can make your changes. Or equally, what you will see people do, the alternative is type window R, and then you just type temp for temporary files, and then you click here, you change by date, and then you scroll around. It's because I delete them often. You will see your files here. Or what some people do is they manually go to the area like drawing. Like if I select this temp, this one, it resides on my user app local temp. That's it. They go to this area, which you can go and you will see your file there. All you need to do is just change the extension to .dwg, and then you can open it. The next and last, because I saved the best for last. This is the ultimate trick shortcut. This is the number one. Here it goes. I will save this file. I will close this. Yeah, I will save. I'm back to this start tab, and the shortcut is template. What template does is, even when you think you are not using one, you must use one. You are using one. When we click on new, we click on browse templates, and then we select AutoCAD ISO or either AutoCAD. You can make your own. First we will start with the AutoCAD ISO. Here is what I want you to do. You first open a blank file, click on layer, click on this layer, you type your layer, you give it color, you type, you give, I'll press enter, type a layer name, press enter again. Finish typing all your boring layers, and then like right now I type this special layers. Finish making those layers, close this, click on the annotation, go to your text style, create a new one, give it a name, click on OK, give it a font, change the style to bold if you want, apply, and then make another new style for your, say, your title block. Finish giving all that, click on OK. Maybe make another text style if you want. You have two text styles, this one and this one, that's okay. You created your layers. Dimension style are really pain to make. You click here, you click on new, you give it a name to start your dimension style, you continue, you change all these boring settings, you change all this to however you want, and then you click on OK. You make your text style, you close this, you make your table. Remember, creating a table style is really, you have all this to change for the data. For all that, you go to the data, you change the text height to something you want, you change it to anything you want, you click on OK. You make another text style if you want, and then you come to your layout, you import your title block. Let's do that. Layout, I will click here, I will say I will make a new layout, but I will import from a template. I will click here, I want to import from a template. I'll go to document, we already make a title block. You can go to our course, AutoCAD beginner course. Instead of DWT, which means drawing template, select DWG and select our house design, and then click on OK. Which one do we want? Anyone that has a title block. Let us just select the detail and click on OK, and then it will import that. I will zoom back, it will import that title block and that layout. So I can select all these things inside and erase them, and then I have this title block, which is, if I hover over it, it is a block. Or you can click on this insert, navigate and import the block. You can do all that. So now we have our title block, which is empty. You can select all this and erase them and delete. I will select this. You can either come here and import from a template from here, or you can right click, there is from template. You can do all the same thing you like. Okay, I will delete this. Okay, and then what you do next is you click on save. We didn't save the drawing. Click on save, and then okay, I click on open. I click on open by mistake. Click on save. Okay, this is new, this is save. I click on save here, and then it prompts me here, but I will click on the drop down. Instead of DWG, I want a DWT. I will click on DWT and immediately it will bring me to here. Remember, AutoCAD or AutoCAD ISO, it doesn't matter, this is our own. We are saving this DWG file as a template. So now we'll give it a name. Give it something meaningful, please. I will give it finally rest. I will give it this special name, and then click on save. And I can type a description if I want. Maybe I will say this is set up for architecture, and with A4 title block, and yeah, you get the point. The dimension style, like we already see, you just put the description of what you make, your text style, your layers, your title block, all that, and then you just click on OK. And now we have this DWT file. I will close this. Now it will all make sense. I will click on this drop down. I will click on the browse template, and there is our finally rest. I will click on this and then click on open, and now all I need to do is just begin drawing. Oops, I want you on that layer. I will select that layer. These layers I imported from this detail. When we import this title block, is because we have a section here. That's why you are seeing those layers, and you don't really need this, but in case you do, that's okay. What this means is we already have our layers. We didn't create this, mind you. And then when we come to textile, we already have these textiles which we make. When we come to dimension, we have this one that we make. For the table, we have this that we make. We have already a title block just waiting for us. Just put a viewport here, and you can see your line. Double click outside, and then you are done. Just like, can you see, we already speed up in just less than 1 minute. We have a layer. We can take this to a different layer. We already have a title block in place, and if we set up our dimension or text correctly, all we need is just select our dimension style, select dimension, and just begin dimensioning our work like this. Then save your drawing, like your project drawing. Take it to the file you want to save. Maybe this is, I will just set this to something, and then I will save this. Now this is my file. If I close here, I can see it here. It is my file, like this house drawing. Now what this means is that template will always be here. A template is just a drawing file with some intelligence built in it. So now we just click on new, browse templates, select your template, open. Once you open it, just begin your project. Select your layer, make your line. You already set your units. You already have a template in place. I will zoom back. You already have a template. You just make a copy of it. And then for your blocks, you can make a block library. I think starting from 2021, we have a block library. I think we already talked about this. On the view tab, there you have the blocks panel. You can then use that, and you come to the library. You then come here, and then you click here to navigate to where you want to make your library. I will go to the document, beginner AutoCAD or AutoCAD beginner course. Select this block file that has, remember, our airports and our transport, wardrobes, all the things we downloaded from that site. I will just select that folder and just click on open, and then it will load that transport, which if I click that is because they are not blocked. And perhaps I will select another library for that wardrobe is more standard. I will select this one, remember it, and then I will just click on open. And right now it is loading because there are a lot. Remember, those are all the wardrobe, so all I need to do is just click once and I can easily import them. So you just make your design. You already have your blocks, you already have your layers, you already have your template, you already have your dimension style, your table style, your leader style. Just take your time, create everything, make it a template, and that's it. If you are using an older version, of course you won't be having this palette. What you do instead is you use the design center. Click on the design center. Once it is opened, just click on home. Make sure you are on home. Navigate to where your drawing is. It is easy. Click on this program to close it. Click on here to close it. Maybe now it is less intimidating. And then just click on this PC. Click on local disk. And then, if you don't want to go through all that, just click on this open. Click on documents, your AutoCAD beginner course, your blocks, that wardrobe or any block library. Click on open. There it is. You open it, and then right click that file, add to favorites. And then if we come to favorites, you will always have it here. It doesn't matter if you come to start, you click here, you browse a template. Of course, you select your template that you put your hours and time in it to make it. You click on open. You set your layer, and then you finish your design, and then you come to view tab, or just save yourself the trouble. Just type Ctrl+2 on your keyboard. You will have the design center. Click on your favorite. It will forever be there. Once you double click it, enter your blocks, you will see them no matter how much they are. You click here, you see your preview. You want it, drag it inside. You want this, drag it inside. you can add all your files, you can add all your drawing files here. You can add them to favorites once they are imported. So you bring down your design to just drawing, importing your blocks, setting your layers. You already set your annotations, you set your title block, like here it is, and then you just make a viewport, put your scale, and there it is. In just less than some time you will make your complete design. So congratulations one last time, you've completed the shortcut and tricks chapter. And finally, welcome to the best advice chapter. It has been an absolute pleasure guiding you through this course. In this final chapter, I want to share a few pieces of advice that I truly believe will help you get the most out of everything you've learned, continue improving your skills, and move one step closer to mastering AutoCAD. If you get the thing is, which I pray you to really understand, is learning AutoCAD shouldn't be the problem. The problem should be you should just focus on your design. Just set up everything, and then you bring down the hardship and hardness and whatever of AutoCAD to just designing your geometry and just placing your blocks. That is AutoCAD, and you can hear the excitement on my voice that I have more to show, but I can't because this was my original thumbnail. I wanted to do all this in 4 hours, which when I started, I just kept going in depth, and I believe right now the course will be about 20 plus hours, which I never intended to do so. But if you reach this far, 20 hours is like a day of someone's life. So I truly hope you learn something, and really thank you for watching. And this is not the end. This is just like the tip of the iceberg for me. I have more to show, I have more to teach, more to show, and a lot to learn. And the goal is not to make you as good as me, it's to make you much better than me. And one of the places I learn is textbooks. They really help. I recommend some in my description. You can go check them. And even with that, I'm one of you, and I will forever be, which I mean a beginner. And it doesn't matter if you watch 20, 30, 50 hours course on AutoCAD or any software if you don't practice. What I'll advise is however long it took you to watch this course, take a break like a day or two, start some practice. I want you to practice at least 100 2D drawings, look for them online on Google, and then at least make 1 or 2 architectural complete projects. That way you can reinforce your knowledge, and then you will have something to show. Now, I have more videos coming up, and you don't want to miss them. Like my next video, I will start immediately tomorrow, or I will start immediately after I finish editing this one, which will be the number one way to make floor plans in AutoCAD, and more and a lot more. Right now, I can't thank you enough for watching. If you reach this far, you just learn AutoCAD. You are just really special, and it's automatic. You'll master AutoCAD more than me. If you have any question, drop them on the comment section, and I will try to answer them. Or for some, I will try to make videos on them. See you on other of my videos. But for now, I will close this file. I won't save you, and then I will click this. I won't save you as well. And you can either close AutoCAD here, or in our way, double click on the big A.